Welcome to Opinionated with Resla.
What's good, everybody? What is good? Let me make sure I fix a couple of things right here, good and early. Let me make sure we get off today being a good way, because I have had pretty good, interesting, and pretty lively day. Got full of energy. By the way, guys, hope that you're having a good one. Um, it has been whatever it has been today. Sorry, everything seems to be a little off for me, but there are some things I did not tie in early on. But I am your host, Resla. Welcome to an episode of Opinionated. Hopefully, you guys are doing well. Whew. It's funny because I've been tearing up my entire space and then putting things back together. And sometimes when I start the stream, I have to look around and I go, okay, there's a place for everything and everything in its place. Everything looks right. Everything looks like it's supposed to be because I've been moving things around and then real life and I walk outside way better now. Um, to the other side of my office than anything else, which you guys will probably see later on now that we are officially within the second quarter of the year. So I think it'll be something that'll be very interesting for a lot of us as we're moving the channel forward as well. Everyone, if you have not taken a look at the episode as well, I don't know if you're going to pick on as to where I'm going because I have different kind of an idea of where I want to be taking this based on if you're paying attention to what the subject title is of the stream versus what you may have actually seen if you were here early enough to take a look at the thumbnail because it kind of ties into what some things I'm talking about. But good and early, what I want to do is I want to, of course, thank everybody who's already walked into the building before I start getting a little bit cooking into it. So as we go up in here, I already see that Locksmith Jeremy was up in the building. I appreciate him for being here. Tiki Tag, what's going on, Tiki Tag? Happy that you're here in the building. Just Becca is here. I appreciate you for being here. I've been talking about a whole bunch of different people. Actually, I was just kicking it with a little bit, just talking with CCD on Instagram before even coming over for today. So hopefully your wine is going to be good. Tiki Tac. Crazy Mama's in here. She got the invitation real early. And by the way, I just want to say thank you, Cyrax, early with the super sticker, the $3 super sticker. Thank you for actually doing that, helping to support the channel, helping to support me, especially as I try to fix this thing because I still keep touching this thing. It's crazy. I'm still not comfortable. I'm gonna try my best though. I'm trying my best. I feel the irritation. I'm trying though. Oh man. So we got Clay Foundations up in here. The one and only Brick Jonesy. What's going on, my guy? What's going on? Oh, Joe Cool. Joe Cool's in early. Joe has Joe at it's very rare that it's very rare that Joe is in this early. I have not begun the monologue yet. And Joe's already here. And he not only is he here, but he also dropped the 199. That's crazy. We must be doing something special over here, folks. We got Joe Cool. Joe Cool said tonight, this is Wednesday. Tonight, I know Wrestler's on. We not gonna do Negro time today. I'm gonna show up good and early. I can't believe it. Somebody must have lied to Joe and said I was gonna be late, right? That's why he's here early. Somebody, which one of y'all said that? Which one of y'all said Wrestler's gonna be early and he thought he showed up and he thought he was late? Which one of y'all did that? Damn, Joe Cool is in here good and early. Can't believe it. Thank you for showing up, my guy. Oh my gosh, yo, Cardi's in here. I appreciate you. I appreciate you being here. And of course, we have Miss Raven up in here. I appreciate you for being up in the building as well. 10th man walks in here and says, hit the like button. Listen, please hit the like button. It is free. And when you can't hear me, it's because what? It's because we need a new mic. We need more than a new mic because to be honest with you, because I don't have the large enough system set up yet, I buy microphones that are like for this microphone. This microphone actually has a built-in amp. Most people don't even know that. Most people you have to just deal with whatever you have and you get whatever software that you can for it. But I don't really have the hardware. But this particular mic that I bought actually has a built-in amp and everything within it. But it doesn't help you with the very small thing that has plagued me throughout all my different mics. That they're USB. That's the problem. Believe it or not, folks, the problem is not the cable. It is not the wire, folks. It is actually the port in the back of the microphone. That's the problem. So if we can work towards getting a system where I can get to an XLR, get that nice, good, secure click, get into a good system where we will be nice and clear because everything is nice, snug, and tight. That's going to be the best way moving forward. But I will do my part as well as I hope that you guys are willing to contribute to do your part as well. So I do appreciate you. So thank you for everybody who's actually showed up here good and early. Is there anyone else who walked into the building? Lizzie? Okay. All right. Sorry. I'm a little off. New name for me, but I do appreciate you being here. That's what's up. Anyone else in here? Nope. Nope. Well, okay. So of course, as you come in here, guys, don't be ashamed. Don't be afraid. I know some of your guys like to sit back and lurk. It right now, things are open. It has not been a subscribers only stream. There's been times I just do strictly subscribers only. Nothing personal. I just like to know I like people to come in and actually talk. But this one is open, so feel free any other time. Damn. The moment I started taking a look, I already see Glenn Lawrence is in the building. I appreciate it. Damn. Listen, hey, we're gonna talk about that. Someone saw the thumbnail. Someone saw the thumbnail. Yeah. He says he's the hero and the villain all in one. So we would call that as the anti-hero. He has walked in and said he's the Batman. He's Batman, or he's at least Constantine. He got to deal with the devils. He got to deal with all the demons. But at the same time, people don't like him because his association with them. He's coming in and he's doing his own work. Blind is in the building. What's going on? Appreciate you. Oh, say your troll account. Oh, okay, that's what it was. I was looking. I was like, "Bah, Lizzie." I didn't want to cast any particular early thoughts, but yeah, absolutely. All right, guys. And Blind already comes in with a support. He's the 5. He says, "Salute, my G. Salute to you, Blind." Glenn, who? How dare you? How dare you? Glenn Lawrence presents his production. How is it you go? Don't do that. Don't do that, crazy mom. You know better. You know better. All right, so let's get a little bit into this talk. I was thinking about this a little bit on the front and back. You know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna mute my phone. Normally I don't. I'm gonna set my phone in front of me in case I do get an important phone call. So let me just do this real quick. Ooh, we're gonna do on vibrate. Let's sit right here in front of me just in case. All right, so let's get a little bit into it. So if you haven't noticed, the name of the stream says that you're not oppressed, you're just losing. Now, this might get contentious for a couple of people, and I'm gonna tell you what I always say. Everybody walking into the bitch, today's drink, even though I'm not sponsored, you know what it is. I'm not gonna say what it is. Take a guess. Because guys, I'm looking for sponsors. To you companies that might be paying attention, to those who might have an ear to someone else, I'm always looking for sponsors. Just want to let you know. So let me guess. For people who especially have watched the title and it's like, Resla, where are you going with all this? I'm ready. I am ready for you to say something so I can be motherfucking triggered. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. They sound like the Macho Man. Oh, yeah. I can't wait to be triggered. He's going to say something. And it might be starting off with simply these words. You're broke. You're tired. You are miserable. Somehow, some way, you like to say that it's not your fault. And you'll say many things, by the way. You'll say it's the system. You'll say it's your upbringing. You'll say it's the government. You'll say it's your boss. You'll say it's your coworkers. You'll say you have family members that don't want you to win. Hell, let's throw in the Illuminati while we're freaking at it. Come on now. Now, don't get me wrong. Do not get me wrong. Life ain't fair. Some people do start at a disadvantage. I'm not here to pretend otherwise. I'm not. But what I am saying is most of the people crying about oppression, they're not being held down. They're refusing to get up. Let me say that again for the people in the back row. Plenty of people who complain about oppression are not being held down. They refuse to get their asses up. And that's the part no one really wants to admit. Because if you say it out loud, you're suddenly lacking empathy. You are suddenly bootlicking. You are suddenly a villain. And let's be real. There's no reason why there's no reason why people rise up and they win and others sit on their ass, both thumbs in their ass, by the way, and they complain. And I don't care how uncomfortable that makes you feel. That is the simple truth. So today, we're gonna have to take part in a bit of a bigger exercise and start looking at a little bit of the excuses when it comes to our generations. Are you actually oppressed or are you just losing? And I think we need to get a little into that. So my first one that came up, the first thing I started asking myself was the difference between real oppression and losing at life. Oppression is real. I can already hear people say, yes, Resla, yes, oppression is real. Yes, yes. Say it again, King. Oppression is real. No, stop, stop. We're not denying that, but I'm not going to celebrate it because you heard the word. Calm the fuck down. Oppression, oppression, I'm not going to deny it. But you see, there's a massive difference between being oppressed and just sucking at life. So let's break it down. What does real oppression look like? You literally can't do something because of the laws, the policies, the systematic forces. You're you're being actively targeted or you're restricted in the way that removes your opportunities. You're stuck in the you're stuck in a rigged system with no way, no matter what, no matter how you try to do it. Now, let's compare that to what a lot of people think oppression looks like. You made bad choices, and now you're mad at the consequences. You refuse to adapt, to build new skills, to hustle. So you stay stuck, but you think it's someone else. It's up to you. You expect success to be easy and you expect it to be fair. It never was. A lot of people will treat the idea of oppression the same way how they look at their friendships. Do you know you have to work at your friendships? Friendships just don't fucking happen the same way how your sense of oppression doesn't just happen. Some people work themselves into oppression. Some people sit there comfortably because the idea of doing work shines a spotlight on all the bad decisions that they made. And therefore, they tell themselves that they are forever victims. Oh, anyone ever seen the movie The Sandlot? That's a, ooh, forever. 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 Forever victims. You spend more time crying about unfairness that actually doing something about it. Do you see the difference? One is actually oppression. The other is just life being hard. And here's the thing. Life has always been hard. The difference is previous generations accepted that. Now though, these motherfuckers here, People want to act like struggle is a brand concept. It's a brand new concept. I go into my second point, what I'm going to and say, if you're broke, if you're tired, if you're miserable, is it really the system or is it just you? Is it just you? You ever notice that the loudest complainers, the loudest mofos that we run across who talk about the system are the ones who never seem to have their shit together? They say capitalism is a scam. I don't know anyone I run across in everyday life that's not a capitalist. They say jobs are modern slavery. You are a wage slave. I don't know anyone that does not, throughout history, trade in their time for resources. They say money is fake. So why even try? Yet, somehow, and still, despite all the stuff they say, they're always broke. Now, look, the system, right? The system. Yeah, I'll be the first one person to tell you right now, especially as someone who's worked on so many different sides in the tables in corporate industries. It is a pyramid scheme. That part is true. The rich get richer. That is true. The poor get poorer. Absolutely. And the rules, they are written by the winners. I'm not going to take that part away. But here's where here's where the part people don't want to hear. You still have to play the game. Hating the system won't change the fact that you need resources. I guess in this point we'll just say money. But you need resources. Calling jobs slavery won't make rent disappear. Crying about capitalism being a scam won't feed your children, won't take care of the expensive medical bill that comes up between either you or a family member. Because let's just keep it a buck, folks. The biggest excuse that people use is the system is rigged. The one who says that, you know what they never seem to say? They never seem to these people never seem to, let me not say never, but these people rarely, I go about them and I see them pick up a skill. They actually take the time to learn how money works. They actually learn to adapt to the changing economy. They actually don't think about making moves that are needed, that are necessary in order to be pushed ahead, in order to win. No, they just sit there, again, two thumbs up the rear, mad that life isn't handing them success. What's good, CJ? And guess what? The system does not care if you think it's unfair. It's going to keep moving. You cannot ask the world to stop so that you can take a step forward to catch up. The world will keep moving with or without you. With or without you. Say you can't live. Well, the world will keep moving with or without you. Don't you forget it. So that means you only have two choices: play the game, learn the rules, learn how to outsmart it. Or you can Cry about it while everyone else moves ahead of you. It's your call. End of the day, it is absolutely your call. Before I even go into my next point up here, let me see what you guys are saying. What do you guys think about this so far? There are probably some people going to say, "Fuck you, wrestler. You don't have no idea what you're talking about." Or some people could say, "You're right. It is. It is the system. I am being screwed. I keep feeling the long dick of the law from Uncle Sam every morning I wake up." And I'm gonna be like, Jesus Christ, calm the fuck down. That is crazy. That is crazy. You say every morning you wake up, you feel Uncle Sam's meat? That is crazy. Chill. Chill. Some of y'all gonna say, not me. I don't worry about none of that stuff because I like to couch surf. Well, you become a drag, you become a liability, you become a dredge on someone else's lifestyle. Wondering, what are you guys thinking? Let's scroll up a little bit. Uh-oh, we got Joan here laughing. Oh shit. Uh-oh. I don't know what he gonna be thinking. Called Time Noir? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, it's not the cable. It's not. It's the actual port that the cable goes into it. The moment I just wiggle the cable's fine. I tested it in different devices. It's the port itself. Just it's been moving around too much. Do, do, do. Okay, back listening. Still have come. Oh, well, look. She always got a party. She got look. Even if she's here in the chat, she got a party. This is crazy. She parties a lot. Uh oh. Oh, yeah, you say okay. You're in the villain. Okay, I got you. You just getting started. You say if the shoe fits, does it though? Because too many people, especially in this day and age of life, like to believe that they can walk in someone else's shoes. In fact, I think there's too many mofos that wake up, they stretch, they do this in the morning, they get to the front door, and they immediately put their feet in shoes, and they never look down to see what the fuck they're about to lace up. I understand what you feel. I understand how you feel. Really? You understand what it's like to have your kids taken away, and you were sitting here on this fucking fence and all, and you got your skin rotting and everything, and you sitting there thinking, I thought I was a great mom. You understand that? And you go, um, well, I can I can empathize. Really? And you have the one weird girl say, "Oh, really, bitch? You can empathize? You can empathize getting on your knees and you having on the biggest Jones in the world and you'll suck 3 dicks to get your high? You understand that? You empathize with that, bitch?" And that girl goes, um, uh, I can't say that I have. I understand what it's like to, want Dominoes, but my craving for Domino's has never been that strong. But yeah, y'all need to stop. Sometimes y'all just need to say less. Sometimes you just need to say fucking less. You need to stop saying that you understand. Sometimes you just need to listen to understand. Don't say that you fucking understand when you have no fucking clue. Don't tell me when you have both your parents, your grandparents, that you understand what it's like when you lose someone so close like that. You don't have a fucking clue. I get that you want to be nice, but if you don't haven't experienced that, do yourself a favor. Be honest. I don't know what you're going. Here's what you can say. Honestly, I don't know what you're going through, but I am here for you. That means more than you fucking lying because you want to think that you're being a good person to them. You selfish bastard. Not quite related, but I just thought I had to give it to you for you motherfuckers that do that because I see you do it. Not related to the subject. I just thought I should have to point you out. Some of y'all are the worst. So you said, what years ago? And a what? And a what? And a what? What? Almost took your leg. What the fuck? What? You. I don't know what that was. You could have told me a stegosaurus. I have no idea what that word was. Let me look at that word again. Shit, you should have said chupacabra. I have no idea what the fuck that was. That's crazy. I have no idea what that word was. I have no idea what the hell that word was. Let me look at it one more time. Honestly, it maybe because I'm drinking, I have no idea what the fuck that is. I don't know all the words in the dictionary. Whew, that was crazy. Uh, you said staph infection. Okay, cool. Then you say staph infection. Okay. Some of us didn't go to medical school. Yeah, exactly. You read chupacabra too. Exactly. I don't know what the fuck that was. That was crazy. That was crazy. I didn't know what it was. Usually my eyesight is pretty good. So he made me want to put my fucking glasses on. That shit was crazy. I was like, what is that? I was like, what's that? Huh? I before E except after C. What the fuck did he put down? That shit was crazy. Clue, what's going on? What's going on? That was crazy. Zephyr's in the chat too. What's going on, Zephyr? That shit was wild. I have no idea what the hell that word was. You say hit dog holla. Oh my goodness. The government. Man, if you ain't got no income coming in, the government ain't pulling out no money from your pockets. They scrubbing for lint, sir. It ain't the government. I had this one chick, she would scream about the government, the government, the government. And you know what she would do every month? She would tell me that she has to go down to the welfare office. And I'm looking at her like, I should be bitching at you. The fuck are you doing here? How you gonna talk about the government, the government? And you tell me every month, every couple of months, you go into the welfare office, and on top of that, you saying, oh, can you call me to just keep me company at the welfare office? Because it's like being at the DMV, folks. And she there with her four little snotty nosed brats. And the only reason why I'm there because I'm just a good friend. But I'm sitting there looking around like, this is like the fucking DMV. This shit is crazy. Yes, bitch, I ain't. Can you move? Yes, I'm still sitting here. Yes, I understand we in the hard fucking plastic chairs, but you see this little bit of space? This little bit of space. That's Switzerland, bitch. Don't cross it. There's no armrest between us. But that little bit of space in this fucking plastic chair, that's the border. Don't fucking cross it. And sometimes I just want to be nasty, but I'm not going to be nasty because I understand people. I'm a person that I understand what it's like to have been on benefits, so I'm not mad. But sometimes I look at these heifers that be acting up, and it's like, bitch, I'm not here for that. I'm here to support someone I'm with. I'm here not getting paid. I'm not behind the desk, behind getting the call, giving you the fucking tickets. I'm not here for my tax actually are paying for the reason that you're sitting here right now. I'm not shitting on you because of that. But you know what you're not gonna do? You're not gonna look at me as if I'm fucking crazy. We're not about to do that. How about this? You not suck your teeth. Maybe you can get to the front of the line if you just take off that fucking bonnet and the duck pajamas. And if you wore some closed toe fucking shoes. I like your glasses, by the way. You're cute. I try to be nice. I try to be nice. Just saying. So no, when the hit dogs be getting mad when I have to say what I gotta say. It is what it is. It is it is what it is. And there's just no getting around that. Let's see what's going on here. Marcus is in the building. What's going on, Marcus? Panelverse is in here. What's going on? Oh, I didn't even catch that. Beans snuck up in the building. What's going on, Beans? He said, "You think I got to stop drinking?" Yeah, I probably should. Probably should. Doesn't help me with the rants though. I'll still rant regardless. Believe me. Believe me. Marathon Kev in the building. Appreciate you, Marathon Kev, with the 5. With the 5. Appreciate you. I wholeheartedly appreciate it, broski. That is what's up. All right, so let me dive into my other point that's over here. And it says the reason people stay broke forever is something that we might need to talk about right now. I'm hopefully I'm not gonna make this one long. I don't think I'm gonna make this one long. But I would say that the reason most people the reason most people aren't broke is because of circumstances. You want to look at it as luck. I even had a conversation with someone who was talking about the whole generational thing, right? That's a whole no. I'm not even gonna bring that up. X-nay that. Scratch that from the books because that's a whole show in itself. I'm not even gonna get into that. But when I think about people who have this idea, the mindset of being broke, right? When I tend to run across them, here's how I know. These people who started with nothing, who had conditions that, quite frankly, that they said that they went through everything to get there, right? And they still made something of themselves. I don't tend to see those people who say that they had every opportunity in the world that they had to make for themselves, who were handed to them, say that they turn around and they lost it all. Now, I don't know anyone who's the underdog that turned around and says, after I won, you know what I want to do? I'm going to start all over again. I'm going to go back to the bottom. To the bottom. I don't see that. Once you make it, you're not trying to go back down to the bottom. If you fell back for some reason, which is your fault, by the way, you can probably bring yourself back up because you have more knowledge than the person trying to build. But I don't know anyone that tries to fall back. They try to keep themselves in a particular position by any means possible. So, what's the difference when we look at the broke mindset? I will say that it comes down to blaming external factors being the first and foremost thing. Refusing to make changes in one's life or even to learn new skill. Thinking that here's the next thing. Thinking that money is evil. So they sabotage their own success. Let me say it again. Thinking that money is evil. So they sabotage their own success. What's something that we already know? Money is not evil. Money is a tool. The love of money, hell, the love of things, that's where your problems are. I think a lot of people, not even think, I know a lot of people do not spend a lot of time learning on how to invest, whether it's in stocks, whether it's in just savings, whether it's just in themselves. They don't do it. A lot of people are out here chasing validation over actual value. Let's let that hang for a moment. I want you to think about yourself because a lot of people, let me say it again, are chasing validation over actual value. You can be broke temporarily, but if you're broke forever, that's a choice. That is a choice. And I'll go into this point, which is the secret, or rather, I will say the truth about winners. This is just based on what I see them, the people who I see who are up there, who are doing the thing, who even try to give wisdom back. When I try to have a conversation, especially with people who I've met in circles who are doing very well, that a conversation that might make some people very much uncomfortable, the same way how it's even made me uncomfortable. But hey, that's why you're here, right? That's why we run up to those people, right? Because we want to hear the thing that everybody else is not paying attention to hear what no one else is actually willing to say. We need to talk about winning. Ticky Tack, I appreciate you. He gave me the 5 for the beer fund. For the beer fund. For the beer fund. And Zephyr's in here as well. So I want to help hit the goal. Thank you. We're gonna keep soaring to more heights. I appreciate you, Zephyr, for the 5. Thank you very much. So let's talk a little bit about the aspect of people who talk about winning. Because for some reason, a lot of people have dedicated that, rather not dedicated. I'm trying to think of the word. Sorry, I don't know why I didn't think of the word. Some people have decided that success is a scam, which is a crazy thing for people to have to say in real time. Success is a scam? That somehow, some way, people who people who win in life must have cheated. By the way, I did a stream already about this, because if you're not cheating, you're not even trying. But the idea that people will say that somehow, if you're making it, you must have cheated, must have been born lucky, must have had the system rigged in your favor. But here's the truth. For a lot of people who I've listened to, for a lot of people who I've actually seen in real life, for people who I've actually had talked to, even people in mentorship, to them, winning is simple. Simple does not mean easy. Simple does not mean easy. And because it's not easy, a lot of people refuse to accept the truth about what it actually takes to win. So instead of dealing with that harsh reality that a lot of people like to convince themselves that they never had a shot in the beginning, they'd rather believe that they were set up for failure, rather than admitting that they didn't go the distance, that they didn't do what was necessary in order to succeed. And to sound like a lib, let me be clear. This is not about playing fair or being ethical. That's not what I'm talking about. This isn't about the feel good motivational speeches about working hard and everything will be fine. Nah, not at all. This is about the brutal, often ugly, but very real rules about the game that winners play, and the rules that losers refuse to acknowledge. So if you don't want to hear this, you know what I like to tell you. Feel free to walk away. We'll have another episode when you feel ready. Whether you want to go back to this episode and replay, or whether you want to catch the next episode, feel free. You don't have to feel like you are handcuffed. Now's your chance to leave. Because the problem with human beings is that we all like to believe that we're all ready to hear shit. But then people hear shit and they get offended. And since I gave you a disclaimer, I gave you a warning, I gave you an opportunity. If you become offended, you rest with that. Don't come to me. Because what I'm about to say is going to make some people on some level mad. But you know what? That anger, that's just that last bit of hope your ego has left before it collapses. I know, because I felt it when I had to hear shit. I'm gonna break down the rules the way it was explained to me. Number one, rule number one: winners plays the game as it is, not as they wish it was. Losers losers spend their time complaining about the game itself and how it's unfair and about how it should be different, about how somebody else has an advantage over them that they don't have. And maybe all that is true. But here's the problem. Winners don't care. They don't care. They do not care about what is fair. Fair. They care about what is possible. Not fair. What is possible. They see the system for what it is, and they learn how to work it from within and how to even go around it. They study it, they master it, and then they bend that shit to their advantage because this is called adaptation. The losers, they they too, they too are busy wishing the world was different to actually navigate the world that they live in. They will see how the way things move around their life. And instead of saying, shit, this is what I see. In fact, they'll say, this shit happens all the time. Then why aren't you doing something different? That means you've seen something happen enough times. And you keep doing the same shit, expecting a different outcome? Really? Folks, you can argue all day about what's fair and what's not. Or you can figure out how to win anyway. That's your choice. Rule number two: winners are relentless. And rather, I'll say this much: you should absolutely be selfish first, because if you can take care of somebody else, you have to take care of yourself first. Winners are relentlessly selfish about their time, about their energy, and what they contributed to, who they contributed to. For some reason, when I see this and I even had these conversations back and forth with them, I've even been told losers have no control over their time. And that made me sit and pause for a moment. They say that losers have no control over their time. They waste it on nonsense. They let other people steal their energy. They prioritize comfort over growth. Winners protect their time like a dragon protects gold. For anyone that likes to look at mythological shit, you understood that. The dragon will kill an entire party over one coin lost. They say they say no to anything in my mind. Like losers tend to say no to anything that doesn't move them forward. They don't, and for what I see from the winners, they don't waste time arguing, especially on social media. They don't bother wasting any time on social media. They don't waste their time in pointless debates and drama. They don't waste their time in the indulgence of self pity. They don't entertain people who are there to drain their energy. And I go, wow, this is crazy. Losers think losers tend to think that this is selfish. They think that winners should be more available, more humble, more generous with their time. But that's exactly why they are losing. You give your time to too much shit than what's important. If you cannot control your time, you cannot control your life. And if you can't control your life, you can never win. Rule number 3: winners don't chase motivation, they chase discipline. Motivation is nice and shit. It might help get you started, but discipline is the thing that keeps you going. Because discipline is when you get to that point that you will do the things that you need to do when you don't fucking feel like doing it. Losers wait until they feel like it. Blinds in with the 5 again, said best message yet. I'm just telling you what I've gone through my research and what I've gone through personally. Hank, what's going on, Hank? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Counter example. Okay, we're bringing it down to Trump. Donald Trump. He said, he was a new social media company because Twitter banned him when he was POTUS. You said rules fake. You say that, right? Guess what happened? Guess what happened? That same man, before he got close to him now, did what? Gave him back his time in Twitter. Gave it back. Rules are not fake. He got it back. And not just him, but many other people like him. Social media people got their accounts back. And did him losing Twitter ever stop him from not being POTUS? Did him losing Twitter ever stop him from being able to become POTUS yet again? Rule still stand. He didn't wait for anything. He didn't let the fact that here's a great example to even what you said, Hank. He didn't wait for Twitter. He didn't become motivated because of Twitter. We know what he did? Oh, Twitter's gonna ban me? I'll just make my own shit. How many of y'all can say that you can do the same thing? How many of y'all can say that you can do the same thing? Most people will beg to play ball in order to be back in that camp. You can say that all you want, Joe. Like when you say that Trump had felonies, that was never the thing that said that you were disqualified. No one ever we can scream to high heaven, he's a felon. That was never a disqualifying factor for becoming a president. If anything, check this out. If anything, for anyone that has been to prison and has a felony on them, you should feel fucking inspired. Because it means as long as you are a US citizen, you can do it too. Don't think that because you've been locked up that you can't become POTUS. Because that was never a criteria that disqualified you. They didn't say that you could not be a felon and still run. He did it. The rules were there. The rules, as you say, Joe, rules are rules. And that wasn't a disqualifier. It wasn't. And to better prove it, the majority of the country voted for him. Rules are rules. Because losers will wait till when they feel like it. They feel like I want to play ball and I can be let back on Twitter. You know what he said? I'll make my own shit. And it's not like when he made it, the shit fell apart. It had overwhelming numbers. A lot of people who are losers they'll wait, they'll start when they feel ready. I say this often about ladies who talk about going to the gym. Instead of just doing the work yourself and being okay with being in the gym all by your motherfucking self, you think, I'll be ready when my girlfriend wants to go with me. I say, screw that heifer. Get your body right. Be the one who leads the charge. A lot of people who are losers will tend to say that they will do it when they feel ready, when they feel motivated enough, when the time is right. Spoiler, that day doesn't come. I've met so many people, and this is why I say we have so many oops babies. Because there are so many people that turn around and say, I will have kids when the time is right. Majority of the time, it's a surprise. She sits down one day and go, what the fuck? And that's exactly what happens. The guy gets the news and he's like, what the fuck? Rarely planned. Winners don't wait. They don't care how you feel, and they also don't care how they feel. They do what needs to be done every single time, even if it means that they need to take a little bit of a loss. Losing something is better than losing everything. Whether they're tired, whether they are stressed, whether they are throwing, life is throwing everything at them, they move on anyway. That's the difference. And I'll go into a rule 4. Winners, winners don't expect pity. This is gonna be a big one that's gonna make people mad. Winners do not expect pity. Guess what's also true? They don't give it either. Losers think that life is supposed to be fair. That if something goes bad, something bad happens, the world owes them a break. No, the world does not owe you or any of us understanding. If you happen to go through a struggle, no one should be there. You should not even get the idea that someone should be there to come bail you out, to come help your ass. You go make your hot chocolate, Joe. Go get warm. I'm sizzling right now. Go get warm. But that's just what it is. And here's the sad part about it. People, even online, who have businesses and been doing well, they say this shit all the time, but people don't pay attention. And that's why they don't waste time feeling bad for others who refuse to help themselves. Even those who will mount themselves and say, I'm so religious. God got me happy. But if you have not been doing your own work, God's not looking out for you, because he's looking for you to do your half first, to prove yourself first. They say God helps those who helps themselves, or as the other way it goes, faith without what is dead. Works. 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 It's easy to make your own shit when your family's rich. Cool. Other people who have made their own Twitter, and I said, and you even said, well, forgotten about. Cool. To be able to say that to the many business owners and first time people who are buying a property as real estate, all of them, they're not rich, and yet somehow and still they could build, they could be able to live in their house practically rent free because they own other properties. No prior business. No one left them shit. Some people buy, in fact, this is the most common thing in case you haven't heard this, Hank. Your first home should not be your first home. Your first home you should be renting. Not your Most people fuck up because their first home they go live in. There are definitely people who own real estate, who live in apartments, who own houses. And by the time they get to their third, maybe even their fourth residential property, that's when they decide to move into somewhere to have a mortgage. Most people, move into the very first place that they are able to afford a home, and they are woefully unprepared. The same way how most of the people who turn around to be some phenomenal business owners failed in business already. People don't just come in and say, "This is my first business and it's a fucking success." That typically does not happen. This is what the term we call trial by fire. And when you have people out there being winners, you can't turn around and say that, because they turn around and say, or rather, I'll just say, does the thing that winners say, does that make them cold-hearted for saying it? Because I don't think so. I think for a lot of people, just like the people who are willing to make those sacrifices, they need to understand and recognize when the truth is slapping them in the goddamn face. Instead of just saying, "It's not for me." If you believe you can't, that's true. If you believe you can, that's true. Where do you think you see yourself? You can't help someone who refuses to take responsibility. You can't. I said you might get offended for those who do, Lindsay. It seems like you're more tuned in. And here's the thing: if you're not waiting for the world to feel sorry for you, you're good. But if you are waiting for the world to feel sorry for you, you're going to be waiting for a long time, very long time. And this is going to be I think one of my last points. I'll be up here. I got a couple questions, but I've been stretching it. The other thing that makes the difference between someone who's a winner or not is the fact that you have to be willing to take risk. Winners take risk. They absolutely take risk. Some people, here's the funny part. Some people literally say that 50-50 are good odds. Some people say 50-50 are good odds. Those who I know who are very hesitant, who have that loser mentality, will not do that. Losers want certainty. But funny enough, we'll see them at a gambling table, but they want certainty. Never really understood that. They want guarantees. They want 100% safety before they even take action. 50-50 are as fair as it's going to get. For the people that's crying out about fairness, 50-50 is the fairest you're going to get. Winners, they move first. They literally they take their shot, even if it means they're going to miss. Risk takers are the ones who have the most to benefit. Because you have to find people that's willing to step into opportunities before they can even fully see the shit being ready. And not for nothing, that's not just why they win, but also when they lose around people who see those same characteristics, those same fundamentals, those are the ones that get supported. The people who tend to get business loans easier or those who've actually failed at businesses already. Not the first time beggars. They're not the ones who get the big loans. It's those who've actually failed already. Because while the losers were still thinking about planning, overanalyzing, making excuses, the winners, they already took action. Some, we hear the term build the plane while you fly it, right? Something I also say is that you have to learn to find your wings on the way down after you jumped off the cliff. Find your courage. Find your wings on the way down. Because by the time the losers finally feel like they're ready, the opportunity's gone. The winner's already won. I said when I said from the beginning, there are people who are going to be offended. There are people who are not going to agree. It is what it is. I said what I said. And there are plenty of examples out here in the ether to prove it. You ain't got to prove me wrong. It's already there. And you can bitch. But let's just be honest. If you're not winning yourself, good luck to you convincing anyone else, especially when they can open their own eyes and see winners. But we can talk about it. Link is in the chat. Pin to the top of the chat. You can yell, you can scream, you can do all the hip hop and hoo-haing. That ain't gonna mean shit to me. I do a conflict for a living. That won't sway me. Go ahead. Do your best. What's good, Tim, man?
See, I really do appreciate your intros and stuff like that. It's nice hearing somebody at least try to have some type of thought project. I know I make fun of you for it sometimes, the diatribes, but I do appreciate it because it gets the chat going. We have some very in-depth conversations, and just to address the people in chat that we've been spamming messages back and forth. And I'm not trying to be a dick, Resla, and thank you very much, Resla, for explaining to me that if only I tried harder, I could overcome my disabilities.
You got that hot chocolate, Joe?
I do. Yes, I do. And I'm with Tenth Man. How you gonna tell me it ain't the white man keeping us down? You know it is, Resla.
No, because I see more than just white people. They're not the only ones ahead of. In fact, the white people ain't even looking at us because they can see other people ahead of them.
See, I think a lot of it is actually social, right? So, this is what I do. I don't like coming at people, but 5.5 years ago when Joe and I first met, we were in Poor Dirt Farmers chat. And I just explained that I had a really bad nightmare because of the pain that I was in that day. And Joe started trolling me and was like, oh, wah, 10th. It ended up Joe and I arguing for a really long time about it.
I think I tapped you out 28 times, but that's not the argument.
Yeah.
It was over, though.
It's just...
literally, 28, wow. 29 times.
Yeah. To say that people are just losing and that it's their own fault. I get it. That's a generalized statement, but that's not very good.
Hey, I don't think that's the point, though. Or is it? If y'all don't mind,
what do you think is the point, Blind? Go ahead.
The point isn't that everybody that's losing. It's the point of the people that win are doing the thing. Like the point isn't that everybody's because some people lose because they're disabled or whatever else, but it's the fact that the winners are the ones that separate themselves, if I'm not mistaken,
and actually show up.
Well, here's the funny part: there are plenty of people who are disabled who are winning. Anyone look at this motherfucker Stephen Hawking? Why the fuck was he winning?
Right.
Why the fuck was he winning?
I want to say before, because I'm going to jump on Resla.
Hold on, because when he started out...
Hold on. Let me just say this, because I'm going to jump all over Resla. It's my nature. But I want to say he did a good job, and I hope I take the time to point out all the great fucking points he made. Everything he said was true. I'm going to fight against him the whole night, but everything he said was true. Winners show up. Winners do. Winners don't fucking worry about what other people, they find a way. All of that shit was accurate. And,
yeah.
All right.
Because Stephen Hawking was not disabled the way he was before he passed away when he started in his field.
He wasn't disabled at all when he started.
Can we define winning? Is that
very good? Yes.
Winners write shit down. You see that? Winners write shit down.
Can we define winning, please?
Right on.
idea of those who are risk takers, but those who are willing to see obstacles, and instead of even when they hear the word no, they make no their vitamin. They figure out new ways to go around it. If I just heard no, that's the one thing I just heard no to. What are the other things going to grant me a yes? The idea is that I'm not going to say that just because I was born in Timbuktu that I can't become someone of notoriety, because you know why? If someone else did it, so can I.
Great.
And there are too many people that turn around who are smart, good. People look at them as savants, musical genius, great singers, everything, but they're lazy. And they'll turn around and say, the reason why I can't get an opportunity is because there are so many other people who are holding me down. And I say, when did you try? And they get caught.
Yes, I think he's saying winners are successful, which would mean we'd have to define success now.
But
All right, hold on one second.
But it also means this as well. As a person who comes up and bring yourself to a point of success, when you want to look at whatever success is you, that means that you've had to make calculations and decisions that
to get there.
That ruthless calculations that sometimes aren't even in your best interest.
All right, so I don't like talking this much, but when you say stuff, it makes me think of stuff. So
Perfect.
I don't like it. So
are you going to define success for us?
So if I
change the subject until we get.
So if I work full time, right, and all I want to do is be able to pay my bills and live my life, and just live my life, right? But then I go for a year-end review, and they say everything that you do is perfect, but you missed like 6 weeks of work because you had to go on disability because of the injury from the jab that you got. So because of those month and a half that you missed, we can't give you an exceeds expectations. You only get a meets expectations. So you only get like less than $1 of a raise this year. You only get $1 of a raise this year. Now, technically, they're discriminating against me because of my disability, but that's just too bad, right? I need to take it. I need to take it like a good little slave, and I need to get better, and I need to work harder. And if I want a proper raise like the other people that don't do their jobs, I need to not miss any time.
Can I jump ahead of this, because this is going to be the very important part and again, people hear this, and this is why I said I know people are going to get triggered, but they also miss the very first part, and of course they don't pay attention to what my title was, and they didn't pay attention to also even what my thumbnail was. So to drag it in so that you guys actually can catch it, I heard somebody in the back. Oh, we got beans. This whole thing had nothing to do with success and even capitalism. Even the title says you're not oppressed, you're just losing. But even if you looked at my thumbnail, it says that villains aren't born, they're created. There are a lot of people who choose who choose to be the people that turn around and say that the reason why I'm deciding that I'm going to crash out, I am deciding the person that I'm going to choose violence is because of X, Y, and Z.
Suddenly, I don't see so much disagreement in our future conversation tonight. Suddenly, I don't see a whole lot of disagreement.
But is it really losing when the game is rigged from the beginning against you?
I'll put this to a comic book sense. We know plenty of villains, but at the end of the day, as much as we can give accolade and our admiration to the Joker, he's still a loser at the end of the day.
Now we define success.
So I'm still waiting on the definition for winning. It seems like a very subjective thing. I think I get your point.
Winning is for those that when they have a goal, they actually accomplish it.
Even if that's being happy, because in your intro, it didn't sound like just a guy being happy would be a winner. He'd be a bum because he didn't
keep in mind, you didn't hear, because the people will be all in their feelings and they like to attribute shit and infer shit. Anyone remember anyone?
No. I'm
not saying you. I'm not saying you. Again, don't. I said it from the beginning. If you're gonna get triggered, I said it from the beginning. I didn't mention wealth. I didn't mention CEO status. I didn't mention none of that shit. I just said winning. Take that how you will.
Yes. And I'm telling you why I took it, and I like your opinion.
When I'm asked about winning, I just simply say you have a goal, you achieve that goal.
All right.
If you say your goal was just I just want to sit at home and make fucking refrigerator magnets, then you winning.
All right. That was my
Okay,
question.
but
Was winning under your definition, wrestler? Would winning be?
It wasn't
Uh,
my definition. It's my definition under research, but also it's the idea that the people who are losers, especially when you because of people who I run across who are losers, people who talk. The thing about the human behavior is that even when we talk, even when we go, we do different things, even on this online space, right? A lot of people speak in their situations that they're as if they're the hero of their own story. Here's the truth of the matter. I'll even say for me, I am never the hero, even in my own story, because even when I move around with other people assign me that role and I've done nothing to them yet. You can't even always say that you're the hero in someone else's story because you have no idea where they've placed you. You have to be okay. And this is something that winners do. You have to be okay being the villain.
can I get this question out? No, wait. Can I get this question answered right quick? I was drawing some conclusions, but I'm wondering where does the guy who sits at home, I enjoy playing Dungeon Craft with eating Cheetos. He didn't seem to fit in that intro anywhere. I'm asking you, wrestler, if that's his goal, is he a winner?
What? I'm gonna
Please
apologize
answer
right
my
after.
question before you
I'm gonna apologize
monologue.
right after this. Hey,
Yeah.
GS, how does it feel to sit home and you get to play video games and you get a great
Hey,
I
you
kind
know
of
what?
like it.
But you like it. He likes it.
It feels it
I'm
feels
not
like
gonna call that
winning.
an L. I'm
Joe
not gonna
Cool.
call that an L. He
Wait.
likes it.
He okay, so I think wrestler
This could be
answer
hard
is
to
as
fit
long
in.
as he likes it, it's winning. You're telling me I've spent the last 6 minutes trying to get one question answered. Go ahead, man.
I wanted to know the end of your question because you got cut off. You
Oh,
never stated you never got to state your question, and that was my question
I
for
just
you, Joe Cool. You
I
said the
wanted to
guy's on the couch
yeah,
eating Cheetos, playing a
right.
game, and you said, but what if his goal is, and then you didn't get to finish the question.
Yes. Is to be dungeon master and have fun and play video games all day. Is that a winner under what I heard in the intro? I just wanted to know is
The
wrestler
answer
considers it winning. I think he said yes.
if that is his goal, the answer is yes.
All right.
I
You play
like it.
video games. You play video games too,
Why?
Russell?
And
What
let
are
me
you
tell you
talking
why. Let
about?
me tell you why. Because if we go into this, if we go down in this road, it becomes a circular argument about the idea of success. The same way how we say morals, the same way you can say the same thing for success. Subjective.
Yeah, it
Yes.
is. Yes.
That's
Well,
why I threw
Well,
in your
well,
intro because you were specific, and that's where I want to visit what we all consider success is and all of that type of shit.
But
You got to make some type of income, nigga. You got to make
right.
some moves. You can't let motherfuckers walk on you. These are the things that I think that we're
But
talking about.
here's the whole point of the conversation, and people weren't really listening. The conversation wasn't about success. The conversation about people were the difference between winners and losers because one goes through all matters, the other one themselves see themselves as being oppressed. That's the conversation.
Right.
well,
So Resla, real quick, if I could interject real quick. Resla, I put something in the back. I'll just ask you out loud. Do you mind if I restream?
Oh no, you good, man. Absolutely.
Okay.
Definitely.
yeah.
Uh,
Mike,
so no,
you want to go
I
again?
actually, I'm
Hold
sorry.
up, Chris.
I want to address something real
Wait.
quick.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Beans.
Because to your point, right, about what the title of the show is, and the one of the first things I heard you say was that most people who claim to be oppressed are not. So my first question would be, what's your data point for that? How do you know that?
People are not oppressed. Very good.
It's all I would say it's the first thing is about your environment. So that means how many other people feel like they're also disenfranchised around you. I have met so many families just looking, even when I look at sports or whatever,
Mm.
that there are so many people who live in poverty but are happy and give the best amount of attention and promote happiness and give the people around them confidence. And you know what they don't see themselves as? Oppressed.
Oppressed.
But I
Or
see the
Right.
victims.
other people in the same very neighborhood who say that you can't make it because you know why? This person's ahead of you. That person,
Mhm.
because you went to this school instead of that school. Because instead of saying, yo, you're going to have trials and tribulations. No one gets beyond that. I don't care who you are. But if you want to make what you want, You need to have a goal, and you need to have to understand what you need to learn to get there.
Let's let the
People
lady
who are
get
oppressed,
in.
Respectfully, you didn't actually answer the question though. So the question is, how do you know, right? Because you're the one making the statement that most people who claim to be oppressed are not actually oppressed. So actually, how do you know that? What's your data points?
Here's my data points. Plenty of books from people who actually brought themselves out. Plenty of people who will sit here on the internet and tell you, even how I use the word pyramid scheme. I only hear that people that are down low and that say that they're downtrodden. I say, well, what exactly is the thing that you're saying? And instead of giving me all the reason as to why even when I come down to a point of conversation with them and I say, give me the point where you know that you can make a different decision today that can turn it around when you know you missed an opportunity.
So
it was this particular point, and I say, okay, cool. Since that time, what strides have you made to turn that around? And even to the very person I talked about who gave me a whole hour rant about the system being a pyramid scheme, could not give me an answer as to why they made a difference to turn around, to learn the thing, to be able to make it. Just because you did not win now does not mean you cannot win later. Hearing no is not the end.
Did you answer your question, Beans?
No.
I did.
Right. So it's like if I ask you, so I'll give you an example, right? So in conversation, what I've come to realize is that a lot of women, I mean, and when I say a lot, I would argue maybe even the majority of women have had some sort of inappropriate situation from a man happen to them at some point in their life. Yeah. Right. So if there is a bunch of women saying that never happened to me, does that mean that these other women are lying? No, right? So the reason why I'm saying how the people who are saying it, right? The people who are actually saying I'm oppressed.
See where you're going.
Because in our real lives, we don't actually see that, right? Like a lot of people who come online and try to talk about this, they don't actually see this. They're not running into dozens and dozens of people every day or every week who are saying or crying, I'm oppressed. Right?
So I see where you're going.
Wait. Statistic.
You see where he's going? It's hard to gauge because people aren't talking about it in everyday life. You wouldn't really know they're oppressed. So how do you know? I think that's what he said.
That's the beautiful part is if you're someone who's actually in the street, who actually go out to networking events, who actually go out to poetry slam, to go to all the. But also, here's the beautiful part about it. Just look at the thing that I say that I have a problem with, which is the fucking internet. Because we're all old enough to know that there was a time you can turn on the internet, see what it was, turn it off, and go back to real life. And the problem that we have in our current era is that people drag shit from the internet into real life. And because of that bullshit, we see more people talking about oppression who have never experienced it, but they claim every day to go through it. So that's also a barometer.
If I could have a second to address chat and also what you guys are talking, because some GS.
I want Lance to get in. She's been patient as fuck.
It'll be really fast. And then GS's question as well is the definition of success or winning. What you guys is just what you guys just said. If somebody sees an old lady that lives in a super fancy house downtown, and she dresses nice even though her clothes are old, and to you she looks successful because she's never complained about her trials and tribulations, everybody will see her as winning even if all she eats is cat food and has no power, because they see her outward appearance. So just like me complaining about being disabled, nobody really gives a fuck, and you're successful so long as you don't bother them with your problems. That's what successful is. That's what winning is. Don't bother other people. Shut the fuck up. Take your slavery beatings. And if you don't like it, go somewhere else. You whining bitch. That's all I ever fucking hear.
Go ahead, Lindsay.
About that and disabilities, I have to say, I said this in chat. The loser expects the world to be fair. The loser is going to expect people to cater to him or her and their disabilities, their lack of arms, their emphysema, whatever it is, their diabetes, their heart disease. I just want to hit this home real quick.
Yeah.
And it's not fair that you have to suffer from these things. But what people with special circumstances, particularly disabilities in health, mental or otherwise, is they have to adapt, overcome, improvise. Yes, it's corny. It's a line from Clint Eastwood in some movie
I
somewhere.
remember. Yeah.
And if you can't
Some
adapt,
hill.
I don't
Hill.
know. I think it was Dirty Harry.
No. It's the
It's
Hamburger
Hamburger
Hill.
Hill.
Yeah.
Oh, it was? It's one of my favorite sayings because, and I believe that if all of us can succeed. Sure, you weren't given a fair, deck of cards as far as your body is concerned. But it is what it is. And you're right. No one gives a holy, you know what. You have to advocate for yourself. It is a lonely
I love
condition.
your definition, Lance. I really
And I
do.
get that,
can
dear. I
determine
do.
a winner.
Can
But
I
the
But I
problem is
want to go on.
Yeah.
can I ask you a question? Because I just want to test to see if you're consistent, right? Do you think that
I
men
didn't
should
finish.
protect women from other men? Well, I didn't know.
Yeah,
if
let her
you
finish
were
first. Let her
starting
finish
talking
first. We're
about- I'm not
protecting her
trying to
from
take
you.
the mic, I just wanted to
DNP.
ask
Here
you
we
a
go.
question.
DNP.
Do you
DNP.
think
Let her-
men,
let her-
do you
let her
think
finish.
men should protect women from other men?
DNP.
Yes,
What
we're
does that
doing it
have to
right
do
now.
with what
Let
I'm
her finish.
saying?
Just
What-
finish what you're saying. He's just trying to distract.
Okay, I like your
I'm
question,
not
but it
trying to
really is
distract you. Please
irrelevant.
don't paint narratives of
Wait,
me.
wait,
You
wait,
don't
wait,
know
wait.
me.
Okay, wait, stop,
You don't know
real
me,
quick,
so don't paint
Stop,
narratives of me.
wait,
I won't do it to you.
stop. Because I know it can go left. I know. At this point, I know pretty much everybody who's on this panel. We're gonna have the conversation. If it's gonna be brought forth, cool. We're not gonna be the most popular word that I can't fucking stand. Disingenuous. We're not gonna do that. We can be able to have a conversation and actually get a real point to get a real person's perspective. If he wants to ask her that, yes, it's part of my deadly niches. But if she's inclined to answer it, I'm not gonna have a problem with it. As long as it brings forth thoughtful conversation.
Are you having a problem with anything I'm saying?
No, I'm just trying to test the consistency of your thought. That's all. I'm not.
Okay,
Like,
well, maybe
yeah, I'm just trying to
after.
see if you're consistent with your
She's
thought.
just trying to
So
finish
do
her
you
thought
think that
first.
men should protect women from other men?
I just don't see how that's related to our discussion on success.
But if
and-
you-
and
He's
women.
not going to stop. He's not going to let you finish what you're trying to say. He's just going to keep repeating that same thing. He said it like 5
She's
times.
genuinely not
So
interested in getting
so Lance,
into
the
that.
reason why I'm saying is this, right?
Okay.
Like,
I'd like to stay focused
And
on
see, this is his
question.
tactic to take over and not let you speak.
And it's
if
not
you
helpful.
That's not
genuinely
cool.
just answer the
Okay.
question, I promise
No.
you would see.
She wasn't done
Exactly why
talking
I
yet,
asked that
Beans.
question.
She wasn't done talking yet.
Let
That's
her.
okay. I wasn't. If we rewind the tape, it was other people cutting her off, and I just tried to ask her a question. I didn't try to take the mic.
No, she was addressing what I was saying, and I
That's
said
fine.
something, and then she
That's
stopped
fine.
and said, "I'm not done," and I stopped, and then you interjected. It makes no sense. You weren't even part of the conversation,
Yes,
so
because
let
it's
her speak,
okay
please.
to ask a question. I just interjected a question. I didn't try to take the mic. Now we're having a
There's
conversation.
no way you're that stupid. You got to be trolling, right?
Just be quiet. If you
It
just
does
be
sound
quiet,
like
you can
trolling at
start
this
back
point, bro.
talking.
Shut the fuck up, dummy.
Your mother.
I saw it.
Be nice.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I saw it. Jesus Christ.
Okay, Beans. Just let her talk.
I had
Come on,
so
man.
much
Don't
to
call me
say.
out when this dude is talking. Stop talking to me, man.
Beans.
Maybe-
Go ahead, man.
Maybe we
Dude, you really are
Go ahead,
fucking this
Lance.
shit
Go
up.
ahead, Lance. Go ahead, Lance.
maybe we could talk about that a little bit later in the discussion. It's just that there's so much people want to say right now regarding this particular point. And then you can attack me later with the man versus
Not an
women.
attack, man.
Yeah, don't just. If you address him, then he starts responding again. You got to just completely ignore him like a child.
Like
Go ahead.
I
Wait,
can't. If I ignore him, then I'm talking over him.
Hold up. I also don't want this. Like, I've known Beans for I can't believe I've known you for this long now. But for the fact that, like, he can very well be able to defend his own point, but I also don't want it to be something where he is being ganged upon. Because
I'm with you on that. Beans is legit, bro.
I've had him
give
had
him some space.
conversations where he
Wait,
is
whoa,
very-
hold up, man. You sat there with me on a panel, and I got ganged up. Eight the frickin' 8-on-1, and then
All right,
Brick
Beans,
Jonesy.
Beans,
Whoa, hold the fuck up.
Wait, stop.
let's just answer this.
Come on, now all of a sudden you want to
The funny
catch
part about
a
that.
hoe?
You should have protected
You
him,
say
man.
that, right? No, because it's documented.
man.
It's still up there. You can go back to it. They know it
I don't
ain't
give a
blocked.
shit
It ain't
what
private.
you
Ain't no
said.
members only.
You let it
None of that
happen.
shit. Because the first thing and foremost, I said every time, and I said it multiple times. I said I'm trying to figure this shit out. I need to go, but also at any time, it's part of my rules. Yo, yes, if you don't like this shit, yo, feel free to take
Yeah,
don't
he
have a
can hit
problem.
that button too, can he? But you want a Captain Save-A-Ho for the man.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
You're on your night. You're
He's not
on your
wrong.
white steed, bro. You just
Can the lady
interceded for
finish
that
what she
man.
was saying now?
I can't say I've ever been privileged
Holy
enough to have a
inconsistent
steed.
Batman. Logic fallacy after logic fallacy.
This is what
You're being
happens when,
oppressed.
Oh, now
women
it's
feel
okay to
unsettled.
test inconsistency.
No, you're just losing, Resla. You're not impressed. You're losing.
Wow.
Can the lady finish what she was saying, please?
Absolutely, absolutely. If that's your definition, I guess what? I won't even argue it. Cool.
I was just thinking, I'll try to finish this. I mean, there's so much I wanted to say, and I can't get it all in here because obviously there's different interests and everybody wants to say something. So, in short,
No,
I
not
think,
in short. In fact, I'm gonna give you. There you go, Lindsay.
oh God. um, I'm trying to focus on what I wanted to say.
No
Okay.
pressure, no pressure, man.
Yeah. I think about what Resla was saying, and I think another way to say maybe what he was saying is that it's cognitive behavioral kind of thing, that half the battle is attitude, and that if you see yourself as being oppressed, you've already lost the battle. You're already, if you want to put it in simple terms, a loser. You've already lost. So if you view yourself as the winner, you may be able to adopt, improvise and survive or change. That's what any biological entity has to do to survive. You cannot stay static. That you could see yourself as doing the best you could, and you could see yourself as being a winner, rather. So I would like to add on to his definition of successful, which he defined as meeting your goals, as also including those people who have disabilities or problems in obtaining their goals, their ability to change it and to adapt and to switch goals. It doesn't mean you're a loser because you couldn't achieve the goal you don't have because of your disability. You are a winner if you're able to change your goal and meet that new goal.
I like it.
Hell, in some cases, even changing it, you're a winner. If you've given up on one thing that you've been stuck in and you decided to step out and take that leap as wrestlers say off the cliff, in some ways you're already winning
Yep.
before you find your wings.
It is a risk. And you have to be brave. And sometimes the cards you've given are not so cute, and you have to be braver than people know. And too bad they don't care.
The term has always been, for as longer than probably all of us have been born, it's been no risk, no reward.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Resla, can I ask you a question? Do you think men should protect women from other men?
I think that men should protect anyone that they see as being disenfranchised. That doesn't mean that
Very
means
good,
man
Russ.
and woman, man
Very
and
good.
woman. If they want to protect another man because they feel like that man is woefully unprepared for the situation, absolutely.
So then, do you
Yeah,
think
I
women?
agree.
So you think women deserve it then? Because now you're saying that you think the men should.
No.
do
Asking me if men should
Yeah.
versus deserve is not the
Two
same
different
thing.
things. Two different
Yeah, I
things.
know. That's what I'm saying. Because you're not actually answering the question the way I'm asking it, right? Because
Well, if you're gonna
the argument. So here's what I'll do. Wait, here's what I'll do, Resla. Instead of ask, because I see now I'm on a panel full of people who hate answering questions, right? So I'll tell you why I'm asking the question. Here's the reason why. Because the real reason why we think that men should protect women from other men is because we know that it's not fair. We know that a man fighting a woman is not fair. It's the same reason why they don't want men performing in women's sports, because they're saying it's not fair.
So are they oppressed?
So wait a minute. So the question would be then, why are we allowing people to protest those things? If it's
they're
okay
oppressed.
for everybody to just accept that life isn't fair.
They're
It's a
all
paradox.
oppressed.
Life has, well, first of all, life has never been fair, and
Absolutely,
I would love that. Even I don't have a problem answering any of these questions, even getting down to it. I just don't want it to spiral off of the aspect of what we're talking about, especially when we're talking about the people who are claiming to be oppressed, and what are the consequences of that, versus that we can see the counterpart, because it doesn't mean that it needs to be someone who had something left to them. It doesn't mean they have to be someone who's already rich, because you can't be. Very few people are born rich. People have been poor and become rich. So, what is the mindset? Because that's the very important part. The mindset. It's not. It's not really a woman man thing, because there are women who are successful. There are men who are successful. It's the mindset.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but you're saying that these people shouldn't think that life should be fair, and
They
yet we
shouldn't.
see
No one
people
should think that life is
literally
fair.
protesting
Life
for
isn't
life
fair.
to be fair. That's my
No,
point.
I don't think those
and
things
wait,
are in opposition
that's
to
the
each other.
Some people
that's
are,
the
yeah.
fallacy. Who told them that it should be? That's the fallacy. There's nothing in human history that tells you that it should be, but yet people are told this shit. They're the deceivers.
Mhm.
You can be anything you want to be.
We
And
should
that is
expect
simply
life
not
to
true.
be unfair and difficult,
The person who
and
told you that
still
life should
help
be fair, that
someone.
you can be whatever you want, they're the deceivers.
There's lots
But-
of paradoxes, dualities, contradictions, catch-22s. They're part of the whole card deck. And you're absolutely right, Beans. You know, I apologize because I said your question had absolutely nothing to do with what we were talking about. Now I see where you were heading. And you were
Absolutely.
pointing out the fact that it doesn't make sense because it's not consistent. That is absolutely life right there.
Yeah. Thank you
Yeah,
for that.
So it is
I agree.
interesting that I think
I agree. I think, but to go to your point, Bean, the reason is that, and this is not for nothing. I'll even go back to the point where recently in the last couple of weeks or whatever, even the whole Anthony Mackie thing came up, right?
Mhm.
When he was being honest in saying that we need to tell our kids the same way how it should have been told to us, and that should just be the norm of the world. That tell people the truth. That shit is not peachy keen. Shit is not supposed to be easy. That if you have a goal, you need to really strive for it. That it can't be given to you. Like, this is why we say, like, you should really work on your skill, because when talent decides to take a rest day, it's skill that's gonna bring you up there, because there's a difference between you just being natural talent, naturally gifted, and you having discipline. People don't want to explain that shit. And the earlier you get that lesson, the better off you are.
And I want to just say this real quick, and then Brick been patiently waiting. I think quite a few times he's even ceded his spot to a few people. So again, we're getting down to the metrics of how. Okay, what are your metrics on success? What are your metrics on strength? Right? Like when somebody would say the question was posited, should a man intercede to protect women? And I think Bean said something about yes, because they're weaker. Okay, well, what metrics are you? I mean, women can beguile men. They can dick nap a man. They can dick nap his wallet. I mean, it's
They
when
may
we
be
just look at it,
physically weaker, but in other ways.
right. So what I'm trying to say is this.
Happy you said that, Joe.
And that's exactly the point. And when it comes down to, we have to be very precise with what we mean by strength, because women are strong in ways that I can't imagine some of the stuff they put up with. I wouldn't be able to handle it. I know it. Go ahead, Brick.
Yeah, no, and I don't disagree with that. It is a strength of a woman to cover a man.
Well, I think with the funny part that we can even say, like, and I'll you know what, and I would love for you to just expound on what I'm about to say right now. Beans. Even when we say, like, the reason why men should protect women is because it is unfair. But let's be honest, when we use the word unfair, we're saying unfair physically.
Yeah,
Because emotionally, people have said that women have had the advantage for who knows how long. They say the woman's tongue is the worst thing.
Yeah, woman scorned.
Yes, but see, that's what I'm saying, Resla. When we say who told you life should be fair, and then we look around and we see people protesting for fairness, right? That's literally what equity means, which is why a lot of feminists don't use equality anymore. They just use equity.
Sure,
Why
but
do you see those
even
things in opposition?
even
Why
during
are
my
they in
conversation,
opposition?
I didn't vouch for fairness. I know that life is not fair.
Right.
It's
You
all right.
seems like you think if we know it's unfair, we are not supposed to say nothing about it and help other people because you know it's unfair. It seems like you're saying that. I can know it's unfair and still want to help a motherfucker and help, you know.
Yes, but
So
we're
true.
talking about, but we're specifically addressing people who may see themselves as oppressed, right? Because here's the thing I know. Dude, in order to fix a problem, you first have to diagnose it, right?
Yeah,
So in
identify.
order for me to even overcome oppression,
Yeah, you
I would
first got to
have to first know that
recognize
I'm
it.
oppressed, right? I would have to acknowledge it first, so now I know exactly what I need to do in order to supersede that thing, right? So, but what I'm saying is the problem is, and particularly on the conservative side, is that we tend to say the majority of people who say this aren't, but there's no metric for you to quantify this.
Beans,
No
let me get with you. Are you
let me
saying
finish
that?
for 1 second, Joe,
I
please.
just want to clarity.
1 second.
You can go right after Joe.
Because
Right
my
after.
point is completely understood, right? What I'm saying is that, like in my own life, I'll use myself and I'll admit that this is anecdotal. I don't know a single person complaining about the system. So if I run into, let me rephrase that. I don't know a single person who's saying that they are oppressed, right? But if I run into a person who's saying they're oppressed, I'm going to take them more seriously because I don't hear it every day, all day. I don't see it every time I turn around, right? Most people are blaming life, right? Most people are blaming God and faith and
If you want
and
reparations,
luck, right? Then
Okay, 1 second. 1 second.
Let him go, Lindsay.
In 2025 is what I'm saying. Most people aren't blaming oppression for their lack or their deficits in 2025.
Okay, so I am, and even though I work,
Tim, before you go, Joe was talking, so I want to know if Joe has something to say.
no problem.
Then Lindsay can go.
Yeah, I was wondering, Beans, if you weren't saying that a lot of people don't understand that they're oppressed. For instance, I hate to use the slave word because it triggers people, but a slave on a plantation, if he's happy and doesn't know he's oppressed, is he oppressed? I thought that was inherent in what you were saying.
No, I'm just saying that the people who are aware of their oppression, right? If they say it out loud, somehow they're wrong automatically. No, you can't say it exists, but then at the same time says it's not actually affecting anybody, right? It exists, but anytime anybody says it exists, we're going to tell them that they're just making excuses. No, it probably exists for most people because they are a minority at this point. But at the same time, I don't think people understand oppression doesn't necessarily mean that somebody is just stopping you from making money, right? I don't see myself as being oppressed, but I am facing a bit of oppression right now just in me trying to move and the limitations that they put on certain things that they want you to have in order to move into certain units in certain places. And it's becoming more and more difficult because of the fact that so many companies and banks are buying up property. So it's less landlords, right? And then they create all these restrictions. And then now it's prohibiting me to move when 5-10 years ago, I would have been moved way like 3, 4, 5 months ago. But I'm not.
I dig it.
Crying and saying I'm oppressed, but technically,
but even speaking out,
that's not oppression. That's not even close.
Crying and whining, and
that's not even close to oppression, bro. Oppression absolutely denotes cruel and unusual, unjust things, right, happening to you, right? So it's got to be something that's unjust. So if it's just like,
really,
oh, I had to go rent a U-Haul because I didn't have my own personal truck, so I got to spend a little bit more money because I got to rent a vehicle. That's not oppression,
right?
Yes.
So since you're obviously reading the definition, what's the last word in the definition?
I don't know. What's the last word in the definition?
Prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment or control.
Okay,
right?
So who's controlling you?
Controlling people's ability to move.
No. Who's controlling you?
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to tell you. They're putting limitations, right?
Why are you controlling you?
Yeah, who's
they? Listen to what he's saying. I think he's talking about the government is putting limitations on where.
No, I'm not talking about the government right now. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm talking about. I'm just talking about like property firms, right? So they'll say you need to have.
You mean like BlackRock owning 60% or whatever it is of residential property? I get you.
Yeah. So yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and then so they creating these standards. You need to have 4 times the rent. You need to have a credit score of 700, right? They create all these barriers, right, that hinder a lot of people. And this only doesn't have anything to do with color, right? But it's
when they need a bailout, we pay that.
Hold on, because
that's also related. I want to make sure that we stick on because I can easily see this going just cascading. If we're sticking to the point of literally people who are just losing, especially for those who look at them the way how it currently is running, for those who consider themselves being oppressed, whether they are oppressed, and how the difference between if they are oppressed and how do we know that they're oppressed, and classify them loser. The idea is not to dip into what we think about the government. By the way, I do want to say I did see Finkel Thank you for coming up to the panel, as well as I saw your super chat who says the current fascist Trump government are not oppressing the USA. They are screwing it up. I mean, possibly. I couldn't really
Listen,
tell
I
you
was gonna
because you know
jump
why?
on. I'm riding with
Because
Beans,
here's
baby.
the truth of the matter is what I say to a lot of people. There have been multiple administrations while I've been alive. I have always moved my life without having to think about them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you tried to stop it from going to that other conversation. I really appreciate that. We already had the DNP one. Hopefully we don't move to the religion one. Hopefully we can stick to the philosophical idea.
Before you
No,
start
no.
cooking, but
Yeah.
just before you start cooking, because I want to remember. I want to remember the people who wanted to talk. So right after you go break, I do want 10th Man to give his thing. I didn't hear him say it, and then Lindsay's been quiet. I know she was trying to say something as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I will try to be pretty quick. So when I look at this type of conversation, I'm really literally just trying to look at a game, right? So there's the board games, the card games, and that sort of thing. I've seen people get so mad at a game to where they literally pick up the board and throw it, right? And so because they get that way, I ask, why is that? And it's because they feel like that the rules aren't working for them. Well, the thing about that is, okay, I take it to chess. Who's the oppressed and who's the oppressor? Is it the black or the white? And nobody will say either, of course, because neither is. You both have
Because
the same.
that's an oversimplification that does not work.
It is an oversimplification, and it does work because it is a game that has rules, just like life has rules, just like any kind of conversation you have about any type of oppression within the rules. Oppression within the rules, something that's cruel.
Rules?
You say the rules are cruel, and it's like, well, that's
you
the
can
rules.
talk about the rules as soon as you identify who it is that makes the rules of life.
Checkmate.
Well, that one. See,
The ones with the money, Sasquatch. The ones with the money.
That one is
3 seconds, and I've already shot a hole in you, Brick.
No, you haven't. What you've done is you tried to debate, bro. You've tried to debate, bro, and you declare a win where there is no win. We're sitting here having a conversation.
Let's not dick measure,
What are we
gentlemen. Stay on
doing here?
topic.
I literally just said, hey, in chess, there's a winner, right? There's a loser, right? And people who lose sit there and go, bitch, piss, and moan. They are oppressed by
set about by the history of the game itself, determined by
cards
the
do, any board games do.
Sure.
Ultimately, if you want to look at life and you want to say who
rules.
measures that
Yes.
success,
Brick and Sasquatch.
the winners,
Brick and Sasquatch. Well, there's white pieces and black pieces, right?
Before we can start with
got muted.
You muted, bro.
There's white pieces and black. We can't hear you, bro. There's white pieces and black pieces, and the people playing the game are quite often very good friends. Yes, exactly.
I lost the super chat because I don't know when it was. My
You're
bad.
back, though. We can hear you.
Yeah, my bad. My bad. Resto chat. So I forgot. Like you said, allegedly in Minecraft, I lost where it was. My bad.
There is one good thing about the black and white chess pieces is they are truly equal. Maybe not the players behind them, but the black and white pieces.
No, the white pieces go first, right?
No, white.
No.
Coal goes. Coal goes before
white,
fire.
I will whoop your behind every single time.
That is the players behind them that are unequal. The pieces themselves have equal value. They have equal movement. They have equal structure. But the
not if white gets to go first.
The individuals playing.
Time is a factor.
Got a point.
Time is a factor on the board.
You go first. You won the last match unless it's a mutual win.
Was it fair when you were born first?
What does
was
this
it fair
have to
when
do?
you were born before me?
I'm waiting, Joe. Thank you for saying it. I'm waiting.
Depending on the players behind the pieces,
I'm waiting for
sometimes
my
going
turn.
first is a winning move. Sometimes it's a losing move. It's not 100%.
Well, I have a 2-move open that if you play me and I'm white, bro, you're not.
Bro, you play a 2-move open on me, I'll eat you the fuck up.
All right. So to move forward, because apparently that I have no idea. So we'll go to Tim. say what you got to say, and then I want Lindsay to give her thing because
Nope, I want. Oh, so Lindsay goes next. Then okay. All right. Sorry, I didn't know she was next. So I was going to give her my slot. So I am not complaining because I'm disabled. I save all my money.
Look like it in the chat.
No. I save all my money, right?
Joe.
And I'm a fairly smart guy. I'm a tech, so before I got injured from the jab, I was able to work from home. Since then, my arm doesn't work right. I've had to take some time off work because of it and stuff. I worry about the people, like I said in chat as well, because you didn't see all my chats, I'm sure, is I'm speaking for the people that do horrible things.
I don't play checkers,
right?
Sprinkle.
Is because not everybody is smart enough and can figure out a way to make it through. To be honest, at the age that I'm at and how my physical abilities have degraded, I'm not sure that I can, for the rest of my life, be able to take care of myself. And I look at the world where our governments steal billions, if not trillions of dollars, ship it into their offshore bank accounts, and then never are held responsible. And then I'm told that I need to, then I'm told that I have to try harder while the game is rigged. And to watch my peers that are also the white and the black pieces on the chessboard, with the people playing the game being very good friends, that my own chess pieces, you guys, say, oh, well, you just need to try harder, is despicable.
Well, there's an old African proverb: if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together.
Yes, I need Lindsay to go. I still haven't heard shit from Finkel. I want everybody to go, but I know I've been trying to push it for a while. Tim, man, just spoke. Lindsay, go ahead.
How about I go after Finkel, because I don't think he even got to say anything.
Even better, he tried 2 times.
Wait, hold on.
These losers are so oppressed.
The lady has passed her spot. The lady has passed her spot. We'll go Finkel if you want to go after Finkel, and then after that, yes.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
I was going to let Madam Lindsay go first.
Oh, fuck it, I'll go.
Right.
Listen,
sir, she gave you her spot. Go.
Okay, all right. I just got to say, I'm looking forward to the man who misquotes the Bible, misquotes Shakespeare, gets everything out of context. I am looking forward to this African proverb. So I pass to Lindsay, and then we'll see what the proverb is.
All right. I would like to posit this. I've been thinking about this, and I'm hoping here's my rules. If I can control anything, it would have the audience or the people on panel not to be too pedantic, because I'm going to give a parallel, but it's I don't want you to tear it apart like the black and white chess pieces.
I'll hear you out. Yes.
So just, this is a similar situation to what Resla is talking about with the winners and the losers, perceived or not.
Right.
And something that actually is concrete that happened in history. Long story short, we had the Chinese and the blacks build our railroads. They were considered oppressed by many, and you can see why, according to the definition of oppression, forced.
Right.
So when you're talking about winners and losers, it is perceived that the Chinese people, even though oppressed, when they came here and they were forced to build the railroads, actually succeeded, went to school, did for themselves, made money, were educated, blah, 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 blah. They were supposed winners. Whereas when you compare that to the black people that were forced to work on the railroads, they say it is perceived that they are losers because they didn't meet their goals. And according to Resla, this is about the ability to meet goals.
Okay.
What do I mean that they didn't meet
the way she said my name, I thought
they didn't necessarily get an
I thought she was
education.
coming from my head. I said, "Oh shit."
I'm in trouble. Not quite. I'm just talking, kind of along the points you're talking about.
Yeah, they didn't make the goals and
get an education. They didn't necessarily thrive according to goals. right?
Yes.
So that we're just going
Yes.
by the definitions of this show.
Mhm,
So I'm asking anybody and everybody, what made the difference between these two groups of people? Or is it just perception and it's not true? Because one thrived, one group thrived, the Chinese, and one group was said to have been the quote unquote losers, the black people. So what are your thoughts on this?
Perception. Black people are winning all day long.
Hold up. Because the first thing I want to talk about, first thing I want to bring up is we talk about people who are bringing forth their destiny and everything, their goals. Hey, thank you, Resto Chesto, for the 10 who turned around and says tiny feet. And then Hank was also dropped in. He says he fell off. He's talking about he had Comcast. So you need to get that Spectrum cable. But instead, you got Comcast. So you got to deal with it. You got to do it. But it's all right.
I'm sorry they're pressing you like that, Hank. I'm sorry.
But before you go, Joe, I did want to hear from GS because he's been waiting for his turn.
Yeah.
No, I just thought basically it's about the African proverb. If you want to go far, go, or if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So like people are mentioning BlackRock, they're mentioning all these like conglomerates that are pooling themselves together in order to go further. So, but if you want to go it alone and be a rugged individualist, well, guess what? You're probably going to be sucking hind tit if you're lucky to get a tit at all. So to roll your eyes about people that are ganging up or banding up or mafiaing up or grouping up or tribing up, I'm hearing a lot of I and a lot of me. And it's no wonder you know you're kicking against the goads of life by yourself, right? So so that's the way I look at it. It takes a village to raise an idiot, right, Finkel?
Finkel.
If you
what
wanted
village
to,
is that outside of Fort Knox? I'm not sure. Yeah.
Oh, we're doxing because I really like that fiery haired
wait,
redheaded
hold on,
redheaded
GS,
wench Ashley. Yeah,
hold on, GS, hold on.
She's
I
a
know you don't like
firecracker. I
niggas
heard all
caping
kinds
for
of
you.
things about her.
Be nice. I know you
Oh,
don't like
man.
niggas caping for you, but think. Be the fuck nice, right? Carry your fucking beef with that nigga elsewhere. We rapping right now, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So, Lindsay, if you're talking about
He
in
brings tanks.
2025, right, I would have to say that the narrative is all wrong, that Black people are successful. I would say that previously we went through some things in this country as a demographic, as a whole, that other people didn't go through as long. But right now, I just think that's backwards, right? When you look at because you know what's funny to me, Lindsay, is that people like to determine success wherever they are, right? So if you make 70,000 a year, then all of a sudden 70,000 is successful.
We let Resla define it for us because he's the one that started this conversation. So we're going by his.
I've only defined it based on what readings are, what people are who claim that they are successful, and also
like you, Lindsay.
What people
like
have said who claim that they are oppressed, and they claim that what they always feel like they think they need.
No, it was inherited. What you said, what you thought oppression was, what you thought success was.
That's
it was
all
in there, bro. Whether you said it literally or not.
Oh wait, Joe, don't make me do it. Don't make me do it.
Please don't. I promise I'm good.
Because that's not what I said.
I didn't say you said that. I didn't say you said that. That's always your argument. I didn't say those exact words. I'm not accusing you of that.
Did I not say, don't get offended?
I'm not offended. You always say, I didn't say those exact words. I am telling you, we can draw certain shit when people talk. You're no different. Inherent.
No, you cannot.
Then you just going to cut me off.
You can only
the rules don't apply to wrestling.
You can only listen to what I said. I, from once, said these are what people who I've talked about. I never once said these are my definitions.
I didn't say you said those things, did I? Why are you arguing that?
I never said
that.
You said that I said that.
Okay, well, let's talk about what I want to talk about and stop interrupting me to say crazy stuff.
I'm going to make myself clear because Lindsay said these are what Resla said, and I want to make it very clear that I'm going on based on what I've researched, but also what from heard from people in my own personal life and my own understanding from what talking to different people.
Yes.
Nothing of what I'm saying is a prescription. Nothing is an
Okay.
indictment.
Understood. However, and please allow me to finish because you're gonna want to jump and cut me off.
Okay, I know he's
Just
out of
like
car.
if a
I know he's out of
motherfucker,
hot chocolate now.
Ooh,
God damn
just
it.
like if a motherfucker say something in chat, you can see all into their life if you're fucking wise. No man can stand up that long and fucking and not you not seeing to them. You're gonna draw certain things out, and I'm telling you, inherent in the things that you said. Then the words never came out of your mouth. The intimation or no such thing. But if you have vision, you can see what your definition of success is leaning towards. That's all I was trying to say.
Really? Wait.
Yeah.
No, we didn't.
Okay,
No,
Resla.
no. He decided to come and choose violence. What is my definition of success? Since we weren't really, since the conversation really is not built on, since the conversation from the beginning of the monologue to now has never been hindering or hinged on the ideal definition of success, even though I've given what I said success was.
The ideal
No,
definition
what's my
is
definition?
working with
Success isn't even part of the title or
It
the
was
thumbnail at
not.
all.
It was
matter-
not. But
it's a
I
matter
keep
of
hearing that
question.
word.
You said success was meeting goals.
That's all. Did I say you need to be on top? Did I mention
I
wealth?
didn't say you said, nigga. Why you keep running to that place?
Nigga, I
Shit.
didn't say Joe Cool
I'm
even
not
when she just
quoting
said it.
you. I'm not quoting you.
I'm sorry, but sir, you know what? You're so vain. You must think the song is about you. You're so vain.
My apologies if you're not talking.
I guess you think the
You're
song
so
is about
vain.
you.
I
Damn,
love
that
it
was
when
pretty
he
good.
sing to me.
All right. So
I know I
Success
got
is
wet.
being
Good.
happy, joyous, and free. It has nothing to do with how much money you have or what you think of BlackRock or the man or the government or Illuminati. Success is
opinion.
being happy, joyous, and free.
That's your
If,
You
opinion.
have the power to
if
do
we're
it.
going to
I
have
like it. I
everybody
like it.
redefine
Cool story,
success,
bro.
then why are we arguing over the whole premise of the whole thing, which Resla started?
That's
I
why I
agree.
thought it was so interesting that
M-
Lindsay
I will
stayed with
agree
what
with
she saw in
accomplishing
Wrestler's
goals is
shit. That was so
success.
interesting.
So it's clear to most you don't even understand the topic, though.
Okay,
I would agree,
put us
Hank.
down and
They don't.
straighten us
It's
out.
pretentious at best to pretend like we don't know what the society really looks at as successful, right? But
It is.
the thing is this though.
Bruh,
I heard somebody say
it's not
something
success.
earlier, and I
Hell.
was really impressed by it because they mentioned how I can't say exactly when it was, but they were talking about early 1900s, and they were saying how a person could drop out of school, 4th, 5th, 6th grade, and still get a job,
Yeah.
work, get married, have a couple of kids, have a house, a car, and take care of their family, right?
And they
Yeah.
could
On
also
that
be broke
legal
at the end of all of
education
that too.
and just on and the biggest thing that they said was on the average income they could do this, right? So now the average income, people are saying you can't do that, and we're blaming the people.
Well,
That was one.
people are less valuable. So there's less competition because there's less people. Then now you need to have base attributes just to get in the door. And so I'm sorry, there's just more people around.
And by the way,
Resla,
Beans,
you
that was
said
off of one income. That was just the man working. You were able to have a house, a car, a family vacation a couple times a year. That was just with the man working back then.
you said people were going to get offended by this conversation. I think that's what's happening right now, and now we're all in our feelings and we can't have the conversation.
It's just getting good.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'd
I
rather.
would say
I'd rather.
the wealthiest man in the world, the richest man in the world, is feeling pretty oppressed right now.
Yeah, I would say that even in crippled poverty Appalachian, I think people still get to decide when they go to bed and probably when they wake up. So you're not that impressed if you can decide where to spend your money. If you want to go to Cracker Barrel, or if you want to, you don't want to go to Popeyes, you still get a lot of choices in life. And I think that's what Resla was talking about in the beginning. At some point in time, you can look around and point everywhere but your damn self, or you can do the drill sergeant knife hand edge, and that way you don't have four fingers pointing back at yourself. But at the end of the day, I've got no one to blame for where I am but me.
But here's the thing, and I understand what you're saying, but here's the thing, right? Even if I agree with you, right? I've had to come to terms with one of the reasons why I wasn't able to keep a job is because of who I am. But that thing of who I am was I just didn't like being micromanaged and talked to like I didn't fucking matter.
So it sounds like you needed to be self-employed.
Way, right?
Sounded like you need to be your own boss. That's you just wrong fit.
Yeah. Understandable, right? So
nothing wrong with that.
I'm almost done. You have it back.
Or,
but that's again, like at the end of the day, yes, you can say that that's a part of who I am. But what if, right? See, because this is where the brother, what is his name, Cosquatch, when he came in and he said specifically, he said, I need you to tell me who creates the rules, though, right? See, because that's the point. Because if I had control over society and then I created a society where all the people like me thrived, right? And then we made it very difficult for those who were more applicable to being micromanaged and all that other stuff, didn't really have an issue with the monotony of the same thing day in and day out, right? Like if we created a society for just entrepreneurs, then those people would have a problem in our society, right? And then how would we sound telling them to just shut up and figure it out, right?
Why do you need someone else to tell you the rules when you can actually look at the board and know what the rules are?
The point is, you don't get to make the rules. You determine the rules based on something you've read, something you've heard, something you've found, something someone told you.
Maybe.
You experience life. Let me finish. You experience life. You make decisions on your own, and then you decide what the rules are. Those rules don't fit me. They don't fit Hank. They don't fit Resla. They fit you. They don't fit GS. GS operates on his own rules.
Right,
So,
but there are some games that you'll play in life that already have rules.
Life.
No, when I say game, I'm saying life too.
You don't get to determine those rules,
like
sir.
For instance, the government makes rules. You have to follow those rules in order to be successful with money.
No.
I'm noticing something. When Brick and GS talk, their icons light up. The audience couldn't tell, and I couldn't tell. Some of the people, when they talk, we can't tell who's talking.
It could be that their mic is lower than ours. That happens when somebody has a low volume on their mic.
Oh, well, okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's just that they have their cameras off, and my camera is actually on, so it doesn't light up when I talk.
No, that's Bernsey who's talking. By the way, Finkel, if you're trying to.
Yeah, then you need to put nobly on your and on OBS so people can know when you're talking.
But yeah, no. What I am saying is that there are two different sets of rules: the ones that are made by other people, and then there's the ones that are made by you as you go along through life, and you create your own little scenarios, your own little games to play. And that is the master of the game. That is the one who is not losing. He's creating the game. He's creating the rules. He's winning. Create your own rules.
Well, I have my own rules. That doesn't mean I'm winning.
Right, but I think we're going to understand. To Caucasian Sasquatch's point, we all in general live under our own rule set, our own ethos, right? But there's also a greater paradigm, or maybe a Venn diagram would be the better example, right? There's different Venn diagrams of overlapping paradigms in which you will fall under certain umbrellas of you have to be responsible to a society or a family or a job, and there could be repercussions of doing what you want to do as opposed to what you need to do. Does that make sense?
We've come at loggerheads before, and I never meant for that to happen. I was trying to have an honest conversation, but you don't get to decide what type of life you lead. You have to deal with the life that you are given, and then make decisions based off of the reality of the situation around you. And if you start off by creating these random rules that may or may not exist in reality, you are setting yourself up for a level of failure that I can't even predict.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Now, I'm not saying your approach is wrong. I'm simply saying that first take into account all of reality and then decide what it is that are the rules.
Yeah, well, and I don't disagree with that part. Yeah,
well, I'm a little. Well, hold on. Let me, if I could respond. It wasn't my assertion. It was actually somebody else's that I bought into and said, "Yes, I understand."
I was just following the frame.
Right. But your point is well made. we can make decisions to not wake up and go to work, but we can't make a decision on whether or not we're going to get fired. Right? That decision is going to be made by somebody higher. There's always a boss of a boss.
You're partially correct. Your decision to not go to work may be the decision that gets you fired. So
right, well, that's what I'm saying.
Your decision may be to go work for yourself, and when you don't go to work, you don't eat.
So this is why I related. I gave that. Oh, somebody left. Whoever it was the one with the background. So I'm so happy. I don't mean to be a jerk, but that's why I actually related the chess thing, because in chess there are rules, but you get to move the pieces as you go, and there's so many variables that can happen. And as you move through the game, it gets really, really wild. So you get to make up your own rules as you go, short of the actual natural rules that exist in chess.
But you do not get extra moves. You can't add extra pieces. You can't alter the frame of the game. There are not extra spaces. There are not. You see what I'm saying? The rule there in chess, there are a limited number of moves. If you carry it to its final end, you reach a limited number of moves. And if you have not one inside of that number of moves, it becomes a draw, or you just have to give up because it can't be decided.
No. There are. You can literally take chess out into the.
Stop. I'm lost. Did you say there were a limited number of nudes?
Moves
in chess. There's a limit.
I was so fucking
lost. I was at a birthday stream.
I'm sorry. I was like, there's a limited number of nudes.
There are an unlimited number of nudes that y'all can send me, but there are a limited number.
That was crazy. I was like, wait, what?
Chess.
No, there are an unlimited number of moves.
False.
In chess. There are limited number of moves in chess out into infinity.
False.
Until you end in a stalemate where you have a limited number of pieces chasing a king that cannot catch it, that is not an unlimited moves. That is a stalemate, sir.
Stalemate.
That is
I think that's still limited moves.
As someone who's played plenty of chess, I have ran into a lot of area. You know what? To me personally, a stalemate is a loss. I've run into stalemates, and it's a loss to me.
I feel the
stalemate
same
is
way.
a loss. Okay,
because for you, winning is everything.
Right?
Winning was everything.
A rook and a king versus a rook and a king, you can literally play that out until infinity.
But
you can't.
But you only have a limited number of moves you can do with those rook and king. You're doing the same shit over and over at some point just by the design of the board game.
Rick mentioned the rules of chess. According to the rules of chess, when you reach a point where there is no soluble answer, it is a stalemate or one person concedes. There is
you can offer your hand in draw.
To be honest,
that is not.
To be honest, Sasquatch, a lot of people will opt for a stalemate because they don't want to run the entire gambit of just having a rook and a king.
Exactly.
I could run the entire shit, but most people just fold because the game goes too long.
And offer the hand. That's why it's called an offer draw.
And I'm sorry, if both players get down to just a rook and just a king, they both suck.
Well, wait, no. There are games that go to just a rook and just a king, but we're also talking about games. Let me just say this for more context. We're also have to configure the fact that there are games that are timed. If you're the one that has the least amount of time, woo!
Yeah, if you're playing in the timed game, then that is.
If you're the one with the least amount of time, you make an offer.
Right. No, an offered draw is specifically there to save face and nothing else. A draw or a stalemate is brought to point by the number of moves left to win. The people that are judging this game have played chess more than you. They will take a look at it and decide that you are either pushing the envelope.
Bro, I've been playing since I was like 4 years old. What are you talking about?
Right. Me too. Yes, I agree.
Okay.
Yes. There is an outlet if you have an untimed game that is not official. Right. You can run it out to the infinity if you want to. That's not a legitimate chess game.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that was outside of the rules.
I won't
You
big
said
up anyone.
goals, sir.
I won't big up any New York, anything about New Yorker. But when I say like the hustle is real in Bryant Park, the hustle is fucking real in Bryant Park.
Yeah, and that's another point to be made, which is that if you are down to very low amount of time versus he's got a bunch of time, you're moving quickly. You're not giving up. You're moving quickly because
Wait,
you're
if we
not going to
take this
draw it.
back into what we were talking about outside of chess, the analogy holds now. If in life, if there's a limited amount of time, then you should be making moves quicker too.
Yes,
Facts.
I like it.
Wait,
I like
and I love
that.
the fact that you said that because
Talking
this
about
is the
outside of
these are the
chess.
things that these are the
Much
things.
love, everybody. I got to go meet my grandson. He was born
In
this
life,
morning.
all right,
Hey, me
congratulations.
too.
Good to see you,
Me too. I
Sasquatch.
just been
Appreciate
listening,
it.
but salute y'all guys. Y'all have a good
Damn,
one.
this nigga. I was wondering when you're gonna find your voice.
Yeah,
You was
boy,
quiet
what's
for
I
a
was
minute.
listening. Nah, I just wanted to sit here and
Damn.
listen. I'll see y'all in a bit though. I'm gonna go eat.
All right,
Okay.
Wait.
His
You can't find
grandson.
your this
Yeah.
nigga found his voice and then turns to I'm gonna go eat.
just say
This
goodbye.
motherfucker here.
Cockwatch's grandson's about to kick his ass at chess. He's not going to tell us
That's
that.
crazy.
He just had
But-
this
but-
one yesterday.
But even to the point that you were making, saying that because time is limited, you have to make choices quickly. That was
Yeah.
something I mentioned even in my monologue.
Mm.
You cannot wait. Sometimes you have to look at a 50-50 and you say that is a great odds. But people who sit back and be losers want to turn around and say, what? I'm not sure. At least
Yeah.
give me 70-30.
You said that. You
No.
said they want a guarantee. That's
You
what
want a
what it is.
guarantee. The answer is
Yes.
no.
Yes. There are no guarantees, man. Step out on that curb. It sucks. It's scary for everybody. But the ones who run it,
Resto says check my DMs. I'll check it in a moment, broski. Don't worry
Rules
about
are for suckers, bro.
you can't win if you don't play the fucking game, like Lotto used to say. If you don't run out there across the street and the money's on the other side, you know you're not going to win. Sitting there saying, well, look at the traffic. I'm going to wait till midnight when the cars get slower. The weather's fucked up. You know you're not going to win.
Yeah, just get hit by the car and there you go, you win.
It's scary, bro.
But Joe, so like I don't disagree with you, right? So don't take my response as disagreement. But the way I do it is the way I look at it is I would compartmentalize everything, right? That as a game. So earlier Resla was saying about he was naming all the things that the quote unquote losers would blame, right? So they would say it was the system, it was my upbringing, it was this, it was that, right? So here's the question, and I just need one yes or no, please. I'm begging.
I'll try and help you.
Does your upbringing affect you? Yes or no?
Yes, I say.
Okay, so yes. It can, right? Okay,
Absolutely,
so that's one game, right? Yeah. Then you might have a system. That's another game, right? Then you might have your school suck. That's another game. You might have been touchstone. That's another game, right? You got all these different games that you playing, right? And you might not win at a lot of them. You might win at some of them, right? You might overcome.
Yes.
By win, I just mean overcome, right?
Yes,
so you might
doing
win
better
at some of them, if you don't win at some of the other ones, you might lose some of those other ones, and those other ones may keep you in that position of quote unquote being a loser. So you're not actually lying or making an excuse. It's just the fact of life of what happened to you. It's the reason why you're in the loser position. You cannot make the argument that there's going to be winners and losers, then say, but all of the losers, they only lost because of their own fault. It just doesn't make any sense at all.
Oh, damn. Death and taxes, though, bro. I mean, that's death and taxes. That's all you can really count on, bro. Everything else is up in the air.
But
someone who loses doesn't have to be oppressed. Tomorrow morning, when the markets open, I'm going to have lost a lot of money. Do I feel oppressed? No. I feel like a jackass is running the country, and
that's something you choose.
Huh?
Right.
You chose that, though.
You chose to take part in it.
But even when he
gets to his point, which is
when he chooses, he gets an understanding of it. Right.
Yeah, but Finkel, to your point though, you're aware that there's ups and downs. There's some risk involved, right?
Yeah.
And
I'm very aware that actually tomorrow y'all want to buy stock because after we get rid of that fucking orange retard, the market's still coming.
No, here's the thing with risk. Just because you take the risk doesn't mean you're gonna win.
You got a problem with him. I see that now.
Your mic's a bit loud there, dude.
Yeah,
I did it on purpose.
Yeah, well, that's very disrespectful to people who are trying to, have headphones in and stuff. Why
I
would you
have
do something
headphones
like
in.
that?
Look at my.
Oh,
Yeah.
whoa. Be nice.
Heck,
Slow it down.
I'll
Disrespectful.
turn my volume
Very
down
loud, very
because it's it's always possible that somebody's gonna have that.
Wait. Can I just say this? 'Cause the reason why they're mentioning is that it's rather egotistical just to believe that you because you have a stronger point just because you have the biggest mic.
Yep, they're oppressed.
well, size does matter.
Once again,
Mine's bigger than yours.
that's what she said.
No, it's just gain, bro.
I mean,
Yeah.
keep in mind, I have to remember to turn my mic up. I don't even hit. I'm not even at mid gain. Never mind max. I don't
Yeah.
bother doing that.
Yes,
You
it's damn near
get
perfect.
talked over all the time.
Joe.
right?
Because here's my thing. It's not to me. It would never be about who. Here's the thing about this is what I do. It's not about who holds the mics longer. I would if I needed to. If I just need to hear your voice, you know what I would just do? I would be up here with you guys and say, you know what? Go ahead, talk your shit. No one sees you.
Yeah, well,
Look at
actually,
that
that's
sexy
great, bro.
motherfucker.
I like that. That's actually
A
goes
lot of
into one of
people
your
are off
points that you
camera
made.
anyway, so I
What
don't
type
see
of
it.
lotion do you use, wrestler?
Cocoa
Winners-
butter, nigga. I like being licked on by women.
Remember you said
And dogs.
I just stepped into that one. Fucking trying to be funny.
I ain't even gonna say nothing, man. Okay, you said in your monologue you mentioned rule 4 was winners don't expect or give pity.
That's correct.
Woo.
Or empathy. Yeah, correct.
Is that true? Oh shit, we got a place.
Sure they do. I see bankers out there all the time crying, we fracked everything up. Give us a few $1 billion. They make away like bandits. We pay the tab.
Hear what he
Nothing
said.
to do with pity.
Hear what he said. Hear what he said.
It's not pity. No, it's
Hear
instead
he
what? It's
said.
intimidation. Oh, the whole financial system will collapse if you don't fix our mistakes.
You're
Tintin
getting
ain't got
highly
triggered, boy.
personal. Listen to what he
I don't
actually
believe
said.
God.
You jumped
Seen
so
the fucking intellectual
that lamb jumped quickly over the fence
Yeah.
before you really listened to what the fuck he said.
Restate
Yeah,
that shit,
really.
Break. Say it again.
I'll
In
say it
your
again.
opening. Yeah.
So yeah, in the monologue, he mentioned rule 4, which is winners don't expect or give pity.
Oh, is that true?
Well, that's
That
one
can't
opinion.
be. You can't be a winner without giving pity. That's
That's my
that doesn't
experience.
sound. That doesn't sound true on his head.
Someone, I mean,
Well-
you want wait, no, and again, I'm not going. You don't have to say shit to me. I don't need any of you to say anything to me because this is your own personal life. I've sat down with shareholders, people who actually give their money for a company to, and I have gotten reamed, and it was not nice.
So Mr. T pities the fool. Is he a loser?
T who?
Mr.
Yeah.
T pities the fool.
I
Yeah.
pity the fool.
By
Yeah.
definition,
You
yeah.
know why?
He's a loser.
Because you know why? Because you know why? Let me tell you why I think Mr. T was he was the fool. He was never better than Hannibal.
Well, if you win a trophy, right? If you win gold, are you just going to give your gold away? You got muted. You got muted, Resla.
No, so at the end of the day, Hank, he was never better than Hannibal. As crazy as the motherfucker could be, he was still more valuable.
Okay, let's do the
So,
pity
Brick,
thing.
to your question,
Wait.
Brick.
No, yeah, pity to
The
Brick.
crazy
Smith.
motherfucker that blow shit up was way more better than the nigga that just looked big and had muscles in the mohawk.
All right, we're gonna go back
To your
Is GS
question-
still up here. Good, because
Just
we're gonna go back to GS who was talking about people's definition of, and me saying that in your opening, and it looks like Lindsay too was drawing conclusions as to where you were going. Your definition of winning does not include pity or success or whatever we were calling it back then. And
Hold on.
some people's definition, you can't win without it. Without mine, you don't find Jesus, and I'm one of those freaks. You don't without mercy and shit. You cannot win. You're not winning.
To Brick and Joe.
Ugh, you know what? I'm not gonna go against that because literally it's part of. He chose a word. He chose. I don't know if he planned it, but he chose a word as part of my virtue, so I have to leave it
Good
alone.
job, fucking break shit.
Empathy.
To Brick and Joe.
Care, mercy, and grace. That's all you get from
There
me.
you go.
And you may not even get all three. You may just get one of those.
To Brick and Joe and their statements about pity. See, maybe I just don't see things the way you guys see it. But so, is it pity when people say that it's not fair for a male to female?
Sorry. Quick interruptions. I like to address douchebags when douchebags show douchebaggery.
I'm trying not to.
As I've gotten that from Beans, and I'm gonna bring forth douchebaggery here. Muckster, if you are people of all people who have been on my platform, by the way, who has also been in my fucking chat the tournament, and you say Resla is racist, he goes with the white guys. The majority of people who subscribe to my channel are white people. How racist am I?
Do you understand humor?
Stop. Even better, because you white, ain't you? Why you here? You white.
It's fucking humor, man. Let
You white.
Jokes are supposed to be funny. Jokes are supposed to be funny.
I'm black, but I ain't white. I'm black. So why you
Finkel's
up
boyfriend,
here?
bro.
Send him back to the drawing board. Jokes are get better jokes. Go back and work it.
That's his boyfriend.
Seth, you were saying?
Wait, he's saying you go with the white guy though. Wouldn't that mean you're racist against blacks? You like you
I assume
He's
he was
joking.
joking. Like I say,
His
shit
joke
like that all
sucks.
the time.
Yeah, it's not a funny joke when it doesn't land.
Apparently not, right? When Resla blow up the camera and do that, of course, it's no longer funny.
What it is we haven't been arguing race for a long time. He had to bring it back to that.
Wait. Resla, did that hurt your feelings?
Like that. Shut up when I'm interrupting.
Sorry, go ahead.
Not at all. I just wanted to point out that people have been on my panel for months, turn around and now talk about being racist, because that also means you like being around racists.
You know, Resla actually does such a good job at not like throwing his race into every conversation that I actually didn't know he was black until people told me.
Yeah,
I was talking about how I've been going to the white channels and I mentioned his and someone was like, he's black. And I was like, oh, I didn't realize that. So.
I always say Wrestler's smart for a black guy. He's pretty smart.
Does that mean that he's one of the good ones?
Okay.
He's one of the good ones.
Does that mean the majority aren't smart? Joe Cool, I'm taking your black card for that comment. You're not black anymore.
Oh, no, right.
Oh, so what? I'll just give him another one tomorrow.
What I was saying, Joe,
I'm a pirate.
I don't need to be on comment.
Is do you see it as pity that people?
Listen, I'm not really trying to hear that pity shit. These motherfuckers talk about they doing a dumb shit, whatever. Wait, Monster, this one's strictly for you.
And you put that together.
He black.
He black.
Oh my god.
All right. One more time. There's two kinds of jokes that land. One is the kind that make people laugh, and one's that gets a ridiculous reaction like Resla just gave. And I'm sorry, Alexandria, Resla is almost always cammed up. If you didn't know he was black, you dumber than
I think she was saying she heard about him elsewhere.
No, I was saying that I watch him and I just didn't realize it.
Oh yeah, I've never not seen him cam.
I just came up to apologize.
You racist?
I came up.
Get back up. Pop him. He's a racist.
Me? How dare you?
I just came up to apologize to Resla. I'm sorry I hurt your vagina. You big fucking pussy. You can't take a joke.
You need to do better jokes, buddy. That's the issue.
You need to lower your fucking volume. You don't win by being the loudest.
Yes, I do. Just watch me.
I've been watching.
Listen closer. Listen, I'm winning.
That's crazy. Been up here, been on our platform, been on there, and then turn around and say, Ross. First of all, here's the funny part about it. I have said, for those who know me, and I've even been through this, even when I've had the point, I have so many different people who are on platforms who are black, because I come from a black space. I've known Hank for years because I've been on black space. I've been at you seen Fatty up here, you see Nightish up here, you see whatever. I've been in the black space for quite some fucking side, and the idea that I am racist.
That's why it's funny, you stupid son of a bitch.
Sure. Wait, you say stupid son of a bitch, but just for you, sir.
He black.
I don't care
If
about
you had to
him.
explain the joke, then your joke is garbage. Take it to the trash.
If I had said that,
Thank you very much.
He black. He black.
So the funny thing is that the people that don't really understand the technology behind the microphone keep screaming into it. Understand that? You understand that not only does a camera not steal your soul if somebody takes a snapshot, the microphone will amplify your voice. You don't have to try to scream through the ether.
Yeah,
These are inside voices, like we got some freaking home training.
So I
gotta wrap
again.
it up
Wait.
because,
I want to put this up there. I want to put this up there. Leo is calling out beans. I've seen it. I've seen the restreaming. I told him he can't restream. I've even seen the little thumbnail. I'm not worried by it. I've known Bean for years. We go back. I'm not worried about it. It's all good.
Yes, because he knows I'm not. It's not out of date.
For a job. I understand some of you don't know what that is. But
yeah, the Book of Job. I love it.
Me too.
What's your favorite verse?
That was quick.
The guy up here claims he's taking time off from YouTube. The truth
Why don't you go say hello to your boyfriend that just left?
Finkel. The truth is, he drove out to Arlington. We found his
boyfriend's calling him,
and we're going to show his
Finkel,
car.
your boyfriend's calling you.
Shut up and interrupt.
How's your pussy?
We're going to show tomorrow.
Wow.
At noon. It's in Arlington, Virginia. So watch that tomorrow. You all have a good night.
All right.
Twinkle, Finkel.
Can you move me, please?
They let anyone vote.
I see. I want to be better than two black dudes.
He said they let it.
Joe Cool's sitting in my spot.
Well, I'm the submissive.
Okay, maybe I can do it this time.
Yes,
So,
maybe Jeff can give it another shot.
see, I'm much better, right, Joe? I don't flip out nearly as much. So, would you see it as
Pity? I think.
Pity. That people say that it's not fair that men compete in women's sports. Do you see that as pity?
Is it pity? I think maybe.
Or is it leveling the playing field, just like what I'm talking about, where I'm
Maybe
saying
it's not pity.
Right. Instead, it's what's right. Right?
All right. It could be feasibly not pity. It's just what's right. All right. I go for that.
Right.
Well, like Dick Masterson said, men are better than women. So if you like
that's
women's
not the
sports, we can't
discussion.
have men
That's not
compete
the
with them.
you seem to be getting lost. The discussion is what the title of it is you're not oppressed, you're just losing. So I hate having to take the liberal point of view because I'm in the middle. I don't agree with any of this stuff. But too many times I hear people say, oh, you just have to do better. Right? But it's throughout society, whether it's affirmative action, whether or not it's equal rights between the sexes, separating the sports, whether it's that you can't cheat as a banker, right, and mess up those deposits of the people who invested money into your bank. But there's only one subset of society that are held responsible for all of this, and that's the citizens in general. And that's why I find it shocking that 6 years I've been talking about this, and I don't see people like Finkel or GS. Like, I've asked questions about GS. I don't even know if he's still here, but
He
when
is.
I
Just
heard
look
him,
at the screen.
I can't. It's very small. When I heard him speak before, just popped in my head. I'm like, that guy has a government pension, right? And the people that run the panel was like, that's really weird that you just picked up on that. And I'm like, yeah, because there's certain ways certain people speak when they know that their government pension that can't be mismanaged because they'll just siphon it off from the populace.
Wow,
they have that distinct. They have a distinct way of speaking where they are so self-assured because their survival is guaranteed by us. But then they'll sit around and tell the disabled people, why don't you get out of that wheelchair? They're the same as a televangelist preacher. Do you understand?
First off, I'm 50% disabled, so suck on my dick.
But you got a pension, right?
Second off,
you're all covered.
Second off,
tell him that he might do it.
Second off, I have said multiple times that when the government runs out of money, I run out of that money. So therefore, I try to rely on the government as little as possible. Because look at Venezuela, look at all these other countries where we're sending hundreds of billions of dollars to pay pensions of Ukraine. Meanwhile, it seems like a wholesale everything must go kind of fire sale going on in America. I don't expect my government to maintain solvency, let alone I don't expect that I'm going to be getting my SSDI, bro. So, or even my Social Security insurance. Everyone tells me, go get your SSDI. Then I'm 50% disabled. I could easily get an additional check. I could be 100% disabled with the VA. Everyone tells me I'm leaving money on the fucking table. So fuck you. Stop making fucking excuses. Stop acting like a little bitch and fucking man the fuck up.
See? But if you didn't have, see, that's what I mean.
What do you mean?
See the people,
I just
people that have
everything you said. Dude,
the people that have
everything you just said. Everything you just said, I just canceled it out, and you said, "See."
No, the people that have will always tell the people that have not that they need to do better. But you'll never see a have-not person tell the other person that they need to do better because they know what it's like.
Oh no, that's false. That's false.
Excuse me.
Most of my counter examples.
As a have-not, I'm gonna tell you, buck it up, Buttercup, because I'm one of those have-nots.
Yeah. I paid taxes this year, by the way, just so you know. I owed the government money.
Well, he is saying that you.
So you're welcome, motherfucker.
You, Brick, would not be telling the motherfucker to do better because you know what it's like. I think that's what he's saying. If you
I would. I actually would. Right. Yeah. So I've been on top. I've been very, very low on the bottom. I mean, the down in the woods, fucking homeless, living in a fucking tent in the snow, 2 winters in a row in New Hampshire.
And you were telling
not
niggas to
3
do
and
better.
4 and 5 and 6 feet of snow, trudging, bruh.
And you was telling motherfuckers to do better back then.
Yeah, I was told to do better, and I did. You know what I did?
And you were
I went to the shelter. I lived in the shelter, and you know what? I didn't like it there. I lived in a different place, and I worked the whole time. I was being told, do better, do better, do better.
No.
And you know what? I made mistakes.
Did you hear my question?
Did you hear my question?
Did you hear my question? When you were in that state, in the shelters and all of that shit, according to Tim's argument, when you're going through that guy is not telling other people do better because they know how hard it is.
Oh,
when
no,
you were
I
going through
actually
that shelter life where you still telling other motherfuckers do better, man. You can do better yourself. All right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because as I was picking myself back up, I'm telling them, you see, it can be done. And they're looking at me going, you know what? You're absolutely right. Let me get right behind you, bro. I'm there. And they're trudging with me now. I'm telling you, bro, this is I hate to do the whole as a man shit, bro. Like, come on, dude. You're not oppressed.
Yeah.
You're losing.
Wait. No. Let's talk about that argument. So is there no oppression? Is there none?
That's a whole. You just moved the goalpost out of the stadium, bro.
It's okay, bro.
There is.
Relax.
What the hell?
Relax.
No, there
I'm
is.
asking. We talked about the other thing. Now let's talk about: is there oppression?
Yes, there is. Yes, and it has to do with cruelty.
All right.
Yeah,
because the fact that the word exists, it definitionally makes it an existing quality.
So yes, I was going to secondly ask us to define it then, and he jumped right in with the cruelty thing.
I was just going to ask, actually, Joe Cool, can you give us the definition of oppression?
I cannot. I like Bricks wasn't bad. And somebody, I guess that might have been Brick who gave like 8 words. I can't tell what it is.
What does it mean to you? Can you tell me that? What does oppression mean to you?
Control. I like that at best. Control. No man should try to control you.
To be controlled. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's got to be controlled through real cruelty. Like, it can't be like, oh, he was mean to me. He said some mean words, or even if like somebody, like, let's say that you're living in a homeless encampment and somebody comes in, breaks in your tent while you're away looking for food, going up to the shelter to get food, whatever, right? Somebody breaks in and takes your stuff, takes your food. Like, that's not oppression either.
No, If the lady though who works there is treating you different and taking your shit and half of your tray and giving it to her dog behind the counter, now you might be into oppression. She's
that
control.
could qualify, but then at this point, would you move on to the next city? Because ultimately, that city has nothing for you. Those people are disgusting, and
I mean, you can avoid the oppression, but I'm wondering if that doesn't
Yeah.
fall under the
And I'll tell
definition
you
of
what,
oppression.
hunger.
It'd be fall under control if she telling you, no, you can't have phone calls and everybody else can. I'm being
Right.
oppressed by definition, I think.
No, a phone call, no, because a phone call is absolutely a luxury.
Is
I'm
Lindsay
saying
still
when
here?
everyone else is having it, they're not giving it to you.
No, it's just unfair.
Do y'all remember when Lindsay posited that the Chinese were basically oppressed and forced into labor and were very disenfranchised from the American dream? So the interesting thing is, and blacks were as well. When they were freed, they had an opportunity. Hell on Wheels is a great pseudo documentary that's interesting. But see, the interesting thing is that a lot of the times, not only were the Chinese being oppressed by the Americans, they were also being oppressed by the Chinese overlords that were putting them in those conditions. But so here's the beautiful thing about it. They don't apologize for anything. They're not asking for handouts. They're not asking to be recognized. What they're seeking is not victim status, but opportunity. With opportunity comes possibility. With possibility comes success. In my opinion, they don't dwell on, well, I'm a victim because I didn't get this extra chunk of the pie. They're going to go, I just got enough ingredients now that I'm going to make my own pie, and then I'm going to sell that, buy enough ingredients to make 3 more pies,
and give the government 50% of it. Yeah, I get it.
Oh yeah, no, totally. We're just gonna line up and give the government all our shit, 10th man. You got it. Now you figured the whole system out.
I can't speak to the Chinese.
You didn't listen to a thing he said.
But for other shit,
I listened to everything he said.
No, you didn't.
Excuse me.
Stop
for
it.
other
Brick.
shit.
I'm going to tell you right now, Brick, I'm not the one you want to come at.
When I'm done.
Oh, here comes
I'm not the one you want to come at.
What are you going to do?
You're making a big mistake.
What are you going to do, 10th man?
He's a power bottom.
Say things that will make your head explode.
Tough guy. Internet tough guy.
No, I'm a real tough guy.
I'm a real tough guy.
So what?
Hey, I was gonna say.
Here we go. Here we go. You know what? You're gonna make me go back downstairs. You know what? I need to grab me a beer. That motherfucker is crazy right now. Hold on. I'm gonna turn my laptop and I'm gonna go right downstairs and go grab me a beer. Go ahead, because once I hear 10th man brings up the fucking shit, say, you want the smoke.
All right.
Before that, I'd like to respond to GS a little pushback. I can't respond about the Chinese, but other people like the women, the way they got a lot of their equal rights, they spoke out. That suffrage movement was incredible. Black folks, all of that speaking out shit was incredible. So I'm saying, when you were saying, I didn't hear them crying. I heard black folks and women and other people crying. Gays went through it. I heard them crying, and I think it was appropriate. I don't have a problem with it. That's what you're supposed to do.
They should have got some help.
Yeah, so it's like whenever I hear that Furby person, all I hear about is trans people. Whenever I hear 10th Mountain, all I hear is I'm a victim, it's just victim narrative over and over again. Dude,
so having a discussion about something and the intricacies of it is a victim.
Here's the funny thing, bro. You just got done saying that when you hear me talk,
yes,
right? When you hear me talk, you hear this, that, and the other thing. But you've been talking about this for how many years? You said 8 years?
6.
So my question is, what the fuck are you doing, stud?
I've done lots of stuff.
No, you've been talking, stud.
No,
what has changed?
No,
what have you
done?
Stud? Why?
What have you done? You've talked.
What did you do? Nothing.
What have you done besides talk? So you want to criticize me talking or how I sound when I talk, but you've been talking for 6 years. Where's your actions? What are your actions? You can't lift your...
Many people know many of the actions that I've done.
Because of your vaccine injury, you can't lift your hand up and put it in a fist and just have that pride, whatever that is. Is that what it is?
Not without pain.
Dude, I'm in pain every day of my fucking life.
Right, so just suck it up.
Pain, bro. What?
You're the one bitching and whining, dude. Why don't you talk about trans rights next too, man? Holy
you
shit,
go to
dude.
work and show me how it's done while you're disabled.
My God, bro. I am.
I do. I do.
Go to work.
I do work 6 shifts a
I
week.
I just want
At
to say
least.
it's a late call out. I just want to say it's a late call out. Joe, Beans, Hank, they black. That's all I want to say.
Yeah. It just cracks me up, man. I'm sitting here and I just hear whine, bitch, 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 moan, nag, 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 nag. Dude, get on your freaking motorcycle and fuck off, man.
Yeah, and like I said, I write stuff down, so I like to try to stick to the topic. Resla, he went through a whole monologue of different reasons why when people say that they're oppressed, specifically oppressed, not like life is unfair. He kind of qualified that he's not talking about because life is not fair. He's talking about real oppression, right? What people are doing is they're conflating that with life is not fair. And because of that, because of that, he's pointing out that you're not oppressed. Life is unfair and you're just losing.
What is oppression? Did Resla point out what oppression is?
So yeah, no, he didn't say like this thing equals oppression.
I didn't say you were scrounging around looking for rats and roaches to eat. I did not say what oppression was. I did not.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. But one of the things that,
as someone who grew up in the hood, very poor himself, I did not state that.
One of the things that he did bring up was Sandlot.
Yeah, the flick. Yeah.
Forever.
Forever.
Oh,
And this
you know
is the
what?
thing.
I gotta look up that drop. A lot of people don't understand that. Here's the thing. I got young people. Here's the funny part about my analytics. I got people from as early as 26 all the way up to like freaking 56. A lot of people don't understand what the Sandlot is. Yeah. How many people, when I said that reference, don't understand the Sandlot?
I grew up with that. Sandlot was me and my dad's movie.
Yo,
Winnie
I loved it.
Peppercorn.
The Beast.
Winnie Peppercorn.
Yeah. So when you are there's an issue. There's a part in the scene where they basically the Sandlot is a bunch of kids that like to play baseball, but there was a neighbor who had a big fucking dog, right?
Junkyard dog.
And at some point, the story that was told to one of the kids that the dog had to be locked up forever because he used to eat anyone that used to cross on the property, and he would eat the whole thing, bones and all. And so when the cops had to finally show up and say, "How long would I have to keep this dog in locks?" There was only one answer that was given, and we all hear what it was. And I'll let you guys see it right now, real quick.
Myrtle asked the cops how long he had to keep the beast chained up like a slave. They said until forever.
By the way, the
Forever.
dog, the Beast, he was an English
The
Mastiff.
Beast wasn't even a big dog.
Very good.
No, he was an English Mastiff. He was a huge dog.
I mean, it was a big dog, but it wasn't as huge as the imagination
Nothing
was.
could be as huge.
Well,
as
and
what
we
they
found
thought it
out the
was.
truth about the dog at the end.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Wait,
gotta
wait,
ask. What was the name of the shoe?
by the way, here's the funny part about that
run
movie,
faster?
and
I can't
I'll
think
give a
of
little bit of disclaimer for myself.
Some flyer.
As a young person who just started watching movies at that time, that was the first time I really got introduced to James Earl Jones.
Loved him in that movie.
Darth Vader.
He was amazing.
Yeah. First time I ever got introduced to James Earl Jones because he was the owner of the dog.
Mm-hmm. He was blind and a baseball player.
Yep.
Yes, right. I had the baseball.
Great movie.
What was the name of the shoe, man? Do I
talking
gotta
about this-
Google it?
Who's Baby Ruthie?
Yeah.
So
Some
funny.
lady signed the ball, you know?
Some lady signed the ball. Some Baby Ruthie. I love that movie. That was one of my first real
PF Flyers. That's what it was. PF Flyers. Those were the shoes.
Oh yeah, the PF.
Yeah, Benny.
That was one of my first favorite movies.
Benny had to do what he had to do.
Yes.
That's funny that you mentioned that, Resla. That was me and my dad's movie. That and one other. I loved that movie growing up.
What about the Goonies was on today? I had that same feeling about the Goonies. I think everybody
Yeah,
did.
a lot of people
Never seen it.
got turned on to Goonies. Like for me, I had like so first like me, my a lot of my friends were like they're very big baseball fans. I'm not, but that movie, The Sandlot, was the first one that started turning me on to baseball. That it was that movie.
That would have been the James Earl Jones part two when he showed the baseballs and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, why you just knock on my door? I would have gave it to you. I'm like,
You want s'mores? Wait, how could I have s'mores? I haven't even had anything. No, you want s'mores. First you roast the
some more
mallow.
of what?
Then
No,
you
like,
put the mallow on the gram.
I love that movie. If anyone is old enough or if you're young enough in here, you have not seen the Sandlot. I get it. It's not up to cinema code. Great movie nonetheless. Great
You're
movie
killing me.
nonetheless.
You're killing me, Smalls.
Yo, you're killing me, Smalls.
No pun intended.
A cop told me that one day. You killing me,
You know,
Smalls.
he's sitting here. He's sitting there. Oh, I'm the great Bambino. What?
The Great Bambi.
What?
Oh shit.
The Swatan of what? The Sultan of. Never mind.
SWAT.
SWAT.
You're mudded.
Oh, got muted.
No, that was me. A lot of people will not get the reference. Like for me, as a person who especially have to because I was raised in the Bronx, like literally have the Bronx Bombers. Like we literally have the fucking Yankees in our borough. I mean, I'm in Brooklyn now, but when we have the Bronx Bombers in that borough, there's no way you can get by without knowing all these references. There's no fucking hell. What's going on, Snowman? What's going on, man?
What it do, my guy? What it do?
Yeah.
Shout out to everybody on the chat or on the panel and everybody out in the chat. And fuck you, Beans.
Resla, can I be moved?
Wow.
I'm just gonna ask. Can you move me?
Yeah, I don't like being next to Italians anyway.
Damn. What the fuck?
Would rather be next to gay people than Italians.
I
most certainly would.
anyway. Mitigani.
We're gonna do this. I'm gonna try to mitigate as much peace as possible.
Fucking Italians been oppressing my people for 1,000 years.
I love how he said his people.
Who the
Italians
been a president, yo?
What have we done to the woods?
Potato famine.
Okay.
Damn.
That's y'all fault.
Ooh, don't bring up the Irish. People get real mad when you dare bring up Irish people.
The first person I know who would bring up the potato famine is literally right next to me.
You know,
allegedly in Minecraft.
So kind of trying to get back to the conversation. One of the things that stood out to me the most when you mentioned the comparison, you were like, what's real oppression versus what's losing at life, right?
Yeah.
One of the things that stood out to me the most of the losing at life is the people who are looking for the easy success, right? And that really, to me, is completely antithetical to what real success is measured by.
That's a
which
great
well, that's very important. It's very important that, and at least you mentioned it, but I think a lot of people who have mentioned it, I want to give them a little bit more grace because there are a lot of people who I tend to coach, believe it or not, are not younger people. They're older people.
It's hard to teach. It's hard to teach a new dog or an old dog new tricks.
Most of the people who I teach is around my age. I'm 43, or it's around my age, like 46 and up. And those who are in the very few that I have are like, in their early 30s. I don't even really have anyone in their later 30s. It's their early 30s and even in their 20s. And the aspect of teaching people that, of trying to inspire people to understand, like, you can change your own shit. Like it doesn't need to be fall in that aspect. It's a
that
hard
age is pretty young still. So
Well, here's the thing: the younger people still have one thing that the older people don't, and that's the thing I have to relight in them, and that word is hope. It's not even time.
More
Not even
hope.
time. When I can mention so many people who are so much older, like for instance, the first person I mentioned who was older, who didn't see his first millions until he was old, is Harlan Sanders. Do we know who Harlan Sanders is?
No, I could ask Google.
Cool. I just want to know: do we know who Harlan Sanders is?
I don't know who that motherfucker is.
Nope.
Harlan Sanders is who we know as the Colonel of KFC.
Yeah.
He didn't see his million. He didn't see
Colonel
his
Sanders. Gotcha.
He didn't see his millions until he was in his late 50s, but only after he had wrote his whole vision on what he would like to do before he left the world. Keep in mind, this was the notation that he wrote down before he was thinking about hanging himself.
You mean before he stole his 7 herbs and spices from a black family?
No, wait, no. He worked as a cook. It did happen that he worked with black people. But his 7 herbs and spices, but he worked as a cook. He was a grunt like everybody else. Keep in mind, he failed twice to steal his own daughter. Because custody was a big thing back then. He failed twice stealing his own daughter back before his wife just said, I can't deal with this motherfucker no more, but I'm just might as well just get back with him. Before he only considered, even after he got his wife and his kid back, he only considered the fact that he might want to just give up on life only after, because he failed even in the military. When the government started cutting him checks for his time in the service, he was like, I feel a way about the fact that the government is trying to pay me to say that I can't take care of myself. He literally borrowed money against his check. He said he was writing down his own will, and he was writing down all the stuff that he was good at and the stuff that he wished that he was able to do. And there was one thing he thought that he was able to do better than anyone else, despite the fact that
got muted.
Despite the fact that he worked at a kitchen, the one thing he felt like he could do better than anyone else was fry some fucking chicken. And with his own recipe, what we know as the 11 herbs and spices, that motherfucker came way later to know
who's got the background noise.
Yeah, somebody else have been here.
You know damn well that was Aunt Camille's fucking recipe, not his.
You're a liar.
I'll tell you, it ain't me, 'cause I ain't got nothing in the background.
Whoever it was, he literally became known as the Colonel with his 11 spices, and he became a million way later. And I say that not just for him.
Colonel Slanders.
Even if you want to say that, right? I say this also for the young and middle-aged black women that I run across.
Who's open micing, man?
Beans is.
Yeah, can we please mute that?
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Thank you, Beans.
But even when I say this, right, I say, you know what I hear even the black community, because I run across a lot of black women who I have to train as well, especially because they're a little older and they're around my age. I say, even when you say shit about fucking like Kevin Samuels, do you not know that he wasn't a millionaire until he was 53? It's not too late for you.
It's never too late.
No, honestly, most of his wealth he probably didn't garner until after he passed.
People want to turn around and say how he wasn't shit before, but you didn't know him either.
His daughter's probably making a killing off of his legacy now.
But the point is that his daughter is. But the point is that you didn't know who he was until you knew who he was, and when he was, it was so much later in his years. That's the point that matters. This is the point that I make, even when I talk about who you lay down with, who you nut in, is not your legacy. It's what you did. That's your legacy. What people will always remember you for,
what you leave
behind that other people can be able to turn around and look at later on after your death. That's your legacy.
Yeah, what do you have to show for your time here on this planet?
What you got to show for being here? This is why.
What mark did you leave behind in your name?
This is why, regardless of how much people turn around and say it's not worth being president because it doesn't pay a lot of money, they don't get into that business because of the money. They get into
the lore of Achilles is that's why
they don't get into that. They don't. No one tries to become the president because of the money. You don't make a lot of money. You become president. No, you don't. You don't.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I can tell
You get a
check
pension
is
for the rest of your life.
Joe, I can tell
that
you
government check is not
right,
that
Joe, I
big.
can give you 2 presidents who gave up their income.
Trump
Wait,
got Washington.
3 did. 3. Trump
got richer.
Obama did.
Obama got richer.
Did.
Clinton got
Clinton
richer.
did.
Clinton got richer. They all got richer.
Sure. He did not get paid his presidential wage.
Actually,
I didn't talk about president wage.
Trump was the only one that lost money.
Rich when they become
what was
president.
I said? Wait, stop. What was I said? Do not move the goalpost. He did not get his pay. He did not get paid his presidential wage.
No one even talked about presidential wage. You say they don't go in it for money.
Did I not?
I say
You
they
said
do.
nobody did.
You brought up presidential wage. I'm not moving the
You
goalposts.
can't say nobody when that's the premise of my argument.
For money.
That is the premise of my argument. You can't say nobody.
My counter argument.
I am the Negro right here, cammed up, telling you that was my argument.
It's a sad argument if you think they don't go in for money because they don't get a big governmental wage. Look at all the lobbyists. Look at all the boards they get on. They all get to write books and libraries. They all become very wealthy. It's a poor argument.
Yeah, but you're moving.
Look at all the insider trading that they do.
People they know connections. It's a bad argument.
The point
is,
wait,
I love the fact how he straw man. Did I mention any of that?
Straw man my nuts.
Yeah, you straw man.
You know what? And you know what? I'll be straw man in your fucking nuts
forever.
That's a fucked up clip.
So what I think's happening here is both people are saying something that's true, but what I think you're mischaracterizing what Resla's statement is. The statement is I think he had to by law take $1 if I remember correctly. He had to have received $1 and then the rest was donated to a charity.
Wait.
Now hold on.
That's
Joe.
not the statement. No.
That doesn't. Well, it is the same. That's 100.
That's not the statement. I thought you were trying to say what he said verbatim.
What he's saying is there were 3 presidents. I was unaware of the other 2. Thank you for letting me know that, Resla. But there were the 3 presidents that they refused their salary. Now they had to take at least $1 technically, and they could then give it away, which means they weren't directly a beneficiary of said salary. That does not mean that they didn't have dealings in which they could further enrich themselves. I think, however, to your point, almost all of them do, to include senators, congressmen, lawyers, obviously. But Trump actually, from my understanding, according to the metrics, was the only president that actually had a net loss in his valuation. He lost billions of dollars in valuation,
right.
whether it was legitimate or not in the first place.
The statement was, this is why nothing I said is insincere. The statement was,
I said you're both saying something true.
Okay, then don't cut me off then. No one goes in to be president expecting to get rich. And I said, sure they can. He gave evidence why they don't, because they give up their salary. I gave evidence why they do, because they got book deals and all of that bullshit fucking with billionaires like Trump doing now. Endless power and money.
Nancy Pelosi.
That's all that happened.
But she's not. She did not talking about senators. We're talking about presidents. That is actually a fair
government employees.
Example.
Government employees. I mean, let's face
if I may,
our salary doesn't reflect.
So, when I'm speaking, I give myself as a reference. I'm not saying that I work, right? Like I pay my bills, I do my thing. And then the response that people give me is like that something to do with me. But see, I'm speaking very similarly. I don't know if any of you guys saw the interview on Piers Morgan a few weeks ago.
I'll be back. I got to text my girl.
With a gentleman who was like a multi-millionaire from stock trading. And he's like the guru guy, right? Of stock trading. And he was trying to explain that the middle class is done. We will see a drastic decrease in the middle class, and people are going to suffer drastically. And people tried to argue against him, and he said, listen, because they're like, oh, do you give your money away? Why are you trying to take money from the rich? Blah, 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 all the stuff we hear a million times. And he said, listen, you guys can say whatever you want to say. I'm going to bet because this is what I do, and that's how I became rich. And no, I'm not going to give my money away, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to bet on the decline of the middle class. And I'm going to win like I always win, because nobody's going to listen to what I'm trying to tell you, and it's all going to be at your own demise. I'll be fine. I bought a super cheap house. It's almost paid off. I'm going to be all right. But you guys don't seem to want to see the truth, which is the system is rigged. Anybody who knows anything about it, real in depth, people that have done this for 40, 50 years, they will explain to you that it is rigged against the majority. And for anybody to even argue that I'm wrong about that and that somehow there should be some type of equalization, we'll keep going that way, and we'll go the Marie Antoinette way. It's perfectly fine. Let them eat cake. I get it. It's perfectly fine.
But what does that have to do with real oppression?
You kind of sound like a socialist to me, dude. Would you expect everyone to just kind of be equal? Like, what's going on, comrade?
No, see, and I've had this argument too many times, especially over on flows, but I've been holding back from going at them full force with it because I like to build a rapport with people before I tear them down. But this is what it comes down to, is those billionaires get the benefit of the roads that society builds, of the society that society has built, the social infrastructure that society has built. So when that corporation makes $100 billion profit in 1 quarter of a year,
without middle class, they wouldn't be able to live.
That's right. With the fact that they can't see that we are more than livestock to be reaped for when we're needed and then discarded when we're not. Well, then that's when I told some people the other day, you're giving a justification for what the left is doing right now. Though their targets may not be wise, you might as well just burn it all, because there's not going to be a win in this discussion, because you're just going to keep telling people to do better in a rigged system. Okay, well then just burn it all.
Are you a narco-capitalist? Is that the term? Is that kind of what you? Like, no, I mean I'm being genuinely
Bring
curious.
me down.
But
tell
me what your ideology is. Tell me. I'm not gonna.
Fucking GS just went in there. Are you a narco-capitalist?
You tell me.
Here's the thing, like, so what
how we resolve.
Well, here's the thing, 10th man. You keep saying the same things that actually, and this goes right to Resla's point, is that people say that they're being targeted. The system
cream
by
rises
force,
to the top, right?
And then they have no opportunity, that the system is rigged. Well, here's the funny thing about it. It's not. You have just as much ability within the system that you live as anybody else. The only difference is natural ability. So yes, you have some things that you are not going to be able to do. But the interesting thing about that is actually the system that you live in has a strong, very strong welfare state. Now, there are systems where there's not a strong welfare state. And because of that, oppression is actually very, very much possible.
So 2020.
I understand what you're saying. And I'll stop. But
lockdowns and the 50 million small businesses that we lost forever. It doesn't show you that it's rigged.
Brick, did Jeff Bezos get where he is by tenacity and hard work, or by government contracts?
Probably both.
Survival
all
of the
government
fittest,
contracts.
baby. Stop mourning
When the
and just get on
system
with
is
life.
rigged.
It's called
I think you
timing.
Even though you were very insulting earlier, I think you have a great point. Don't let them move you off of it. I think you need to reinforce this point that you're making.
Oh, I know, and they know I'm right, but they have to argue.
Here's one.
Just calling you names
Steve
and
Wynn.
abstract titles is not a rebuttal.
Steve Wynn. Do you know who Steve Wynn is? Of Wyndham Hotels? Casino
Probably.
owner
I used to
and
work
hotel?
for them at one point, but not really. Go ahead.
Okay. Steve Wynn, okay, he put himself in a position. He went out with basically almost nothing. He had a very small amount of money. It was something that he inherited. He took that and went to a place where he actually invested it. It was such a big risk. And this is actually going again to things that Resla mentioned. Such a big risk. He was going to lose everything if he loses. Okay. And he put it all into there. And now he has an empire, basically. All the Wynn hotels belong to him. He owns hotels and casinos. It's basically the same thing that Trump has done. And Trump, you know, as we know, he inherited it and then he invested it. He built hotels. And then because he knew the market, he actually took in what was available and put it into very high risk places and moved forward. Now, not everybody's got all of.
No, I get it. One second. What was the year when he started this? What was the year that he started this?
Oh, it was a long time ago.
Right. So we're not talking about what happened 60 years ago, bro. We're not talking about what's. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but you're talking about 60 before I was born, and I'm probably the second oldest person on this panel.
I think it was 79 or something.
Brett, here's the question: why are you specifically using examples of people who had
resources wisely at that time? He did. So he's winning and you're losing. Now you want to say you're oppressed.
Why are you using examples of people who had inheritance?
We all had an inheritance.
Use what?
I've never inherited a dollar.
Use an example of someone that built away from nothing, Brick. Come on, Brick. You need to make an example of someone.
We do not all have inheritance.
That's
and
a fact.
Sure you do.
I've never gotten a dollar.
Sure you do. DNA.
No. We no.
Here's the problem. Literally inherited DNA. You have intangibles that I don't have. Now,
I did get my trade handed down from DNA. Like I did get my trade handed down from generations.
Shit, I forgot. I'm sorry. The moment I heard this, I clicked back in because I was looking at something on somebody else's channel, and I came back in, and I forgot what I was dealing with. And I told, you know what? No disrespect. Sorry, Ricky. I forgot that you came into the building. I forgot. Please say your piece. Fuck me.
Oh, whoa. Resla, you make me feel important now.
Okay.
I mean, go on, make us feel important.
I know Alex dropped back in, but I totally forgot I even brought you up.
Resla, I've been here for about 15 minutes, right? Any apology you make
lying. You've been here for 5.
Totally. Yeah, it's not acceptable now, right? You've just.
First of all, it has not been 15, but I can tell you that I've been looking at different panels and looking at different stuff. Like,
I've had a good time. I've had a good time since I've been here. Until you pointed me out individually, everyone's focus was on me. Now I feel a bit under the spotlight. Okay, so can you just please divert from talking directly to me and go back to how Bricky couldn't point out anyone that carved a living from nothing instead of inheritance.
That was dope. He remembered exactly.
Well, here's the issue with that. When you say
listen, Joe, I try.
Claim, listen,
you're a legend, Resla, man. Thank you very much, bud.
People might claim that they carved a living from nothing. The problem with that is you didn't come from nothing. You were born. Your parents either took care of you well or they didn't take care of you well.
Dude, come on now. Now you're just being ridiculous. You know damn well what we mean.
And then what happened is
you comparing someone who inherited millions of dollars.
You went with the stride and you either ate out of the garbage can or you didn't. You either went and got a job or you didn't. You either went and fed your little brothers and sisters or you didn't. And the problem with the argument, I came from nothing, is that you didn't.
No,
you did not come from nothing.
Frick, everybody knows what people mean when they say you came from nothing. Come on.
So Resla,
what they're doing is they're being hyperbolic.
This is an example of being oppressed right here, right? You just don't see.
Coming from nothing is. I got a job.
Came from nothing, and that's why you're oppressed.
Hold up.
Right.
Wait, stop. I don't want to turn my mic up. Please stop. Because when I turn my mic up, I forget to turn it down, and then whatever should come on is crazy. So first of all, I want to say that yes, a lot of people have their own things going on. What were you trying to say, Beans?
No, I was saying that this is an example of oppression. I might have been being a little facetious though. I mean, because the way that he's speaking right now, you know, I really be here for the conversations and for the debate and the back and forth. So it's just like really right now, it's oppressing the shit out of me.
Yeah. Yeah, fucking pick up the vibe, will you?
Stop. So here's the reason. Here's the thing. Like, and I love the fact that you're up here and you're able to give that perspective. Because here's the thing. Even when we're online, when I say that I've had so many different conversations, this is just beyond you and I. You and I've been doing this for a while, but in our own spaces. It's the same thing for Snowman. I've known Snowman for as long as I've known you. Just keeping it above. But there are so many people that just don't even understand, like, even the background conversations that we've had with each other. They have no fucking clue,
right,
how deep conversations go. They have no.
Some of the conversations are more deep when they're in the back.
Fact.
They are way more deep. What people aren't willing to say.
Can I ask you a question?
Most of you guys are not willing to say publicly what you're willing to say behind the scenes.
Can we just pause to take it in for a minute? Really deep.
Oh, don't they take it in? No.
Yeah, we gotta pause to take it in. Just really deep. Just take it in.
Jesus Christ.
The back.
I want to go there. Wow, that was crazy.
Sounds painful.
Can I ask you a question,
painful if you spit on it.
Wait, hold on. Before you ask me the question, the reason why I'm bringing it up is that, like, I have met different people and I have literally, like, I swear at some point I should have just made a fucking dossier. But I've met so many fucking people that have had so many great conversations with Beans, Snowman, like had Beans, Snowman, GS, Brick, like for 10th man, like we like Joe has fucking quite and some shit that Joe can fucking annoy me. That doesn't mean he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
That is true.
That was a backhanded compliment, Joe.
Here's the funny part about it. Here's the funny part about Joe Cool, right? I had two people ahead of time say, when Joe Cool shows up, watch out about him.
When I got
two people tell me to watch out for Joe Cool, and I said, really? And I see what they mean, and I love it. I fucking love it.
Some motherfuckers don't, man. Some motherfuckers don't.
I love it though. So I've had two people warn me about you, but I honestly, when I started seeing, I said, "Damn, I can't believe I like this nigga. I can't even believe it."
Joe's got a reputation. Joe's got a reputation by the sounds of it.
Like, yeah,
it's all pushback.
Really
it's all pushback and not a lot of pleasantries. Fuck, somebody had a point. Someone said something really dope.
The point I'm really trying to get, like, there are so many people who do not know what's going on, and
Beans had a point.
The point I'm trying to make is, like, Beans, I definitely want you to get on with talking about, and a lot of people don't even really understand it because a lot of people don't understand some of the things that we talk about in a lot of different sectors that we're in. So even when I know you come off in a way that seems very contentious, I know it's not personal. I know you're coming down to the real conversation, and I think a lot of people look at it.
Beans just tries to get to the root of shit, man, which I respect.
Right.
Which is why
I like it. But
old school, no bullshit. Old school.
But a lot of people who who are part of the development I would have been building in the community are not used to it.
No,
which is why I like.
Be careful. You don't want to gas this Negro up too much, though, man.
No, I'm just saying it's not.
Yeah, let's stop blowing smoke. Let's stop blowing smoke up Joe's ass.
Let me know when I get talking. You can stop dick holding. I'm literally trying to give people their fucking props on whatever they come. Like, I've been going back and forth for Beans for a while. We've been talking on so many different platforms. There are a lot of people who do not understand Beans, and there are some points where I have a line where I draw Beans, but that doesn't mean that I do not listen to him, because I'm always on the idea that he's going to tell me something that I really need to understand.
You're gonna at least
I agree with you, Resla. He's in a lot of ways he's misunderstood, because I've talked with Beans on multiple different platforms, different sectors of YouTube. Like, it floors me some of the places I find him, to be quite honest with you. And he's always willing to have the conversation, and that's the thing I respect about him, and that I respect about what Fatty's doing now, because Fatty's the same thing.
Same thing with Fatty. Like,
can I say this real quick, Resla, please? Can I say this real quick?
Go ahead.
I would say, Angry Snowman, I don't mean to disagree with you, right? but I would say 97 to 99% of people I come in contact with, it's not misunderstanding. They're just stupid. Right. And I don't mean that. And listen, I'm not being sarcastic. I'm not being.
I agree.
I'll give you an example. So earlier, when Lindsay was up here, I was asking her a question. She and another person on the panel who shall remain nameless, the 10th man, thought I was being disingenuous, right? But then after I stated the purpose of the question, she came back and was like, you know what, Beans, I see why you asked that now, right? And she apologized and acknowledged, right, that she was misunderstanding what I was doing.
That goes to what Resla said, Beans.
Most people won't acknowledge that they were just wrong. Most people won't acknowledge that they were having a misunderstanding. So to me, that's stupidity on their part, right?
Correct.
If I'm trying to take the conversation somewhere a little bit deeper, I'm never going to apologize for that, right? That's what I'm here for. We can keep going another day. Right now, I ain't gonna lie. I want to have this conversation because when I saw the title, I intentionally made a thumbnail and a title for my stream and asked, could I restream it? Because I wanted to debate the subject.
And keep in mind,
had an opportunity to do
I didn't say shit. I didn't say shit. I saw that you were doing your live. I seen the thumb and everything. Never took offense to it. I know, and it is what it is. I even saw the title, what was written. I look at the title. I look at the.
You know, you a conservative douchebag. All y'all know y'all conservative.
No.
Why you gotta call me a conservative douchebag? You fucking douchebag.
Yeah, I'm fucking far right, mate. Don't you call me conservative? I'm far right.
I'm not even close, bro.
And I apologize if you felt like you were being disrespectful.
Joe, just remember, Joe. Can you remember, Joe, when I met you?
He's not
where it was.
First of all, as someone who's known Beans for a while, he's not talking about you. He mentions that for me, especially for someone who came up starting on my content.
He's talking about you and me, Resla.
No,
absolutely.
He's literally talking about people who came from the port.
Yes.
No, he's literally talking about you and me.
Yeah, but he's right though, Snowman. I'm talking about the porch. I'm talking about.
I know who he's talking about.
Blacks who defy. Yeah,
he black.
That's what the term.
I know who he's talking about. Keep in mind, he black. But the funny part is that
who's black? Who's black?
Even when Bean says the conservative back, I know who he's talking about. I get called the liberal of the group.
No, you don't. He thinks you're a conservative douchebag too.
You get called the lefty of the group. No, you're not even liberal, Rasta. You're lefty.
Cats you hang around.
Who's calling you a liberal?
Nigga, Uncle Tom. Fuck with you.
Joe, I've told him. Joe, I've told Rasta he's not a liberal. He's a lefty.
Hold
on.
You might be the most liberal out of a bunch of conservative douchebags.
Right.
No, you're no sir. I get called literally a liberal just because I live in a liberal state.
Resla actually would be considered
that's a good
classic
reason.
liberal.
He said that.
Resla is what would be considered classic liberal, actually.
Resla, can you turn your mic up? Because for some reason, when you
said that's
talk
a
and
good
put yourself
reason.
on screen, people
but
still
he's
don't
not
shut up
even
and let
that.
you speak on your own show.
Oh,
do.
Vesta, you've got a female simp.
I do shut up when the panel host starts speaking because I know how hard it is.
Hold on. Is she a female simp if she submits to what I want?
Yes.
If she looks up for me?
Yes.
Yes, she's still a simp.
Wait, Bricky. Wait, I love the fact that you answered that, right? Is that not the place she's supposed to be in?
No.
It is definitely. No, you're right there.
Wait.
You're right there. You're right there.
Wait. Bean says no. Tell me why she's not supposed to be there.
This is YouTube.
Well, but you're a liberal, so why would you even think? Liberals don't think like that. I'm based, right? I believe that women should be there, right? Okay, but she's simping on you. Why does a woman have to simp on you? There you go. She's having to stick up for you. Sorry, Resla.
Don't make me go beyond in my program.
I will.
Because you know what's crazy? When this guy came up, you gave him 10 minutes to himself, all right? And then he doesn't have nothing to say, but then as soon as people start talking, he can't shut up.
Shots fired. You gotta take
Is
that.
Is this loud enough for you, motherfuckers?
No, it's not.
No,
You need to be louder
louder.
because they still don't know how to shut up when you're talking.
Wait there. Who just attacked attempted to insult me there, but done it very weakly.
Y'all getting wild, crazy for no fucking reason, and quite frankly, I don't want to hear.
It was a bitch with a loud microphone.
No. Wait, first of all, I'm letting. First of all, you need to understand this. Like, I say this, I get it. Y'all from other areas of YouTube when it comes to like the UK and even Australia. Yeah, I get it. Y'all get freedom of expression. I say this as well as someone who actually reads contracts on YouTube. Y'all don't give free speech. That means even on my platform. So anything I give you falls upon my own personal purview of care, mercy, and grace. Care.
And I appreciate that.
No. Don't stroke my nut hairs now. That's not what I'm saying. Like don't take that.
Appreciate that.
Stop. Because here's the thing: if when I decide to get nasty, you'll find yourself talking by yourself because you'll be in the background down.
Get nasty.
I tried to
get nasty.
Very nice. I tried because you know why? We're so used to the other side of that, where people are so quick to go.
Oh, Resla, I just wanted to say me bit before, right? But obviously,
this nigga doesn't listen.
These fucking foreigners. When you decide to get nasty, I'll be on my knees waiting.
This nigga does not listen.
Who the fuck gave a woman to say this?
5, 6, 7, 8.
Boot scooting, baby, you're driving me.
Wait. Let me just say this real quick because apparently Bricky has only been up a couple of times on my platform. Let me just say this real quick. I don't need to tolerate people. I don't have a problem blocking people. I'm not saying I'm gonna block you. I just don't have a problem with it. I let people get a whole new account. I don't need to. I don't feel like you should need that because I've seen you on other platforms. Please understand, when you come over here, you don't run shit.
Did run stuff. You ignored us for the first 15 minutes, and I was very patient and waiting to your addresses, right?
See how quick they forget?
Now I ain't even dropping my district.
Why can't you?
I don't understand. Like, wait. Let me just say this. No, little nigga ain't mine. You don't run shit up here. You must stick a motherfucking blind. That ain't me. You don't run shit up here. I don't give a fuck what side of the pond you on. You don't run shit on my channel. If you can't figure out where to fucking wipe your feet at the fucking door and you want to be stupid, I will cut you figuratively. And if it needs to be, literally. Don't do it. I get it. I'd be nice, but I'm nice for business purposes. Don't fucking try me.
Smoke some weed, Resla.
Make a motherfucker catch the fade.
Yo, that's a.
Now, I gotta ask you a question, Resla. Anybody can answer, but I'd like you to address it first, if you don't mind. So,
teachers.
Oh, not teacher's pet. Jesus Christ.
I didn't hear that.
Don't think I ain't hear that shit.
Who's teacher's pet? Who is teacher's
so
pet?
You don't.
I think 10th man's trying to hone in on your submissive role there.
Okay.
I don't think Resla's interested though.
Oh yeah, and someone else. Resla's not interested in what?
In 10th man being
either way.
Yeah, that's a good thing. So, as I was saying, if I have a say,
I don't like headphones on, so you're not wrong. I understand.
Say for instance, it's 2 years from now, and I have a niece that's in her mid-teens, right? And she says to me, Uncle 10th,
smoke them if you got them.
Every time I have a discussion with people about why people are having a hard time in life, they just tell me,
oh, here we go.
Too bad. Pull up your socks. Do better.
Hey, dude.
And she says,
you have amnesia.
And she says,
dude,
I'm gonna join Antifa.
You're not looking.
I'm gonna join Antifa.
Trying to make a point.
What could be the argument that I could give her as to why joining Antifa is bad when everybody just keeps telling her it's your own fault?
What do you think about that, 10th man? Since you're trying to make a
I'm
point.
just asking.
No, you're really just trying to make a point.
I think
Bro, I can see right through the bullshit.
Dude. Life's about choices. Choices have consequences. If you know the consequence, you still make the choice. You chose the consequence. Get on with it.
That's how you learn. Can't be too mad.
Get busy living or get busy dying, son. That's all I got to say to you. That's Brooks from Shawshank Redemption, by the way.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Maybe
Shawshank Redemption.
Maybe you are being honest here. There was actually something that Resla also mentioned that I wrote down that because I'm paying attention. Right? Yeah, definitely on this one. I write shit down, bro. You're sabotaging your own success by believing that validation is more important than the possibilities.
No.
And that's what I would tell my like 15-year-old niece that's going to join Antifa. Just read that to them, and then and they go, "What does that mean?" And I go, "Just stop. Go wash your vagina, sir,
years, bro." Yeah, she'll be a millionaire in 15 years.
Your vagina, Jesus Christ!
Why are you thinking about your niece's vagina? That's weird.
I don't think this is ever going to make it to the topic.
My God, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, the topic was Resla is
So
no
fucking
one has
degenerate.
ever called him a
because I flipped it on me, dummy. Shut up.
That was the topic.
Wait, you're the niece with the vagina now?
Yeah, I'm a black woman. I told you guys the other day.
Jesus. Yeah, the future is black, disabled, and fucking oppressed, apparently.
I did want to ask,
to a
Beans,
dragonfly.
Beans, I believe you said something like, why should she have to be submissive? This is the internet. But what if he was in the office and I'm in the living room and we're in the same house? Then could I be submissive?
I would just like to hear Isla's answer, if you wouldn't mind.
I just want to know, because how do you know I'm not in the other room and we're in the same home? Then would I be able to be submissive to him?
I don't hear the static shock of you shimmying along on your knees and touching him going, ow! Stop.
For all you know, I'm literally under his desk. That's why I'm not on camera. And that's why he keeps knocking. Maybe that's really why the mic keeps going off, because I'm on the cord down here.
Yeah, a little less teeth, though, because he keeps making grimaces.
Okay. We don't need to see all that. You want to go to that? You want to see that? Just go to his OnlyFans page. You can see it all.
Can I assume you voted for Trump, Resla?
Sure.
It seems like I'm not going to get an answer.
I thought he was going to draw it out and all of that shit.
What's your question? What's your question so I can give you a full-fledged answer?
That was
just what do you tell? What
you said you were thought to be I forgot what well, you weren't considered conservative, I think was what you were saying.
I never. Wait. First of all, I never said such a thing.
Oh my God, you and that pedantic bullshit. Somebody up here accused you of it. Maybe it was Beans saying
wait. People accuse me of not being black, and I'm up here as my phenotype.
He black.
Talk about my point here.
He
though.
black.
You said, and I know I can't get your words verbatim. I know you love to say that is not exactly what I said, Joe. You said something to the effect of that people think I'm a liberal all the time. And I'm saying most people would assume you're a Trumper. I'll be looking for your MAGA hat in the background.
Oh, I'm going to figure that out with the question because so Resla, I was trying to give a hypothetical example and then I was going to turn it around and ask a second one, but so we'll just skip right to the end. The guy who assassinated the CEO guy, I don't remember what his name is.
Luigi.
Yeah. So because of what he did, good or bad, don't know. Now there's a law being proposed. I don't know if it got passed or not. The type of behavior that he supposedly did this to oppose, which is like, the turning down people's claims when they're legitimate. A huge following has come to the point where now they're introducing laws to prevent these types of things. So what I'm trying to understand is when somebody says to me, hey, 10th, I'm going to go do this horrible thing because I think it'll make positive change in our society. And we've seen that true change cannot happen through peace, through all of history. Peace has never
I disagree.
achieved anything. Never one time.
I strongly disagree.
Yeah,
So how do I argue? Oh my goodness gracious! Are you serious right now? So what do I tell followers of Luigi when they come to me and say Gandhi is nonsense?
Get off your
Man, that
platitude.
dude was a god, bro.
Well,
That
let
shit
me
was-
try to engage your question, if I may, sir, with good faith, because I believe it was asked in good faith. So my understanding is this: you said for better or whether it was good or bad. Now, if there was a killing, I think we could justify maybe it was a good or a bad thing, but he was murdered. Thus, by the nature of the definition of the word, that's the unjustified taking of a person's life.
Yeah,
So
bear with me. I
therefore,
didn't say good or bad that he did it. I said good or bad that the law was introduced and the catalyst was him doing that. That's what I said.
Hold on, no, that's not what you made an inference, sir. You made an inference that was obvious. Now you're backpedaling carefully. You're going to trip.
No, this is specifically what I said. Don't, please.
Why platitudes are so poor.
I mean,
it's hypotheticals.
You said that he did what he did, and for good or bad, now all of a sudden there's
The law has been introduced. Yes.
Right. You're saying for good or bad, whether it was good
That the law is good or bad, not that he did it.
Okay. All right. So now you're shifting.
So go ahead.
I'm trying to engage your premise. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I have to correct you. You can't say that I said, oh, it's good that he shot him. That's not what I said. Go ahead.
You're single, aren't you? I can tell.
Nope, been married for 10 years.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
All right.
Not even the white people can.
Why aren't you hanging out with him right now?
Because he's playing video games with his family.
Because I'm black.
All right. So can we both agree that murder is not good?
No.
Okay. So you think the unjustified taking of life is potentially a good thing?
Are we talking about the specific instance or in general?
Bro, come on. Are you serious?
Unjustified.
Beansy, help me out, bro. Drill down into this guy. He's gonna be slipperier than an eel. You
No, because you're trying to get me to answer my question. Was it bad?
Generally, the way teaching works.
I'm trying to ascertain what your thought process is, so therefore I can engage it properly and not based on bullshit assumptions and take a wild ass guess. So I'm drilling down. I'm testing what your premise is. I'm testing to see how strong your belief systems are. You're so freaking double-minded and wishy-washy.
Nope.
No. Okay.
No, it's because the rules are wishy-washy.
In good faith, just like I said before, it's not in good faith. GS.
I just gave you a definition of murder, and I gave you a definition of killing. Now, killing could be good or bad, depending on the situation. Murder is the unjustified taking of a life. And I asked you, can that be good or bad? And you said, well, yes, it depends on the situation.
Yeah, that's right, because Obama drone striked a child in a foreign country that was an American citizen, and that was a murder, not a killing.
Great shift, bro.
So there's an example as to when murder is okay.
Just round and round in circles we go.
Brick, you're not smart enough to have this conversation. You're not smart enough. You're not smart enough,
bro. I'll try you.
You're not smart enough.
This shit is stupid, bro. I don't want to be this fucking smart. I don't want to be as smart as you, because if I was as smart as you, bro, I would be a dumb motherfucker.
It's a burden.
Bro, you are not a fucking burden. You are not. You're just a pissant. You're nobody, bro. Just like everybody on this fucking panel. You're trying to be fucking smarter, but you're not.
No, I'm asking a legitimate question of conversations that I've had with people.
If words have meaning, right? There are definitions, right? And
You stand in your vagina?
Is bullshit because you won't accept
You seem to be getting a little upset, Ricky.
You won't accept the definition, bro, and we're going around in circles. I would like to get back to the actual conversation, which is talking about oppression, not some jackass in fucking New York. I'm sorry, not you, Resla, who got red-rummed because he stole some money from some people, bro. That's some stupid ass shit.
Right, but speaking the way you're speaking,
what are we doing here?
justifies people doing that stuff to Tesla dealerships. Do you understand that?
That you won't even listen to reason. Go ahead.
Maybe you could make your
Explain
point
how
more
the world works.
Maybe you can make your points more directly. If you're doing this in earnest, you do it in the most obtuse way possible. Maybe you could say exactly what the fuck you mean, and that'll progress the conversation.
Thank you, Joe.
That is exactly what I mean. What do you tell somebody when they're going to do something horrible that could convince them not to do it, when the only responses are what I'm getting up here?
Wow, that's a very weird fucking obtuse question. Like I said, it depends on everybody response up here in order to answer your question. You see where I'm going with this?
It's just your responses wouldn't convince me if I was the person that I'm asking about.
So you want an objective response to a subjective situation. It's like you're literally trying to put.
Well, I can give you the answer to my question.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you in the middle of me trying to answer.
But I can answer my own question, but you guys can't seem to. Why is that?
It's called a rhetorical question. Then fucktard, go in your own room, talk to yourself in the fucking closet, and answer your own questions. Meanwhile,
because you don't want to answer the question.
We're trying to have conversation.
Yeah, we don't want to have to do a math quiz to answer the question, man. Be nice.
That's crazy.
I mean, it's
I'm always going to blame the host of the show. I mean, it's
oh no, wait. Well,
I'm with you, Beans. I'm with you, sir.
I wait. Listen, if there was another point of a show that I made, it would be cool. But literally, the point of it being opinionated, people have their own particular opinion. It's not my job to convince or persuade them. My idea is that when I talk to people who are on the panel, or even to the people who are in the chat, that I bring forth thought-provoking conversations that you would challenge yourself, because too many people get on platforms where we take what it is based on the people that's actually up there. We don't think for ourselves. That's all.
I know you're weird thinking, right? The ad hominem attacks on each other.
Ego.
You didn't hear that from me.
Ego Charles.
Yeah, I think it's wild, and I think that quite frankly, people need to do better. Unfortunately, I cannot persuade people to do better.
Yes, you can. You can prohibit it, right? Like we see guys.
Prohibiting is not persuading. Cutting somebody off is not the same thing as having people understand that they can be better.
Absolutely, no, I agree with you. But we see guys who, I see guys who tell people don't use certain words on their show. I see
and they do it.
People they got to pay $5 if you cuss or say the F word on their show. Like people make up all kind of rules, but I don't see nobody making up a rule to not be stupid. Like for some reason,
I wish
that is just fair game. If anybody wants to just be goofy,
stupidity is allowed.
Great, and we just
wait. But here's the funny part about
stupid people make the average look smart.
But even I love the fact that even when you say the aspect of having stupidity, right? That's all dependent. Is even that becomes subjective, and I wish it wasn't, because people choose what they think is a smart thing and what is not a smart thing. We all don't.
I understand that most people are just want to be entertained, right? So it works. I'm not saying that it doesn't work. I'm just saying I don't care. Like it's a time and place for everything, right?
Thank you. Yes.
I think the ego is my big issue. Every motherfucker is trying to show their knowledge or put their own self in there, and the argument becomes secondary.
Did you get that, Joe? Please say that again to everybody. Please do.
I think these become ego challenges. I think everybody is trying to show off their knowledge or whatever superiority they think that they have, as opposed to drilling down on the argument and trying to complete that.
So I'm here for a conversation, and I get annoyed when it does turn into exactly what Joe is saying. I find that not worth my time, honestly.
I'm here to get drilled down on.
But here's something that I would say though, generally specific.
Yeah.
What I do is I just keep having the conversation in good faith. Right. So even when I think a person may be asking a disingenuous question, I'll still answer it. When people ask yes or no questions, I give yes or no answers. Like it doesn't, because at the end of the day, I want to have the logical and the prudent conversation, right?
Yeah.
The point of having it is to get to an understanding. So if somebody else is being an asshole, I don't
I
help
don't
out.
want to indulge. Yeah.
You know what?
Even though I will like say
Funny
something
part.
like your mama.
Here's the funny
Trade your
part.
mama and shit. Yeah.
Well, here's the funny part. People, I have been around the internet in so many different spaces, and Beans started this well before me. I have watched Beans in so many different spaces, and I've had so many different conversations with him. Even I can always remember like even back way back in our like Fight Club days. I remember one of the first conversations I really had with Beans. This is before all this shit that you've seen, like, when I started doing my conference calls or whatever. I remember one of my first, probably not my first, but probably one of the earliest conversations I had with Beans, and it wasn't that what he said was wrong. It's not that what I said was wrong. It's that we came from different areas of the conversation. And he was saying something like, "Hey, I think Aaron was on at the same time. It was me, and there was a couple of other people on. Actually, I think even Clue might have been on the channel as well. But we were talking, and then Bean said something like, "Hey, we could talk a lot about the differences between what's going on and with even kind of to this conversation with the point about people who are oppressed and people who are going through particular things. And you asked me questions, and I was giving you an answer to it. But even to the point where you were like, hey, is it we don't need to belabor the point. If I think that we need to have more things when it comes to other individuals, when it comes to resources and whatever, especially if people who are black people, then we don't need to skirt that area. We can talk about it." And then I laughed because Aaron and I were talking about more on a financial aspect. And when I mentioned it to you, and I think in your idea, in your position in the beginning part of the conversation, you were saying something like, I don't need to skirt over a conversation that we should all should be able to have as intelligent black people on the panel. And when I explained my position, you were like, you know what? I get that, because that's me, and it made me laugh. And I'm pretty sure I probably got it somewhere in my plethora of catalogs of panels that we had even way back then. But like, I think that point, that even when we were having that talk, it made me think like I could rock with him. And I think a lot of people, like, they don't give him that same amount of grace that I do.
Is that when you
Some
get his
of
phone
you
number?
you don't. So the thing is this: you don't enter the conversation trying to change a person's mind. You
Correct.
enter the conversation trying to understand them, and you're hoping that they do the same thing.
I agree.
Understanding is the best thing we can get to. We don't always have to necessarily agree. We won't all take the same paths. But as long as you acknowledge, and because I hate, like, you say something, like say, let's say GS or Brick say something right now, and then as soon as they finish talking, I'll be like, well, here's where you're wrong.
Yes.
Right. Like, well, see, what you don't understand is,
yes,
no, what you
yeah.
missing is, right? Instead of saying, no, I see what you're saying. No, I see what you're saying right here. Make sure that they understand it, or what they call it,
rephrase it so they know that you understand it.
Manning is the
Still
still
man
man,
it.
right?
Yeah.
So just so you know that I know exactly what you're talking about, right? It's an acknowledgement thing. Like I said, what Lindsay did up here, that's a once a year thing. That's a once a year event for me. For somebody to just actually say, you know what, I was wrong. I
Bullshit. I've done that multiple times with you, Beans.
He said bullshit. Hey, what the fuck?
I got circles I hang in. Well, that's just the norm, man.
I like the phrase "I gotcha" because, you know, when you start your, you know, monologue, whatever, if you're responding, you say "I got you." Okay, what you're actually doing is you're confirming that you've heard or understood something, and you're gonna, if you say it like that and you really do understand it, you know, I can tell whether you're being honest or not.
Yeah, that'll suffice.
Yes, because your response will be indicative of it, right?
So,
but
you
you
could be
gotta
talking
acknowledge that you heard it. That people need that. Don't just jump into your shit. Acknowledge what they're saying. Respond to it if you have a response. Then say what you're gonna say.
There's
Absolutely.
another thing that
right
I wanted
now,
to.
if we're talking about this right now, and let's just say Joe says, Star Wars was a great movie series, and then I come in and say, yeah, Above the Rim was like really
right.
good basketball. You're like, wait, what?
Right.
Like, you're not even going to acknowledge the premise of the
Space Jam was even better, though.
Fuck out of here.
That's
But either way.
That's what I'm saying. Like that, to Joe's point, I think ego does play a part in it. But honestly, something that's bigger than that. I use this word a lot. People think I use it sarcastically and facetiously to be insulting, but I don't. People are actually stupid, right? They don't understand that the way they're communicating is flawed. They don't actually know that, right?
I agree.
So that's where it can like really make the conversations frustrating, especially when you drop in links, because now anybody can come up on the panel.
Right.
I agree.
And now
And I think
suddenly you're
even
speaking
though
different languages.
Yeah, and
I
I wanted to
agree.
point out. Oh, sorry, Alex. Go ahead.
I agree, and I
Oh
think even though
gosh.
men do this often, I think a lot of times women do this more than anyone, which is why women shouldn't speak. They should just kind of shut up, especially when men are speaking.
I love
I like
you.
it. So
Joe, wait, hold up, Joe. You wanna address this, man?
Angry Vet, I'm just here to hear Joku just said. Well, Angry
'Cause
Vet is
outside of
very
that, he
nice.
literally says, like he says.
So I don't want
I hate people.
to miscategorize your answer, Rizla, but I typed in the chat there earlier. What I got the general answer that I was supposed to tell a group of Antifa people what they're supposed to do. Is that true? That I should
I
yell at them that they're stupid and disingenuous. That's what I should do, right?
Here's the thing: no. So you're asking me the question as me, somebody who will be an authoritative figure to tell you what you should do as a corrective action. Here's the truth of the matter: you put yourself in a position to speak to people from Antifa, and I have no dealings with people in Antifa.
I'm like a journalist. I'm out and there's a protest. And I'm trying to say, don't light that on fire, guys. And this is the reason.
I don't have a
You're
problem.
disingenuous and stupid.
You can say that all you want. You know what I do not do, even though I have freedom of press or freedom of press. I do not walk around telling people that I'm a journalist. That's the difference in mindset.
The camera do that though most
legit.
times.
Well, so 10th man specifically, that's kind of a conflation though, right? What you're talking about is how do I, take a person down off the what the fuck is the name of that gun?
Off the loony train where they're completely ballistic and they're like, let's burn it all. And I'm like, no, this is the reason.
He said
I was about to say that gun that they was using.
Men and I can walk around the streets literally with a camera. I got a really good camera, and I'm gonna say that he has a camera as well, right? But what we decide to review, what we decide to take pictures of, what we decide to videotape is different. Before I started doing YouTube, I did photography. He decided he wanted to record fucking Antifa. We're not the same in our mindset.
I record
but I'm just trying.
No, but it was organic. It was organic.
Real quick, y'all. Right. Sorry, real quick. I just want to at least be one person that answers this question directly. So, 10th man, here's the thing though. When you get to that point, first of all, it's going to be very difficult to talk that person down, right? Very, very difficult. Right. Because at that moment, the only thing that will really solve it for them is either hearing what they want to hear or an actual solution.
I love it.
Right. So it's going to be very difficult to talk that person down anyway. Nobody is saying that you should tell them that they're stupid and disingenuous. That's for conversations, right? So you're not having a conversation with this person. You're literally having an intervention with this person at that point in time.
That's
dude.
Yep. But I wanted to bring something else about this conversation stuff. Resla, do you remember when we were talking about highlights?
Which part? I've had this conversation with a couple of people. Which part?
I think he wanted blue and you wanted to get pink. I remember.
Crazy. And fuck you, Joe.
Whether to foil it or pull it through a cap, like what are we doing?
I did use the reference of conversation. So when people are having these conversations, they want to use examples, and that's great. But what happens is they highlight it or they don't. What they do is they go down the diatribe of, so what about this scenario, about this thing, about that? And it's no longer a highlight.
Correct.
It's fine to make highlights about a specific scenario, but then when you actually bring that conversation to this highlight that was just supposed to be a highlight, now we're off of the conversation.
Very good.
Yeah, we go.
No, it's the specific conversation.
He's totally
the point that he's making is that a highlight was literally just that. it was not meant to beat off until that particular
And
venture,
obscure
that
shit.
role. Yeah.
Yes. I'm gonna tell y'all this. This is a 4-hour stream. I don't know how much longer we're gonna go. If you go through this stream, and I know the people on my side, they hear me under my voice saying shit when that happens. I'm always frustrated when we veer away from the topic because I usually don't hit panels unless the conversation is about something I really want to talk about. So,
I understand.
that's a great point that you just made. Great point.
I appreciate that. Yeah. And so like when you're going to a point, right, you're wanting to make sure that you get your point across. So you bring up your point, and then you may bring up an example, which you would call a highlight, but then you have to be able to bring it back to the point somehow, well within the actual conversation in the topic.
And it should have been to strike more clarity, not offer any chance of confusion.
Right.
Well, but let's just be honest though. More I think more often than not, right, that people get distracted by the analogy, right?
Yeah, I think that's what Brick is saying.
Yes.
And then they broach, but that's what I'm saying. It's not necessarily on the speaker, it's on the listener.
Okay.
The listener will get distracted by the analogy, and now we're having a conversation about, well, that's not even the same. Well, that's why it's an analogy.
That happens.
Right?
Too.
It don't have to be the
becomes a highlight. It becomes a highlight if you can just kind of gloss over it and bring it back, and maybe somebody might rebuttal the highlight a little bit again, only to highlight it. Right? I'll give you an example. One of the things mentioned also, according to this topic, you're not oppressed, you're just losing, whether it's life or a game, whatever, was mentioned, learning how to control. So it could be the situation you're learning to control, right? Now, what was mentioned as a highlight was where to invest, whether it's stocks or yourself. Now, when I attempt to bring it back to that point, which is to learn control, I'm not going to go off into this tangent about stocks. I'm just going to mention stocks. I'm not going to go off into a tangent about how I've improved myself. I'm just going to mention myself and the improvements I've made. And then I'm going to say, and so because of that, I've learned how to control the situation. And I can specify a little bit more, but it's got to be a very small portion of the point to be made.
Treat it like you got ADHD.
I'm
Yes.
not even disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, man, it's the crowd will still matter. I think you're 100% correct. You're telling people how they should communicate properly, and I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying you can take that proper communication to pretty much 99.99998% of YouTube panels, and it won't facilitate a better conversation because most people just don't understand how to do that. You know what I mean?
It depends on it depends first. First of all, it depends on the type of YouTube panels that you are on. YouTube is as big as the world in itself.
So some
That's why I
panels,
said
their goal,
99.99999.
it won't benefit the goal of some panels. Their goal is not so much communication as it is somebody's getting an emergency alert.
Somebody is, yep.
Their goal would be more the drama or more, I don't know what the hell they're talking about, comedy or something where it doesn't benefit them to actually know the truth. It's probably an echo chamber, where motherfuckers must hear this same shit over and over.
Yeah. Places are. Yep. Yeah, most places are. That's what I'm saying. And I really be stressed out. Shout out to Fatty, because Fatty be seeing it on my face. He be like, podcast, I got you. he try to bring the conversation back because he be seeing it in my face and my gestures and shit. Like, come on, fam. Like,
there's more to it too. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Some people don't believe that they can add to the conversation genuinely. So when they hear any little thing that they can hang on to, they'll jump and intentionally distract because they're stronger. That happens too.
Yep, I agree with that. Yeah, it's called roasting.
Okay. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Bricky's really good at that. Bricky is a fucking beast at roasting.
No, but we'll have to see about that. I haven't quite caught on to it.
I hope we don't see about it. I really don't care to see.
I can't say.
I don't want to see it here, bro.
It's a no for me, dog.
You say that. Look, it might just be me as an American. I'm very iffy about UK humor. I don't really be catching on to all of it.
Gotcha.
So let me ask this question, right? Because I never got any clarification on this. If we are going to say that men should protect women from other men because it's not fair for women, it's not a fair fight for a woman to fight a man. Shouldn't then we also make fair considerations for everybody else? Or why do women have the privilege of being treated fairly and everybody else just needs to accept that life isn't fair?
Truth is, Jesus Christ, there's so much in that you gave, because like even when you started up the earlier
like
part
giving
of that
simple
of that
questions.
very conversation, the moment you started off and saying the whole point about men protecting women, right? The first thing I thought about, okay, so let's go to the opposite of that, the whole fairness when it comes to physicality, right? But shouldn't women just then be protecting men based on the fact about psychological things, since men are willing to listen to what the hell women want to say, since women are strong in the tongue, but not necessarily strong in the strength. But then you went to a whole nother area. I'm like, well, where do we stop? Where do we draw lines?
Hey, listen, it's a difficult question. It's a great question. But that's what I'm saying. I'll be honest with you and tell you, I don't know where we draw the line. But I'm saying, why are we not including
That's
women
where I'm at. That's
in the
exactly
line?
where I'm at.
We're telling this one demographic of people, life ain't fair, get over it. And then we're telling this other demographic of people, hey, well, we understand that's not fair, so we got you. Like,
well, yeah. So here's my thing. Just based on, so the problem that we're fighting, and I'll just say this, and I don't have much to link it to, but I'll just give you my raw personal feeling, personal opinion on this, is that when we look at things that will take care of you, we can only look at that on a socio standpoint. When it comes to the fact that we look at things on a just being able to survive, a survival instinct, there's two different things. Socially, people want to make sure that the people want to make sure that the people that they know or people are that they think are disenfranchised want to be taken care of. But in reality, when we look at just survival, it's not the same rules. It's just not. It's not.
I'll be honest with you, I don't necessarily understand what you mean by that.
I'll say on a socio point, we want to make sure that those who are not properly, even whether they are regular individuals, whether there's someone who's poor, whether there's someone who is dealing with financial shit because they have too many kids, or they're just not.
You cut out, hon. You said whether they're poor, whether they have too many kids.
So
And then you cut
what
out.
we look at, this is how we got to the whole point of like welfare and everything else, right? People who are not able to have as much or do as much with what they have, what they can compared to other people, we try to turn around and look out for them. That's a socio part. When it's survival, it becomes survival of the fittest, and that's the biggest difference that we see between the world, and we're not able to put that together.
I wonder if that's necessarily true. I think they
survival,
must be both.
Survival of the fit. The point that I'm making, that you can go right after me. Survival of the fittest is not the same to how we want to look at each other coming up. Survival has not always been the benefit of the group. It's an individual thing.
Okay, I'll speak more to what Beans was talking about then.
Sure.
I don't think, Beans, that those things are necessarily opposed. A person supposed to know that life is hard. If you get 50-50, you're lucky. And a person feeling that they have a duty to help other people. I think both remain wise and true. You should, because it is true that no one has to help you. So you should believe that. And then as the other guy, I want to be better than what's average, especially me, because I'm a fan of God and shit. So I want to still help other people. I don't see the things as being in opposition to each other. There's shouldn't be a mystery there.
Well,
it's,
that
I
doesn't
don't
make
think
sense,
I don't
right?
think it
So
is a mystery.
If it's virtuous to be altruistic, right? then I can absolutely have that expectation from mankind. It doesn't mean that
I expect men to be virtuous.
No, I'm
I
saying
expect
it's
other
being
men to be
altruistic.
virtuous. I can't do that.
No,
That's
he's not
altruistic.
saying that. He's not saying that.
What I'm saying is this. What on one hand, I'm saying life ain't fair and you can't expect for people to treat you right. Then on the other hand, I'm gonna treat you right. Right? Because this is the virtuous thing to do. Right?
Because I want to be virtuous. Yes.
I understand what you're saying, Joe. So
Hope for the best,
what I'm
expect
saying is this,
the worst.
is that we absolutely have expectations of people, though.
We should not.
Right, but we do. That's the point. Like it doesn't matter if we should not. We do. Whether it's from a religious standpoint, whether it's from a law standpoint, philosophical standpoint, we have expectations of
Dude,
people.
just even a work relationship standpoint.
Yeah,
Right,
absolutely. That was the point that I was even trying to make for you, Joe, when I was trying to give my example. Beans automatically just put that out there. Correct. But it's not how we see ourselves doesn't mean that everybody sees the same thing. It's not.
Of course.
It's not,
But
it
of
doesn't work
course,
that
what
way.
does that got to do with I should not have expectations of you? I think that's why I get along with everybody. I don't have expectations of any fucking one. No one owes me nothing. If you do something for me, great. If you do it 20 times in a row and you don't pick me up that day and I'm late, I'm not gonna get mad. It was your fault. Why wouldn't you here? I thank you for the 19 times.
I like Joe's point. Joe's making a really good point because when you go to work, right, and you're whatever work experience you have, you're going to the company, right, you better be expecting to do every person's job. That's just the reality of it. I'm sorry. That's life. It's unfair. Expect to do everybody's job.
Right. So that means that. Well, I won't address that. I don't want to do
Oh my God!
That's a highlight, and then
I need. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I normally don't do this, but I need to do this because this is something that I really need to hammer the home. Because people visit my channel a lot. People have.
See this right here.
Stop.
This is the thing that makes me not want to live.
Yeah, no. Let me do this. Let me.
I feel you, brother. I feel you.
So let me roll up my fucking sleeves because people come to my channel on and off, and if they don't come to my channel, I literally bring forth my perspective and my viewpoints and what I say, even when I get asked what's my channel about. I go to different areas. People have understood my perspectives, and they somehow still. And this is not a personal attack, but when I see this thing, it needs to get addressed because people don't understand that when somebody reads what you say in the comment section, this has nothing to do with anyone who's on the panel. In the comment section, there's some other person who is lurking in the background who might think that this is what it is, and I need to address it because it's not that thing, right? Angry Casper, you keep walking around in other people's spaces and keep mentioning black pill, red pill shit. Nothing of my content ever talked about red pill shit.
Driving me crazy.
Wait, no, stop. It is you who is stuck on this rhetoric. I like you, Casper, but you are too stuck on rhetoric.
I'm not sure I know what the black pill is.
You don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Because I'm addressing him. I'm addressing him. You everywhere you go, you mention red pill and black pill shit. I am literally a few drinks away from you just catching Tesla. Don't say you off. Don't run, nigga. Don't run. Don't do that. Everywhere you do this red pill, black pill shit. I get it. That's the only life that you know. The world is bigger than that. The internet is not just about that. Don't you dare fucking run.
Please don't go, Casper.
I like Casper. He and I have had conversations that he makes sense about things. But there are times where he talks and I just go, why did everything come back to that? Is that all you think that exists in the world? My entire content has always been about, listen, I've done entire streams. You know what we talk about is some of the most deadly sins. And I did a whole stream about it. If you need to, I'm not even going to talk about it in the stream. But I've literally done the deadly sins of being on YouTube panels. So if you've seen that, why would you come up here and then start talking about red pill, black pill shit?
Because you can't even have a discussion about men and women now without people thinking it's red pill, black pill shit.
I don't talk about none of that shit. I talk about real life shit. If it just so happens that we need to venture off in order to make a point or to correlate or whatever, I think that people who will come up here and click on this damn link are smart enough individuals to do that. But it seems like no matter where I go, it doesn't matter if it's here or if it's Flo or fucking Glenn or whatever. Like, you do the same shit everywhere.
Everywhere.
Just so you realize, you're being respectful to him, and he just said, "Nah, fuck off," in your comment section.
No, I highlighted that too.
Okay. No, he said I'm off.
No, it comes to a point where I say the shit that you do everywhere, you're indoctrinated. You fuck off because apparently you don't. Apparently you're stuck. You're stuck in a limbo. You're stuck in a helix. You're eating your own ass.
Well, that and he makes comments and then gets pissed off when they're highlighted and addressed.
But again, I've done this with him on panels, on people's panels, and I've done it even with my own. You keep doing the same shit. When are you going to learn and develop? Because you're not developing. Again, I say this again. You understand the audience. You have to understand your audience, and you go to different areas with the same shit. I say this all the time. If I go to Bean's panel, I understand his chat. I understand his environment. I understand what I'm walking into. If I decided to go into an area, like when I go into Flow, Lindsay, you there, you talk about what, and I understand what it is. If I get into it, but if you're here, don't think that where you go in one area, whether you're in Flow, whether you go to Sarah, whether you go to whatever, and then you come here and you think you're going to do the same shit. You're not. I'm going to call it out. Because here, we dissect talking points.
Are you telling me?
Stop! Don't you even think that you're going to fucking derail me right now when I'm making my point. You're not going to talk about talking points and narratives. I'm not going to let it rock because that's exactly what my whole channel is about. Dispelling talking points and narratives. I will not let that run rampant and free because you have so many places that you can go to for that. I'm not going to allow it here. We can talk, we can have a discussion, but I will not allow you to dispense poison among my chat. Poison among my community. Just because I am a black person doesn't mean I talk about black shit. The same way how in areas that you like to go to and just spit about the same echo chambers, we don't allow it here. Here we do critical thought. And I'm going to call you out every time. The same thing I'm going to call out. Hold up. I'm going to call out.
Angry vet. Mm-hmm.
I'm happy you called that out before I even said it.
Yeah, because that's hard. It's been bothering me.
I'm not doing this shit. If you have a problem with what I do here, unsubscribe. Don't fucking watch. Leave. And keep in mind, this is your warning because I don't have a problem banning people. I'm trying to be very nice. I don't need to be. Care, mercy, grace. If you lose those things, you're going to need a whole new account. Last warning. I don't need you here. You're not relevant.
But he's important. He uses all caps.
Too, bro.
Well, here's the thing. I give grace of people who use all caps because I think that they're on their phone.
You still have to double tap that up for it to do that. And you
True.
may give grace, but I have a race and I don't talk.
But I know many people who talk in all caps because they talk on their phone. So I get it. It's so small. But there's only okay.
You know what?
I'm happy.
You know
Wait. You think I'm fucking playing? Everybody who's in the chat, what did you just see happen?
Angry Vet was banned. I was
and
gonna
another
do
one
it,
bites
so.
the dust, and another one's gone, and another one's gone.
Yeah, I have a wrench now, and I'm not as kind as you are, so he would have been gone anyway.
Stop it. And I've had him do okay. I'm okay to opposition, but he's not even there to benefit anyone. Never mind anyone in the chat. He's not benefiting nobody. No one here on the panel, no one here in the chat. And I've had him up here on panel. But even when he's up here on panel, you know what he does? He want to go after GS and he want to go after Brick. He don't even contribute.
Come just to bring your personal problems against people on someone else's.
I don't go live. I do not go live for you.
I need some drugs, bro. I swear.
I don't go live.
I am high as a motherfucker right now, Beans.
Wait,
I'm serious because I am pissed. I'm pissed off right now, and I shouldn't be. But
literally, I finished the whole 6. I've been going through. I finished the whole pint even afterwards, and I've gone through half my fucking bottle of bourbon. I'm not fucking nearly lit enough to say that I'm going to tolerate that shit.
Let's just get Tesla. Can we get him?
Yo, you're so close. Like
I've smoked at least a quarter ounce since I got on this panel.
Look, this is very merciful. I want to hear the rant. Someone said clues up here. I don't need you. I don't need you to do that.
In the cut, Resla. In the cut.
That's right, Clue. We don't need you. We don't need you, sir.
Who's seen it?
I just want you to know that I hate you. Like
you did this, Beans. You did this shit.
You angry man, fucking Izzy Benz, all y'all niggas that interrupt conversations and take 20 minutes to address retards in the fucking chat. Listen, I remember.
Speak on it. Speak on it.
Resla, I remember when I first started streaming. You know what used to bother me? The fact that I had to highlight every comment. Right? I was like, damn, why they don't just have it with a comment and just come up? Now I'm so fucking glad that they don't have it where every comment would just come up, because now you can pick and you literally have the power to pick and choose what you highlight, what you address, right? So I don't even have to address.
No, I want beans to cook, and I'm gonna go afterwards. Go ahead.
Somebody was in my chat earlier today, came in and said, they said some slick to me and said, but you friends with Angry Snowman though, right? Listen, you didn't hear me say a mother freaking word. That person got politely timed out quietly. And when they came, I didn't ban them. When they came back, I timed them out again quietly. I mean, I don't get it. I'm not gonna say I'm not judging you, because I am.
You are. You absolutely are.
All the way off right now. Like
you're off.
Because I don't understand this shit.
I'm all in with you though, Beans. I'm on this land.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do when you got 1,000 motherfuckers in your chat?
Please let me know when I can explain my position.
Spend 3 hours hate.
You can. I'm throwing you the mic right now. What you gonna do when you got 1,000 people watching?
You gonna spend 3 hours hating?
No, he's gonna have mods like me.
And you got 9 other people on your panel trying to have a commercial, and you got 75 trolls in your chat that's saying goofy shit. You just gonna keep saying, wait. Oh, Black Cat from North Dakota.
I like. Here's the funny part about that, Beans. I don't have a vision of me being that big.
Well, I don't see how
Stop. Let me say it again for you. I don't have a vision of me being that big. Because the truth of the matter, I have a real life outside of this. This here is not the goal.
You realize it's not an answer.
No.
You can't stop it. You can wake up tomorrow.
I address other people so people can get an example of what we're doing.
Hey,
because
I don't know what.
Absolutely.
You know what? If other people want to speak for me, go ahead. Because apparently my words aren't enough. Go ahead, Snowman.
No, all I was going to say is I don't
tell
know
us
why
what
Beans is
Resla
even
was
up here
trying to say.
saying anything because we've all sat and watched him hate monologue over comments in the stream for
You have.
hours on end.
You have.
Liar.
You absolutely fucking have.
You're a liar.
I wasn't gonna call him out. I
You're
wasn't
a
gonna call him
liar.
out. But he fucking has done it.
Because
Dude, I've been on panels while you were doing it.
You're a liar.
No, we're not lying.
Let me tell you.
Fucking done it.
Let me tell you what you're not gonna find. You not gonna find
Just because you removed them from the public's view doesn't mean they weren't there.
Absolutely.
I like when you guys yell at chat.
What you're not gonna find, Resla. You not gonna find me having 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people on my panel, and we are enthralled into a conversation, and I'm telling people, hold on, so I could address some retarded motherfucker in the chat. You a liar, and the truth ain't in you if you say I do that shit.
Is that what he
You're a
does,
liar.
Snowman?
I love Resla, hold on real quick.
Stop. I love this.
I get accused of not paying attention to the
Is
chat
that-
more
is
so
that-
than anything.
Is that your defining factor of it being better?
Wait,
no,
I
he
can't
was
hear
talking
you.
about you respond to trolls in chat and stop the panel. So does that something he does? Respond to troll comments in chat and hold his show?
I don't know who you're saying that to.
Beans, I'm saying Beans is accusing you of reading every fucking troll comment and stopping the show for 15 minutes. Y'all saying you do the same shit.
Wait, here's the funny part of the difference between me and Beans. When I was up here, even when I was on panels, the same way he was, I've said what I did before I even started YouTube. I was a person who literally worked for Quora and Reddit. My job was to read chats.
Come on. Come
I ain't
on.
gonna lie, I didn't know that, but that's neither here nor there. Now your job
No.
What?
Now your job is to host
Now
the
your
show.
job's to ignore chats.
Beans, you didn't know
the only
that?
chat you're supposed to acknowledge is super chats, fool.
Wait, stop. Beans, you didn't know that? Which is why I pay so much attention to chats. Because I look at so many content creators that don't pay attention to their chat.
Yeah,
I have a habit. I have a nasty habit of reading chats because I used to do it.
Yeah, listen, I get accused. You'll be in my chat and you will see people saying, "Man, this motherfucker ain't even looking at the chat." I don't even be on that screen a lot of times.
I'm like you are, Beans. I don't sit on the comment stream. I don't either. I sit in the private.
Wait. To anyone who watches me in chat, panel, whatever, how often do I say I have no problem going back and forth with motherfucker? But you know what I do all the time? I'm very cognizant of
the
my audience.
Well, I
the
guess it would
chats.
depend on how you respond. If you're
Well,
cognizant of the audience and you're keeping them involved, that's one thing. It may not be against what Beans is talking about. It still may not be wise to
Never
to
said
do the other
against.
thing.
Again, if the idea of 4 of against is that just one motherfucker is better than me, then you know what I'm gonna say? Good, with no problem, whatever. If that's the criteria, I got no problem saying it. He's better than me. I don't give a fuck.
No,
I'll teach you. Don't worry, I'll teach you.
What I'm saying is this, because you might not know this because you haven't really been through a funk, and I don't believe you will ever go through one, Resla, because you don't actually have a personality. But
sure, that's an indictment on me. Sure.
No, that's a compliment. I'm saying I don't think that you have the personality that you will end up putting yourself in a funk where your channel will suffer. Right, I just don't think you have the personality to do it. I do. I've seen other people do it, right? But what I'm saying is this: it's a privilege, bro, to be able to. Right now, you got 8 motherfuckers on the panel, and it's been consistently 8, 9, 10 all night long, right? So when we're in a panel space, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like for me, the reason why I will come to a Resla show and say, "Hey, let me stream it," is so that my audience can see me on a panel, because they don't get to see that, because people know when they come to my channel, I have standards and I'm not dropping my standards for no fucking body.
So
Yes,
part
and you know how you get.
But part of the reason, and this has nothing to do with Beans. This has nothing to do with, again, this has nothing to do with how content creators decide to do their own shit. But part of what happens even on my channel, and people notice all the time, is that I do not behold my mods for being stuck around me, because you know what's at the end of the day, They're not paid. I had been on panel, been live for 4, 5, 3 hours, 6
12.
hours with no
Yeah, we
mods
sat in
in
the
my
chat and chopped it up until
No
he decided to
12.
come back to
my
life.
chat. In fact, I think Snowman has been a mod for less than a week.
That's
Yeah, I was
racist,
actually
bro.
doing it before I was a mod.
Literally, with no wrench. I am so used to watching the chat myself. I've had no mods in my chat for several hours. Never said shit to anyone. Because part of what I used to do before, I used to be a person who used to get paid to be a mod. So I understand what it's like to watch channels. It is different between being the guy and being the person who's sitting in the chat. You know that like anyone else being, like anyone else who's been a content creator. I have been up here and had plenty of streams come by with no one in my motherfucking chat. And then someone like Snowman, like Lindsay, like Mama, and say, you know, there's no one here, right, with a wrench? And I'm like, I know, but I can't force people to do something that they're not paid for to do.
It's that shit,
So
Beans.
if I have to take the time to address somebody, regardless of who the fuck is on panel, rather than let them run rampant with no mods, I'll take that fucking opportunity.
That's the point. They can't run. Okay, right now I can't show it to you, but if you go to my channel right now, you'll see it's back in my chat again, right? Here's what he said. He said, "How can you call yourself a black man while disrespecting black male conservatives, but you friends with poor white hillbilly trash?" So he's talking about Snowman again, right? So
okay,
here's the thing.
Damn.
I didn't
He
have
called you
to
hillbilly.
listen. But wait,
How do you know he ain't talking about Brick?
but wait, here's my point. I didn't have to tell you that. All I had to do was hit
forever,
and I can say put user in timeout, or I can
This
say
is the part
I
where
don't understand what any of this has
Hold
to
up,
do with
hold
the
up, hold up,
fucking
hold up,
topic.
but that's not your job because you're not the panel host. Learn your place.
Stop.
Dude, listen to Resla.
Oh, don't make me start fucking. I want to hear the point where that Beans is making, because now he's making a point to someone who's in his own chat. Not what happened here in his own chat. I want to hear what he had to say about that, because now he's having to he as a content creator is having to deal with the critique that happened within restreaming and hearing about the own thing of what's happening.
Please remind us of the comment, Beans, before you continue. Please
Thank
remind
you.
me
I
of the
want
comment.
to hear it.
The comment is what I'm saying is this: it's just a troll nigga who don't like me. He comes to my chat, he says shit to remind me that he don't like me.
Correct.
If I don't disrupt the show with it, I just time him out. I don't even ban him. I just time him out and keep going. Now, but Resla, if it's just me up there, then yeah, I say something. But if I had you, Snow, Joe, Alex, GS, all these people on my panel, I'm not finna interrupt y'all conversation to address something new in the fucking chat. The fuck, hell no. But see, in my mind, I'm always putting on the show, right? And I want my show to be intellectual, which is why I come over here. That's what I expect from you. That's all I've ever gotten from you on other panels is intellectual
expectations.
So I'm holding you to that, right? So you can do what you want.
Holding you to the task, Resla.
No, wait, no, because I could already hear Joe holding his nuts. I want to know where.
I just love the way he's talking, man. I love this shit.
But bro, Resla, this ain't your show, right?
This nigga is crazy.
No, it's not my nuts. It's not my nuts. It's Beans' nuts right now that Joe's holding on to.
He grasping them motherfuckers real tight.
Apparently making an example, because here's the truth of the matter. I'm having new people come through, and there needs to be a presence being set.
Absolutely.
So if I need to highlight and make an example, especially because I have people in my chat who are not mods, so I need to be able to do the work myself. And if I need to highlight a motherfucker, because here's the funny part about it, Beans, that you're saying. Angry Man. Someone that a lot of people who up here who don't know. Angry Man in real time will be by himself. and highlight a motherfucker who's not important with hundreds, if not thousands of people watching them
for 2 hours straight.
Will highlight a motherfucker and say, send this motherfucker an Uber. But I, with less than 100, that's a problem?
Wait, Resla, watch this though.
Wait, but that was a question.
Absolutely. We already told you. You already said that it ain't about you doing whatever you want to do on your panel. You can do whatever you want to do on your panel. If you're asking me my opinion, yes, I think it's fucking retarded to interrupt your 8, 9, 10 person panel to address a loser in the chat. But here's the thing, Resla. Angry Man also does that shit when he's on somebody else's panel. He could be over here right now, and somebody in the chat, in your chat, could be saying something, and he'll interrupt all of us. Wait. Jared Jackson in the chat, fuck your life, because you don't know nothing about me.
Hey, what's
that shit
going
is
on?
Fucking ignorant, bro.
Hey, by the way, we got a two that's in here, but also I want to say thank you for Night for being in the chat. Peace Dynamo says, did we ever find out who the how a villain born? No, we did not, or created, we have not. But also to the point of this, to the point of this as well, right?
I want to spend some time.
No, I don't want to hear it because he's giving me a question, right? Everybody does their thing their own different way. The same way how even if we're all content creators, we all do our own different rules. We all do our own different things. It's just it is what it is. We all have different niches. We all have different titles. We all have different perspectives of how we come through things.
Absolutely.
Here's the truth of the matter. For the time that, and for anyone who's up here long enough, Snowman, Joe, Brick, Alexandria, even Lindsay, even 10th Man, right? For those who are up here long enough know that I don't really take my time to address motherfuckers unless I know there are people who I've known who have been up here. Here's the truth of the matter. They're not even here for me. That motherfucker was doing what he was doing and putting my name, but he wasn't here for me.
Truth.
He wasn't here for me.
So he was really
and I need to let, and here's the other truth. The people who have been here, even though I have been able to convert people over to my content because of what I do, the original reason why they were here wasn't even for me.
To see me, I know, Resla. Thanks, man. Thanks. And I'm glad you all.
No, nigga. I love you, Joe.
That's great.
No, the original people who were here that I had to convert over were not here for me. They were here because of drama that happened from a whole different community.
Yep, some other fuck shit.
And I fought that shit off for months.
Yeah.
Every person that stuck here, I fought.
He fought through that shit like for months, like he fights through his microphone never working.
You'll have a new one soon.
But I fought to have every single person here because I had a whole fucking different community come in and raid me to try to convince me and convert.
Dude, not just one community. You had 3 different.
Their fucking community.
Dude, you had like 3 communities come in.
Yes. It was that Trump hat you always wearing.
I'm gonna do a whole Antoine Fisher. I'm still here. I'm still standing. I'm still strong.
That's cultural appropriation, sir.
It's my culture, sir. It's not appropriation. It's my culture.
But is it?
It is. I don't give a fuck how many times they want to take away. Here's what y'all can have a credit score too.
He did not just go there.
I fucking did. You can have a great credit score too.
Yeah, if I was
all right,
white man, yeah, absolutely.
But
dude, this white man, this white man's credit score was jacked before he got a chance to use it.
Yo, but it's the fact that I had to fight people to hold my space because when I started my content, I didn't start it off the back of other people that I already knew. It's no disrespect for anyone who wants to come up with people who already know them. I'm not doing that. That's not my premise. But when I started my content, I literally said I need to do it in an area that no one knows me, so that by the time I come big enough and I go into the areas that already know me, they're like, I remember him. Not you only have it and we are only all know each other from the same motherfuckers that go to everybody else's panel and it's a one big circle. That's not what I wanted. And I had to fight motherfuckers for that. And the people who are up here seen that.
Buddy in chat definitely got the response that he wanted.
Yes, and we ever gonna get back
But
to
you know,
the topic.
here's the thing. I'm happy you got your highlight because now you have to get a whole new account to ever say something up here again.
I'm sure he's got at least 2 or 3 more sock accounts.
I was thinking
And
23,
you know
30.
what? And you know what's the reason why we call him a sock account? That's the only way you will get your nut here on this channel.
Because you jerk off into a sock?
Yes, the only way you will get your nut on this channel. Because your original name, people have to realize who you are.
Oh, dude, all my sock accounts have my original name.
Through something else. Here's the sad part about that, guys. That man came up here to do dumb shit. After he did dumb shit, left, went to other people's channels and talk shit about me, came up here and then apologized to me to come up here later on, not even for me, but just to get banned.
Yeah, I'm on Bean's side.
You're a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
You're an idiot.
I missed it, Resla. Who are we talking about now?
We're talking
Somebody
about
that doesn't matter.
Wait. Let me say it. You know what?
Somebody that doesn't matter.
You don't have to worry about yourselves all being up on panel.
Don't worry, it'll be 30 more minutes.
The fucking angry vet, the dumbass that did what he did that had to get blocked.
Okay. Joe Cole, has anyone ever told you your laugh is really annoying, like infuriating?
I get it a lot.
Yep.
I get it a lot. Yes, I do.
Iconic.
So
I can't. Why are you impressing me? I can't do nothing about my laugh. I don't see why you're
you could
impressing
mute.
me.
You could
up here
mute
on
the
panel.
mic. You could always do that.
Wow. I could do what? Mute the mic?
You can. You could always just mute the mic.
Yeah.
If I could just get this off real quick, Lindsay, I just want you to know you were my hero sponsorship for today. So thank you so much. I will be praying to the God that doesn't exist that all your dreams come true.
He's lying. He's lying.
Listen, man, all of us gotta have heroes. Today, Lindsay was not.
I mean, not for nothing, and I'll say this because I'm gonna give it about 15, 20 minutes before we start closing out. But like even for the and I do this with everybody who comes up, like even like Snowman, I've said to you, I know you've been a little bit off of your channel, whatever, but I say even for the content creators up here, y'all should be taking a look at them because you don't understand how much work. You really don't have a fucking idea how much work we put in as content creators.
Oh God, dude.
Beans have been both Snowman and Beans have been doing this way longer than me. And this is why I do the slow growth. I don't go to other people's channels, start shit. I don't do fucking the whole grifting. I don't start beef. I don't look for clout. I don't. But y'all, for some reason, and this is not for you people on the panel, there are so many y'all in the chat. Y'all get surprised when people who come up, like you know who he is. I've been around. Don't get me wrong. I just don't start shit in order to get noticed. I'm literally doing it the long and fucking nasty way. Because the way I'm following it does not follow an algorithm. If I really wanted to do all this shit that everybody else does, it wouldn't be difficult because I've been in those spaces. I understand. I do more work to be bland. Those who have seen me up here, who have seen me go nasty. In fact, one of the most known ways that I've been seen on the internet for crashing out was crashing out against Beans. That's a fact. One of my biggest crash outs was me against Beans. He called me on a day where I was wasted. Most of y'all will never see that.
Yeah, that's crazy because I ain't even hold that against.
I wish I clipped it because Beans caught me on an off day. but keep in mind, Beans, Uncle Tom in LA will not let me live it down.
Oh, that means they got evidence and proof of it.
They got it.
Until you just said it, I completely forgot. So I wasn't holding it against you. So I guess I'm.
I ain't saying nothing.
You didn't, but most people will never. Mama knows. She's in the chat. She knows. Not crazy mama. She knows. No chaser knows.
Why do I have a feeling that I might have even been there for that?
No chaser. Zoomer might know. If CCD was here, CCD would know. It was the only day I was losing my shit and I was crashing out. You know, Locksmith knows. He was there. The only time.
He said he's seen Angry Beans crash out a few times.
I'm telling you right now that I've had such battles on the internet that were so drastic, it's unmentionable. And the worst was with Joe Cool. Like when we first met for a good 6-8 months, it was a war.
I got warned. See, I got warned. See, here's the thing. Joe probably could have tried me, but I got warned about Joe before he landed in my space. You know, and you know what? You know, you should talk. The first person you should talk to, Joe. You should talk to Sasquatch. He warned me about you before I got to meet you.
Can I ask, what were you warned about with Joe? Like, what is it about him?
He said, when I was getting into space and I first ran into Sasquatch, because this is just when I got to know who Flow State was, and that's how I met Sasquatch. And I met Sasquatch when he was on vacation. He literally on vacation and came onto my panel to talk to me. And then later on, we did an interview as well. When we were talking, he said, "Hey, I know you're moving around. You're getting to know a lot of people in different areas. You're moving around to different spaces. If you ever meet a man named Joe Cool, just be careful. Joe has a way." He has a way of having a conversation with you. And just when you think you think you got him on the ropes, he'll flip it in a way that you don't think about. And I'm like, I'll have to wait. And I went for a whole 2 months. I saw him. Never. And then one day, Joe Cool pops up on my fucking channel and I go, "Is this the day I choose violence?" And Joe and I have been great ever since.
A few of us, you know, Joe, please don't be hurt by this, but a few of us thought he was kind of simple because he's always going, but don't.
I respect people.
Don't be fooled. He's smart.
But I've watched Joe long enough on other people's channels where I go, I am not going to underestimate him, because I've seen what he's flipped shit on people, and I laugh. I'm like, you didn't see that coming? I watched Joe do it to you in real time. So I laughed. So when Joe hit the link and the first time he was up, I was like, fuck, is this going to be the day I choose violence?
He likes to challenge a lot.
I'm going to start paying more attention.
But I love it.
I haven't seen the part where he's smart, so I'll pay more attention so I can see it.
I love it. I like it.
Wait, if that was a challenge, I'm always down.
No, I know, like, but
I'm talking about Alex. That was a challenge.
The funny part,
no, I'm just gonna pay attention.
The funny part, because I've been so quiet because I wasn't a content creator for so long. I have had people, like, when I was starting building up my channel, I had people turn around and say, "Watch out for Lindsay Smith." I'm like, fuck you. I've known Lindsay since Fight Club. You have no idea. The fuck, like. You have no idea.
Watch out for what?
Did anyone warn you about me?
No one warned me about you. No one.
Dang, no warning, and it just bam.
I didn't have a warning about you. I didn't have a warning about you. I didn't know who 10th Man was, and I didn't know who Brick was. I didn't.
The other day, Sasquatch called me a dragon.
Yeah, hey, here's the truth, man. This may suck, and Alex and the rest of you, don't be offended by this. Most times, I gotta dumb my shit down because you motherfuckers couldn't keep up to save your lives, and that's the honest truth, man. If you
I'm not offended.
I'm not gonna lie. I think I watched a good 4 streams.
Nice.
I think I watched a good 4 streams of Joe Cool before I was like, I think we're good. I think we're good.
Yeah.
And when Joe came up, I was like, but Joe has been good.
I think Flow State made a clip of Joe's laugh once.
Honestly, he's the funny part about it. Flo was the second person who let me know Joe's cool. Joe's all right. And I just went, nigga, Joe's your friend. We'll see how this turns out.
I think most people think I attack people, and they're just trying to have their friend. You know, they want to smooth shit over before their friend meets
That is
someone.
exactly the way you were marketed to me. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Locksmith, somehow Resla never saw me. I don't know how.
No, I never did. Honestly,
I've
no
been
shit.
around for years.
Alex
Yeah,
should come with a warning. I feel she's pretty dangerous.
Yeah, no
She
shit.
comes with those big
She's mad
supplies.
she didn't get one. She's mad.
I never knew. Like
She
there
will.
were so many new people. Keep in mind, maybe it's because I was so used to being in a black space, so me start moving around. There were so many people I did not know. I did not. I'm sorry, Alex.
No,
Same
I
thing
was
for
in the
Brick.
black
Everything.
spaces.
No, I'm saying I didn't know you guys at all. Honestly, I had heard of Joe. I never heard of Joe Cool until I started getting acclimated to flow state. And the way how here's the funny part about it, and I've said this plenty of times. I would have never known about so many spaces, even when I first moved into Mel Pandora, if it wasn't for my guy OG Do Dirty.
Yeah.
If we did not start the DBD, he was the first person because my algorithm was so fucked up. His algorithm was so new that it showed other spaces. Mine was so fucked up, it didn't give me access. So when we started doing the DBD and I started seeing other spaces, I said, okay, I'm gonna subscribe here, I'm gonna subscribe here, I'm gonna subscribe here, I'm gonna
that's
subscribe here.
what I did.
Yeah, and that's how I started learning.
OG Do Dirty, send me here.
B Love knows. She says, I remember Alex from Tommy Sotomayor's chat. That's what I think I'm pretty much known for. I'm known for being like one of his most dangerous mods.
Yeah,
As soon as you
I
come
wouldn't
in there and
know.
say something, you're blocked.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
I liked him. I enjoyed his streams. Where did he go? He got kicked off or something.
It's not even that. I could see a Tommy stream, but I would never be around live, especially. So I would never know a mod.
I was known for the person that as soon as Tommy be like, hey, this person, never mind, Alex got him. Oh, this person, Alex got him. Oh, this person, damn, Alex, how you get him so quick?
Wait. How you gonna fall for that? Don't say Mel who. She know who the fuck she's talking about. Don't she playing slick and you answered it too. She know exactly who the fuck I was talking about. She playing stupid.
I read fast and I block fast. My block
She
hand
ain't
is heavy.
slick. Exactly. No, don't fall for that bullshit.
I think you should be known for shock value. You're really good at that.
Who, me?
No, me.
No, for
Not me.
Alex.
Oh, Alex, maybe. Yeah,
Yeah.
not me. No problems, no Mac. Come on, man. It is what it. Oh shit. He said welfare queen. Get the fuck out of here. That's crazy. Beans, you're the welfare queen, apparently, according to
I'm no
Stone Man.
detective. I didn't even notice he was gone. I'm no Columbo. That's
That
for
was
sure.
crazy.
Aw, B Love, I'm sorry.
I mean, not for nothing. Like, I seen B Love for a while too, in many different areas, especially black sectors I've been in. So
I
it was
love
so.
love.
Yeah, I think me and B Love even started connecting once B Love was like really started hanging around the porch, and I was there too. That's why me and B Love connected, and I appreciate her being here.
Yeah, B
I
Love
really
is one
do.
of the few people in the chat that's actually like smart and has something to say. I
Yeah,
appreciate that
but
about her.
I've seen B Love for a while, but we never really kicked it like that.
Wesley, you put up someone's comment, and it was part of maybe the title or something. It was something about villains. I
Oh
wonder if we
shit.
had gave that proper consideration.
I think it was Peace Dynamo, if I'm correct. I would cover it, but no, we never really covered it. So,
It
and I
was,
mentioned it. I mentioned it too.
yeah.
Like most people look at themselves as the hero of their story. Like I said it to myself. Like I don't even see myself the hero of my own story. I
That's
don't.
interesting as fuck, because I would have assumed you did.
No, I've done a lot. I've done enough dirty shit. Most people won't know that. I know I'm not. I know I'm not a hero. So when I say like the words like heroes are not born, they are created. I have absolutely been created, which made me think about this whole topic and saying that even when we choose violence, even when we decided, even as content creators, when we decide we want to be the trolls, let's just be honest, we don't really be trolled for the hell of it. Most people,
That's just the anti-hero. The type of
yeah.
hero.
Well, no. Because when I think of anti-hero, I said it earlier, I think of Constantine and I think of Batman. They have a moral code. They have a moral code. They actually help people. It just doesn't mean that they're Boy Scouts like Superman. But there are people who there are people
saying the
but
troll shit.
there are people who are nasty and devious, but they don't show it until they have someone to target. And that's a lot of people who I've met over the internet.
You're still a hero. Sorry, because you're an anti-hero.
Yeah, but
And
you're not
just still a hero of your own story, and you recognize
for instance, when I say anti-hero, I'm talking about vigilante.
Robin Hood is what I think of.
No one says lock up Superman. Everyone says lock up Batman. The cops come for Batman. The cops come for Daredevil. They're vigilantes. Those are anti-heroes. They do good. They may do good, but they cannot easily walk up on the cops.
I see myself as Bruce Willis in Unbreakable and Split.
Robin Hood may have wore tights, but he was not a pushover. He brought food to everyone.
Sure, he was an anti-hero. He could not run up on the guards. He could not walk freely among the guards.
Stealing was not okay, and thus contextually, it was warranted. So his own set of little crook rules.
The same thing that can be said about Batman, or like I said, or Daredevil, or the Punisher. No, the Punisher was more of a villain than anything else. Don't get me wrong.
Robin Hood.
He was straight up killing motherfuckers. That's just straight up what it was. But like, there are people, and this is why I said there are people that even when you try to do good, there are people who will look at you and assign you the villain role because there are people who just need a villain. Even villains think that they have a noble cause. The only bad part is that they don't see themselves as the villain.
They bring
and
in
there are
crowds.
plenty of people who walk around who really have villain mentalities who don't understand they're not the hero. I walk around knowing I'm not the hero, even in my own story.
I disagree.
Wait,
you're too
here's
independent
a
upon
great
yourself.
example.
Too independent. You
Joe,
know
a great
that
example.
you could only be the possible hero because you know you're the only motherfucker who can depend on you. Blah, blah, blah.
No. Like, he's a great example.
He's coping, huh?
Look at Lex Luthor. Look at the Kingpin. They believe they are villains. They've done nasty. They have crime syndicates, but they believe that they are the hero.
Don't change the fact that you know you're a hero of your own story.
I'm not. I'm not.
Who else do you give the credit to?
Here's the thing, Joe. I'm happy that you're calling me the hero, but I am so hard on myself because I judge myself based on I know what my past is. I know I live I've done something
you're
nasty.
saying you don't even consider yourself a hero at all.
I don't.
Now, Superman would understand that the villain believes he is the villain, right? So Superman understands that he is the enemy of the villain, right?
The villain thinks he's a villain. I guess some of them do. Some of them don't.
Right.
You're both sides. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, you're the opposite side. So you're the villain. As a hero, you are the villain of the villain.
Yes, look at Martin Luther King. He stood up for Black people's rights. Hooray! You're a hero. Thank you.
But he's
on the other hand, he effed the buns off of every female he felt like.
Most wanted
people
man
don't talk about that. Now, does that make him a bad person? No, it makes him horny, I suppose. He was both things.
Most dangerous man on the FBI list. Most dangerous man on the FBI list back then. Was he a hero or a villain? FBI said he was the most dangerous fuck in the world. You know, CIA.
Your hero can be a cheater. It wouldn't shock me. Your hero is human.
We're in agreement.
Yep.
Resla, if you keep doing conservative topics like this, your channel will grow exponentially. All you got to do is just keep selling out like you did today.
No, well, he's the reason. He's the reason why I've been on for almost a year and a half, and I haven't really grown to over 1,000.
You gotta deflect
because I choose
to
do variety and not to pick a niche.
Why are you defending yourself? He's attacking you, and why are you defending yourself like you have something to defend?
I'm not. No, I didn't defend myself. I explained my position. Please understand what I said. I didn't
So
defend.
your channel, you have this show. It's called Opinionated, and apparently,
I literally said I am a variety show. I don't have
apparently having
no
an
one is
opinion
listening to what
is
you literally
conservative.
say. You don't seem to understand that. You keep going to that as if that's your retreat. We're reading between the lines. People do that. Don't matter what come out of nigga mouth at all.
Hey,
It does.
I love the fact you said that. I love the
I'm gonna
fact you
mute
said that. So,
myself.
which is part of the problem why I have my appeal, because niggas don't listen, and I said you need to.
That's a fact.
That's 100% true.
You make my point in your very statement.
Well, motherfuckers sit and listen to you when you're dancing and deflecting. 100%.
And yet they're here in the chat and they get on my panel.
They are here.
Those two things are separate. They should
No,
be
they're
here getting
not.
the chat. I
They're
want you to
not.
be
No,
successful. And just
wait.
because
Let
they
me
don't understand when you dancing and when you're nervous and want to
let
talk
me let
over
you know
niggas,
how separate
it
they
don't
are.
mean it's not
Let me let you
occurring.
know how separate they are. He's right here.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. Just because they don't understand what you're dancing about, and when you get nervous and your habit of talking over motherfuckers and cut niggas off when you don't hear when you don't want to hear shit you want to hear because they don't see it, don't mean it's not happening. I don't give a fuck if it's 1,000 niggas in here.
He black.
Y'all ain't shit. Man, listen, I'm telling you now, I'm gonna do a reaction to the beginning of the show, because the beginning of the show when you was up there by yourself was way more productive, because you got the necessary points out about the topic, and those are things I really wanted to kind of like test your consistency on.
Sure.
But I will try one last thing though. So I just wish you could give me like a percentage, right? What percentage of people who claim to be oppressed aren't actually oppressed, in your opinion?
Oh, beans. You know what? Hold up.
100%.
Hold up for a moment. You literally, he went full fucking circle. Hold up, folks. Oh my! I can't believe you just literally did that. So talk, folks. I gotta look for something. It's very important.
Yeah, 100%. It's 100%.
I think you might have to kick him off. Just kidding.
I think this show is typically good when Resla's alone, and then stupid people come up on the panel, and that's what brings it down.
Well, thank you.
I wanted to say though about the whole idea with talking to people in the chat though. I mean, if you're not doing YouTube for money, I guess that's cool. But if you're doing it for money, which is what most people are trying to get to, then the chat definitely matters, because that's where people super chat, and that's where people, go. They're watching, and they're either watching the chat in the show, or they're actually watching the show and in the chat. And that's where they hit the StreamYard link to end up being a part of the show. So when you have 8 to 10 people on a panel, they were once in the chat. So people talking in the chat does matter, because if you have people in your chat who are being stupid and you don't call them out and you don't block them, they make other people in the chat uncomfortable, which makes people just want to leave. So him calling out the chat is very valid.
So this is what I mean right here, right?
I disagree.
I know who.
If you don't know how this show works, write it down.
And it's all good, right? But this is what I mean. When we make these kind of arguments, right? Now I'm going to show you what I mean, Lindsay. I'm going to make an argument.
That wasn't me. This was Alex.
I know, but you're my hero, so I'm talking to you.
Right.
So I want you to pay attention to this.
Okay.
I'm going to present an argument, and the argument itself will not be addressed, right?
Very good.
Watch this. So if that's the case, why is it that the most successful channels, the ones that get the most views and do the most money, are not sitting on their panels arguing with the chat?
Someone's going to give you an anecdotal story, and it's going to go off the rails.
Probably because they're people who they're not talking to the chat because they don't have live shows.
No, I'm
or they're big enough that they don't have to pay attention to the chat.
It's not how I'd measure success.
I don't know, because the people who I've seen that do live streams, they pay attention to the chat. They talk to the people in the chat, because the point is to entertain the chat, which is the people watching.
No, so see,
I again,
hold interrupting the flow of the show
folks,
to argue with or spend 20 minutes checking somebody in the chat. So don't just say talking, because that sounds disingenuous. Because somebody might say something in the chat and you might pull it up on the screen. It might be relative to what the conversation is. Somebody might send a super chat. You'll obviously acknowledge those, right? Things like that. You may say what's up to somebody.
You don't even do a live chat.
Talking to the chat or arguing with the chat.
I got something better because this is going back down memory lane for those who don't know, right? This is something I actually had. Like, I'm so funny that Beans and I were doing this, right? So I want to go back to a very old conversation. The way how you just asked the question right now to me is the same how you asked the question to me almost 2 years ago. Let's go through it. Let's go through it.
Ooh. Interesting.
No, because you understand.
Someone's got a lighthouse in the back, by the way.
You just automatically extend grace because you understand that it has an effect on a person. Point blank. And so all I'm saying is we should be able to do that universally. Nobody's playing victim Olympics, but I'm just saying in conversation, it's okay to mention something that actually happened.
I love it.
But what effect, what change is going to, I mean, it's a small, that's like.
Some people get pissed off. Hold on, I got an answer for that. Some people get pissed off. It charges some people, oh, what happened? And then they go be something better and something different to buck the system and say, not me. When they hear the story, when they hear about the rebellions, when they hear about the people who actually overcame, it charges them up to do the same. So not everybody is motivated by the same things. For some reason in the Black community, we think tough love is just always the way to go. No, sometimes nurturing helps too, right? But nurturing ain't always the way to go. I'm sorry, go ahead, Resla.
No, you're good. You know what it is? It's like I'm good for what you just said. It's good to know that stuff and knowing the history of that. It's just that we get a lot of people who actually get stuck on the whole it happened.
Right.
And they don't push forward. That's the part. It's that you have to move forward. You have to move.
Everything.
Quantify for me, Resla.
The question you just asked me. Hold on. Let's go.
Quantify for me. What percentage of people is that?
What percentage?
Yeah, if you just had to put a number on it.
Of blacks?
Yeah.
Or you just talking about people in general?
No.
Let's just stick with blacks for now. Not that we don't understand that it applies to other races. We do. It's an intelligent panel. But right now we're just going to talk about blacks. What percentage of that?
It's hard to say. I couldn't honestly tell you.
Yeah.
Because
that nigga danced 2 years ago.
It's just a matter of the small segment that I've seen. And I can say
right.
It's a small segment. But again, like we hear about the minority, they tend to speak very loud.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's a great point. That last
one. And I would say I would base it off of possibly if they gave us a percentage of how many of them are so.
Do you think my answer would be much the same?
Do I think your answer would be the same?
If you're asking me for a percentage, it's all based on the perspective of the people that they're dealing with. Because why? We're all speaking on anecdotal experience, and quite frankly, our anecdotal experience only goes to our thing. But we already know is that the minority speaks very loudly.
Yes, but the problem, Resla, is this, which nobody's gonna again acknowledge. But we don't talk like that. We talk in majority, most, all. Like we say these things, right?
Here's the funny part about that, though. When we speak in majority, all, and yet we have the majority speaking so loud that speak overwhelmingly for the people who are the majority. For some reason in this country, math doesn't fucking work.
Yeah,
math don't work.
You won't even let me talk. So imagine how the majority of people feel if the minority people are treating them the same way you treat me. When I asked you that question, you told us to hold on. We had Alexandra say 100%. Now, whether she was trolling or not, she said it out loud, right? The implication there is that there is no oppression.
Alexandria's point of view, mine?
No, Resla, come on, man. You said you're not that lit.
Sir. Was the question that you posed to me the same question that I should be looking at her experience and what she said and what her answer is mine?
No, what I'm doing is I'm giving you an example of how we speak about it, right? In general. So you're just
based
one
on
person.
what? Based on, but you asked me. Now you're telling me.
Absolutely.
But now you're telling me based on what she said, and I should just fall on what I
No,
think
what I'm
based on
telling
what
you is
she said.
that what she said it is an example of what we get in general. In general, we get people, including you. If I rewind the tape back to earlier when you were speaking on quote unquote losers and quote unquote people who aren't actually oppressed, you said, and I quote, most people who say they are oppressed are not oppressed. That's what you said. Most. You use those words. That's what made me set my shit up to make sure I hit the link once you dropped it.
Not hearing me you're not hearing me go against that.
Okay, so my point is when you talk like that, which is factually incorrect, or at least you don't have any evidence to back that up, then I'm going to challenge it. Right?
I don't have a problem with you challenge it, but the same way how I even brought forward when you stated that, when you gave me that question even earlier in the panel, and I said, really, if we look at how the majority is, even when I stated that we are all old enough. I can't believe I'm repeating myself the way it is. I feel like deja vu. We're all old enough to know there was a point where we were able to come on the internet and then do what we had to do, and then we click off the internet, we go back to real life. To the point where now people take even things that are not even of their own experience and drag and pull it out of the internet into their real life, to the point where they make continuous videos across multi platforms on the same shit.
So does that mean most
that
people ain't
means
51%
are
or
you gonna speak for him? How
95%?
long are you gonna keep holding this nuts? I'm talking to Beans.
I'm immune to that dumb shit, bro. Answer the fucking question. How long you gonna duck, dodge,
I'm
and
talking
dance,
to
bro?
him. You gonna keep speaking for him? He don't need co-counsel.
Apparently, I'm gonna keep needling you when you duck and dance.
Go ahead,
Nigga.
Beans. Apparently, I can't have a conversation with you, even on my fucking show.
Yeah, you're not. You're just gonna keep dancing. He's been asking for a percentage. You're gonna keep dodging and dancing, man. We might as well move on.
I thought he and I were having a conversation. I didn't know you were a part of that. Cool.
You're aware now, though, aren't you?
You know what? You know what? You're absolutely right. Hey, folks, 5 hours has actually gone by. Sorry, Beans. 5 hours gone by. I don't know what the fuck we're doing here. Thank you for everybody who's been coming by today. I gave my whole thing. We all gave our own, pretty much our perspective when it came to the idea of whether you're oppressed or not. Apparently, Joe Cool definitely want to move around talking about being oppressed to the point where he can't even have a genuine conversation or really let two people who are literally hashing out something. We're supposed to be having intellectual conversations. Not only have to be intellectual, just literally trying to come to a point of understanding. But we can't have a point of understanding when people want to come by and start interjecting their own shit. It was literally one-on-one trying to come to a consensus. But quite frankly, we can't have it because other people want to feel like they're so fucking important. I'm not for nothing, Beans. You and I are good. I would love to have this conversation with you even in the future. Because honestly, this is nothing personal. I think you're really smart. You and I have plenty of good conversation in the past. This is something that we can even cover in the future because I really feel like I can learn from you the same way how you'll learn shit from me. But I can't have it when other people want to come in and interject and put their own shit and poison the well of what we're trying to actually come for. Because quite frankly, the conversation is not about just you and me. It's also about what the other people, the audience, can actually take in. That is just what it is. Anyway, guys, thank you for actually showing up. For those who actually been here, let me know. You know what? Let me not just do this very bad. Actually, Beans, if you're still on, what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna have the chat actually raid you if you got anything going on that you want going on in your particular stream. If you got something going on for the future. So guys, I don't know if Beans has something else that he's gonna plan on going on for the future, whether he wants to review or talk about whatever. It's all good. But do me a favor, please be able to go over to Beans' little podcast because he's got his own thing going on. We've been talking for a while or whatever. He's got his own thing. He's been kind of restreaming or whatever, but now it's gonna continue on to whatever he's going on. Feel free to reach out to him. If you want to, if you haven't already, subscribe to me. And yeah, we'll go on it in the background. We don't really record these. It's just personal conversations. But I appreciate you for all that you do. Our next stream will be later on this week, actually, because we are officially into Thursday now. What we will be doing is later on for tonight, which will be 1 a.m. for Friday. It'll be the DBD. Let me just do this real quick. The DBD with OG Do Dirty and yours truly. We'll be doing that for tonight. Outside of that, guys, I'm not even gonna run music. This shit's crazy right now. I'll let you guys get on with the rest of your night. We're gonna go over to Beans. Hopefully you enjoy the kind of show that he has going on. Again, nothing personal to Beans at all. I rock with him. I think he's a very smart individual. It just we couldn't really get into it. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your families, and of course, stay opinionated. Oh, I can't. I don't even have my freaking outro. Something all going wrong. Oh, here we go. Take care, y'all.